Chapter 2086. Looking at the universe original cauldron in Zi Chen's hand and sensing the aura emitted from it, Xing Chen was surprised. He cried out involuntarily, "Universe original cauldron." Zi Chen looked at Xing Chen and complimented, "Good eyes. That's the top treasure of a life star. I didn't expect you to have it." Xing Chen was surprised. "It's not complete. It's still missing half." Of course, Zi Chen didn't take out the universe original cauldron to show off. As the cauldron opened, a flame gushed out. Feeling the high temperature of the flame, Xing Chen was shaken. It's the heaven flame, the flame from outer space. This ball of flame was only the size of a palm, and it landed in Zi Chen's hand. "You want to use the heaven flame to urge the rosefinch hand seal." Xing Chen understood Zi Chen's intention quickly, his face disbelieving. "It's the heaven flame. It's not easy to control it." Zi Chen didn't say anything. It was just his guess. He wasn't sure if he could succeed or not. At this moment, the flame fell into his hand. Zi Chen released a flow of soul power, extending it into the flame. His soul entered the heaven flame. The terrifying heat of the heaven flame was fully released. Zi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Worthy of being called the perfect spiritual consciousness. Even though the heaven flame is burning, it doesn't show any sign of being destroyed. Xing Chen looked at Zi Chen, not saying anything. He also wanted to see if Zi Chen could succeed. The heaven flame could be used to refine heavenly weapons. Although it couldn't be compared to the rosefinch true flame, its effect was much better than the ordinary principle of fire. Pouring his soul power into the heaven flame, Zi Chen controlled the heaven flame to float in front of him. His hands began to make the rosefinch hand seal. As his soul power entered the heaven flame, it began to change shape. Then, a square seal appeared. Is he going to succeed? Xing Chen's eyes sparkled in disbelief. All of a sudden, a soft sound rang out. Waves of energy spread out from the heavenly flames, and a destructive aura spread out. Zi Chen's wisp of soul dissipated along with the heavenly flames. He had failed. Xing Chen sighed softly. He was a little disappointed. He thought that he was going to succeed. Zi Chen was expressionless. He summoned another ball of heavenly fire and sent his spiritual thoughts into it. The early stages were very smooth. With the violent nature of the heavenly fire, it was unrealistic to destroy Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts. When the hand seals appeared again, Zi Chen's expression became a little nervous. As he poured energy into the sky flame, the spiritual consciousness within the sky flame also controlled the sky flame to change its shape. However, during the transformation process, the heavenly fire became unstable and difficult to control. At the critical moment of the condensation process, the heavenly fire completely lost control and exploded. The destructive force generated destroyed Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts. Another failure. Zi Chen was unwilling to give up and tried for the third time. However, he still failed during the consolidation process. After that, he failed for the fourth time, the fifth time, and the sixth time. After 6 consecutive failures, Zi Chen's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Xing Chen saw the change in Zi Chen's expression and persuaded, "Don't try anymore. It's useless. It's not the sky flame that's stopping you. It's the invisible rules. Your spiritual thoughts are not rosefinches, and you can't control rosefinch's primordial fire at will. This kind of forced fusion has no chance of success." Zi Chen raised his head and looked at Xing Chen. "According to what you said, only rosefinch can control the primordial fire." "Of course. Rosefinch was born with the fire attribute. It's easy to control the primordial fire. Not to mention controlling rosefinch's primordial fire, if you can find a trace of rosefinch's soul power, it won't be difficult to control the sky flame," Xing Chen said. "I can succeed with rosefinch's soul power." Zi Chen's eyes flashed. "That's right, but the premise is that you have rosefinch's soul power." "Of course I don't have rosefinch's soul power, but I can create rosefinch's soul power." Zi Chen's face flashed with an inexplicable light. Under Xing Chen's puzzled expression, Zi Chen's perfect spiritual thoughts appeared again. After it appeared, Zi Chen imagined rosefinch appearing from rosefinch's seal in his sea of consciousness. The perfect spiritual thoughts in front of him gradually changed and finally turned into a golden rosefinch. The rosefinch's body was burning with golden flames. This is. Xing Chen looked at the golden mini rosefinch in front of Zi Chen in shock. Although they were of different sizes and contained different amounts of energy, he could clearly feel the true aura of rosefinch from the golden color. Perfect spiritual thoughts transformation technique, a privilege unique to perfect spiritual thoughts. Zi Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand again. The heavenly fire appeared once more. With a thought, the golden rosefinch flew toward the heavenly fire. As the rosefinch approached, the heavenly fire began to tremble, as if it felt the pressure of rosefinch. When the golden rosefinch completely entered the heavenly fire, Zi Chen discovered that the attribute of the heavenly fire seemed to have changed. It was no longer the independent heavenly fire from before, but a flame that was attached to rosefinch's body. Moreover, its size had obviously shrunk a little. Zi Chen formed a seal with his hands and controlled the changes in the heavenly fire with his mind. The heavenly fire, which had obviously shrunk a lot, began to condense. However, this time, Zi Chen stopped before it could condense into the shape of a square seal. It's still not working. Xing Chen, who was watching from the side, also became nervous. There's too little heavenly fire to condense. Zi Chen once again separated a part of his mind, which fell on the universal origin cauldron. A wisp of heavenly fire appeared from the mouth of the cauldron and fell on the flame in front of Zi Chen like a stream of water. The energy of the heavenly fire was absorbed by the flame. His hands that had stopped started to form seals again. Under the constant replenishment of the heavenly fire, the shape of the square seal gradually appeared. Finally, it was time to completely condense. Under normal circumstances, Zi Chen would have failed at this point. However, Zi Chen was clearly very nervous this time. His eyes were fixed on the square seal in front of him, and the seals in his hands changed again. More and more energy of the heavenly fire was absorbed by the square seal. The square seal finally completely condensed. A golden light emerged from the inside and a crisp sound of rosefinch rang out. Wang! The square seal trembled and completely materialized. The golden fire burned in it. It's a success. Xing Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise. The successful rosefinch square seal was only the size of a palm, and the power it contained wasn't very strong. It was already the initial form of rosefinch's seals. The next step was to increase its power. Unable to suppress the surprise in his eyes, Zi Chen moved his mind again. The wisps of heavenly fire that had appeared in the universal origin cauldron suddenly turned berserk. Like gushing lava, they rushed out from the mouth of the cauldron and scattered in the sky. The berserk flames emitted an extremely high temperature. Xing Chen was startled and retreated with a strange cry. The rosefinch square seal floated in the sky. A strong suction force came from it, and the heavenly fire that spread out was all absorbed by the rosefinch square seal. In the distance, Xing Chen looked at the heavenly fire that was constantly gushing out from the mouth of the cauldron and said in shock, "How much heavenly fire does this Zi Chen have?" The heavenly fire that was gushing out seemed to be endless. The square seal that was absorbing the heavenly fire in the sky also grew in size. In the end, it grew to a size of 10 feet, and its size was still growing after absorbing the heavenly fire. This is a solid seal. It may not be comparable to the real rosefinch seal, but it's definitely not comparable to an ordinary seal. As long as the rosefinch soul seal in it doesn't disperse, it's a magic treasure comparable to a heavenly weapon. Xing Chen looked ahead. In just 2 short months, I've actually witnessed the creation of a magic treasure. However, the materials used to create this magic treasure would definitely shock anyone if they were to hear about it. It's a perfect spiritual sense materialization, an extraterrestrial flame configuration, and the seal of the vermilion bird sage. Boom! The void began to distort as a powerful aura was released. The 1-foot rosefinch seal had expanded to a size of 10 feet. How much heavenly fire does Zi Chen have? Looking at the cauldron that was still spitting out heavenly fire, Xing Chen was surprised. Heavenly fire used to be one of my trump cards. Now that I have the rosefinch seal, it no longer has any meaning. Now, all heavenly fire, appear for me. With a flash of light in his eyes, the cauldron went completely berserk. All the heavenly fire in it gushed out crazily. A loud rosefinch voice came out from the seal. The void began to distort crazily as a huge vortex appeared. The heavenly fire that had just gushed out was directly swallowed by the vortex. The 10-foot rosefinch seal began to expand again. It finally stopped when it was as big as a giant mountain. The huge rosefinch seal was suspended in the air. A golden light appeared on its surface, carrying a heavy and oppressive aura. In the center of the seal, a golden rosefinch was spreading its wings and flying high. After the seal was formed, everything was not over yet. Chen formed another seal with both hands. Streams of energy fell on the seal, and the huge seal began to shrink little by little. Finally, the seal shrunk to the size of a palm and fell from the sky, returning to Chen's sea of consciousness. Next, this seal would be nourished by Chen's soul. It would become a great killing weapon in Chen's star path. After putting away the seal, Chen stood up and looked at Chen, who was walking over. He said, "Let's go and hunt some heavenly beasts to condense this seal. I've also consumed a lot of energy." Chen nodded. With a wave of his hand, the universal origin cauldron disappeared in front of Chen. The two of them began to go deeper. Next, they continued to fight and kill all the heavenly beasts they saw. Heavenly beasts fell one by one, and the heavenly crystals and materials were collected by the two of them. The journey ahead was very boring. Chen had consumed a lot of energy during the continuous fighting. During this period, he had to find some heavenly crystals of other principles to refine and absorb the energy from them. After 5 years of killing, the two of them who had never stopped finally walked out of the star path that belonged to the Life Star. As the two of them stepped into the transmission array, a vast world appeared in their line of sight. This is the real star path. The things you see are all Chen balls. Chen pointed at the huge spheres in front of them and said. Chapter 2087. Chen looked around and saw huge spheres floating in the sky, extending to the end of his line of sight. Some of the spheres were emitting bright light, while others were as dull as iron and stone. Those are Chen's. Chen looked ahead in a daze. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. Those are Chen's. They are also cultivation stars. This is the real starting point of the star path. Chen's son looked ahead and said, "These Chen's are naturally evolved. Most of them are occupied by foreign races, and some contain great danger. They are marked as places for training and exploration. Of course, there are also dangerous places like forbidden areas that no one dares to set foot in." Chen was standing in the real void. Standing in the void, he looked at the huge planets around him and felt the ancient aura emitting from the planets. He felt that he was so small. Although we still can't recover our energy here, as long as we find the trading location, we can exchange for heaven crystals. According to our harvest for such a long time, we can still exchange for a lot of resources. Listening to Chen's words, Chen noticed that this was also a world, and these planets existed between heaven and earth. But in the next moment, Chen's expression became strange. He looked at Chen and asked, "You mean, there is no way to recover energy here?" "That's right. This is a stretch of void. No one can recover energy from the void," Chen said with certainty. Chen couldn't agree with this point. Because at this moment, he, who was in the void, could feel that the consumed energy in his world was recovering. Although the recovery speed was much slower than in the Tianwu continent, it was indeed recovering. Sinking his consciousness into the world, Chen looked for the source of the energy recovery. Perfect World didn't have any special situation here. It couldn't absorb energy from the void. With a flash, Chen arrived at the edge of the world. This place was hazy, as if it was the beginning of the world. The light of energy was drifting in the air. In this starting ground, there were many large green trees. They were constantly changing between illusion and reality. Every time they changed, a wave of energy would flow into Chen's world from the treetops. So that's it. Looking at these constantly changing trees, Chen had a look of realization on his face. This was the void tree that Chen had not paid attention to for a long time. At first, they were only as tall as a person, and some were even in the form of seeds. But after many years of growth, they had become large trees. If he had not deliberately released his perception, Zichen would have forgotten about the existence of the void tree. They could absorb energy from the real void, which was a pleasant surprise for Zichen. After all these years of growth, the void tree emitted light, becoming more lively. It seemed to be a sign that it was about to develop spiritual intelligence. Sensing the source of the energy recovery, Zichen retrieved his consciousness. His cultivation method was different from Xingchen's. Even if he gave the void tree to Xingchen, it couldn't help him recover the energy he had consumed. Thus, Zichen didn't tell him about this. He just asked, "Where should we go to exchange for the heaven crystal?" Xingchen frowned. After pondering for a while, he said, "The best way is to exchange for the heaven crystal at the neutral trading point. The conservative sect is also fine. There are different factions in this star path. There are 3 kinds: the conservative sect, the radical sect, and the neutral sect. The main basis of these 3 groups is their attitude towards the cultivators on the life stars. The conservative sect doesn't proactively take action, but they follow some old rules. It's okay to trade with them. Most of the time, you will be ripped off. You might even be assassinated. However, as long as you don't provoke them, they won't provoke you. The neutral sect is neutral. Their attitude towards the cultivators on the life stars is the friendliest among the 3 groups. If we can find the trading point of the neutral sect, it's the best. As for the radical sect, you can know from their name that when they meet, they won't stop until one of them dies. The cultivators on the life stars can't enter the area under the radical sect's control. Listening to Xingchen, Zichen frowned. Is it useful to divide them so clearly? After hundreds of years, the total number of Heaven Realm warriors on the life stars shouldn't be more than 10 who have entered the star path. Xingchen smiled. You mean the Sky Marshal continent and the Zhonwu continent, right? Life star is just a general term. It includes many continents, such as the Demon Clan's continent, the Winged Clan's continent, the Starlight continent, and many others. They are all called life stars. Looking at Zichen's doubtful face, Xingchen explained, it's like dividing the sky into 2. Things on one side are called life stars, while things on the other side are the alien races in people's eyes. What you know is just the 2 most special and eye-catching things on one side of the sky. It's not easy to explain the specific situation. Because of the many wars and the intervention of the God Clan, some of the continents are out of the control of the life stars. Zichen recalled the scene when he had entered the Zhonwu continent from the demon domain. At that time, besides him, there were some other people. However, those people weren't from the Demon Clan or the Sky Marshal continent. They were from other continents. The place where they were staying should be a life star too. All of a sudden, Zichen was moved. He asked curiously, God Clan, do they really have gods? Mentioning the God Clan again, Xingchen's eyes sparkled with a cold light. He sneered, bullshit god. How could there be gods in this world? It's just a bunch of arrogant guys who call themselves that. But I've seen an existence who calls himself the god of heaven. He's very strong. Xingchen glanced at Zichen with an unknown emotion in his eyes. It's just a self-title. There's no god in this world. The only place where I think there's a god is the Thunder God Temple. However, those arrogant guys are really strong because they're living in another form. What form? Zichen asked. I forgot. The memory that the star ancestor left in my head isn't complete. Zichen suspected that the other didn't want to tell him, but he didn't continue to ask. Next, they needed to find the trading place. In a place where they couldn't restore energy, finding the backup materials was the most important thing. Xingchen sat down cross-legged and started to search his sea of consciousness to find the memories related to this place. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, My memory is a little fuzzy. But I vaguely remember one of the trading places. However, it's not a neutral one. It's a conservative one. Recalling what Xingchen said earlier, Zichen said, it's fine as long as it's not a radical one. Xingchen was a little worried. The conservative ones will indeed trade with us, but they've always had the habit of killing and robbing. If it's just a normal trade, they won't do anything. But if there's something they want, then it'll be dangerous. Killing and robbing. Hearing this thought that hadn't appeared in his sea of consciousness for a long time, Zichen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He then asked, in a place like this, will there be a saint guarding it? Xing Chen shook his head and said, this is only the beginning of the Star Road. It's unlikely to meet a saint. However, there's definitely a half-saint. There might even be a false saint. What's a false saint? This was another strange title. They can use saint power, but the rules don't correspond to it. They're existences who have walked on the wrong path of cultivation. They're stronger than half-saints. They're almost like new saints, but they're the weakest among the saints, Xing Chen explained. The weakest saints? That's great. I'd like to see if I, the strongest Heaven Realm expert, can defeat the weakest saints. Let's go. We'll go to the trading place of the conservative ones. Seeing Zichen so confident, Xing Chen nodded and said, okay, let's go. We'll also see what the conservative ones are like. In the Star Ancestors' memory, some experts on the life stars specifically chose the conservative ones to trade with. And every time they traded, they would deliberately reveal the precious treasures and cause a war. It's another kind of killing and robbing. According to Xing Chen's memory, the two started to move forward. In their sight, the planet was clearly visible. But when the two got closer, they found that they were still very far away. It took the two of them an entire month to fly to the nearest trading location that Xing Chen had mentioned. During that time, they passed by a planet. When they got closer, they realized how big the planet was. Pointing at a relatively small planet in front of them, Xing Chen said, usually, the trading place will be set on a small planet like this because it's less dangerous and easier to manage. Of course, it's not absolute. Some small planets are actually very dangerous. As they spoke, the two rushed into the planet and landed on the ground. It was a very small planet, only about 10,000 miles in radius. The two landed on the ground and used their spiritual thoughts to sense the aura of many Heaven Realm experts of the alien races. As for the trading place, it was easy to sense it with their spiritual thoughts. As the two moved forward, they saw many alien races. Those alien race cultivators looked at the two with strange eyes. They smiled coldly and didn't hide their killing intent. This is the trading place. They don't dare to do anything. The star path has its own rules, Xing Chen said. Suddenly, a burly man jumped out from the crowd and shouted at the two from afar, hey, what did I see? Two scumbags from the Life Star. Zichen glanced at him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Hey, I can see the killing intent in this scumbag's eyes. Scumbag, my name is Darren. Do you dare to fight with your grandpa? Darren raised his fist at Zichen. Don't be impulsive. He just wants to provoke you. If you fight here, you will be punished by the Star Path Manager. Xing Chen reminded him. Then, he sped up and walked toward the trading place in front of them. Hey, scumbag, the burly man shouted again. Idiot, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Wait for me outside the world. Chapter 2088. The trading area was more than 10 miles. There were several shops where people could trade. Zichen and Xing Chen walked into one of the shops. The shop wasn't big, and there were only a few kinds of items. However, the entire room was brightly lit. At first glance, Zichen saw many heavenly soldiers. This kind of thing was scarce on the Life Star. Just by walking into a shop, one could see dozens of them. Using his spiritual consciousness, Zichen found that many of these heavenly soldiers didn't have soldier souls. Apparently, they weren't the real heavenly soldiers that Zichen thought they were. Besides the heavenly soldiers, there were also heaven crystals, sparkling in different colors. They were placed on the counter. Most of them had only one attribute, and some of them were the non-attribute heaven crystals that Xing Chen had mentioned. Besides these two items, there were some miscellaneous items in another area, including pellets and some other things. At this moment, besides the shopkeeper, there were two pagans trading in the shop. They were here to exchange for heaven crystals. One of them exchanged for a heaven crystal with only one attribute and gave him 3 ordinary heaven crystals. The other exchanged for a non-attribute heaven crystal and gave him 4. Zichen and Xing Chen's entrance attracted their attention. They lifted their heads to look at Zi Chen and Xing Chen. A cold light sparkled in their eyes. Then, they turned around and left. From the Lifestar, the shopkeeper glanced at the two and said faintly, "We want to exchange for some heaven crystals," Xing Chen proactively said. "4 for the single attribute heaven crystal and 5 for the non-attribute heaven crystal," the shopkeeper said indifferently. The old man's voice was indifferent. He added 1 heaven crystal to each item on top of the normal exchange. Xing Chen had told him earlier, so Zi Chen didn't look displeased. Xing Chen nodded and said, "Okay, we'll exchange for 4 heaven crystals with Xing Chen's attribute and 4 non-attribute heaven crystals." Xing Chen took out 36 pieces of heaven crystals. This was the harvest of the two of them along the way. In fact, there were even more than this. However, the two of them had refined some of them along the way. The old man took away the 36 heaven crystals and gave Xing Chen 8 of the promised heaven crystals. However, one of the heaven crystals had no attributes and seemed to contain only half of the energy. Xing Chen acted as if he didn't notice it and put it away quietly. The old man glanced at the two of them and smiled mockingly. It was unknown if he was mocking them for being tactful. "I still have some materials here. I'll have to trouble you to exchange them all for law crystals." As he spoke, Xing Chen took out the special beast bones that he had specially selected along the way. They were all of high quality. Casually glancing at the materials, the old man said indifferently, 10 law chips. On this star road, law chips were the common currency. 10 of them could be exchanged for 1 heaven crystal. The materials that Xing Chen took out from the dozens of heavenly beasts could only be exchanged for 1 additional heaven crystal. Even Zi Chen could tell that this was not a normal price, let alone Xing Chen. Xing Chen frowned slightly with a dissatisfied expression. He said, "Old man, isn't this price a little too low? You think it's too little? Looks like you don't know what this place is. How about this? Since you're all newcomers, I'll give you 8 law chips so that you'll remember and take care of you." The old man looked at Xing Chen and smiled coldly. He said, "Do you think this price is reasonable?" Xing Chen's expression turned bitter. This was the usual style of the conservative faction. When they were lucky, they would lose less. When they were unlucky, they would be ruthlessly ripped off. "Old man, this price is very reasonable." Without waiting for Xing Chen to answer, Zi Chen, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The old man turned his head, his eyes falling on Zi Chen. Looking at Zi Chen's expression, he couldn't help but praise, "Very insightful young man. Since you can see that this price is reasonable, then I'll give you 5 law chips and we have a deal." Just now, there were 8 pieces, but now there were 5 pieces. The old man's next sentence explained the difference of 3 pieces. "Remember, this is the Rakshasa star area, our territory. You don't have the qualifications to speak. You guys came from a life star. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to stand here and talk to this old man?" After saying that, the old man took out 5 law chips. They were pure law chips, very similar to the Saint law chips that the star ancestor had given to Zi Chen. Seeing Xing Chen put away the 5 law chips, Zi Chen's heart moved, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing the old man take away the materials that Xing Chen had painstakingly obtained, Zi Chen asked again, "Old man, I want to ask if you have a map for sale." "You want a star area map?" "I do have one, but what are you going to use to exchange for those 5 law chips?" A mocking smile appeared on the old man's face, but the smile froze in the next moment. His eyes were fixed on the 2 law chips in Zi Chen's hand that were emitting a saint aura. "Those are Saint law chips. Where did you get them?" The old man's eyes turned sharp as he looked at Zi Chen and questioned. Even Xing Chen looked at Zi Chen in shock. He didn't know that Zi Chen had such things, but he quickly guessed the source of the Saint law chips. "You don't have to worry about that. Can I use them to exchange for a star area map?" Zi Chen asked as he played with the chips in his hand. "Yes, 2 for 1, the old man said, his voice a little hoarse. It was obvious that he cared a lot about the 2 law chips. When Xing Chen saw this, he guessed Zi Chen's plan. It was obvious that the old man's previous actions had angered Zi Chen, so Zi Chen deliberately showed the 2 law chips. Two of them should be very useful to the old man. According to the way things were going, Chen would definitely not agree. His main goal was to anger the old man. As expected, Chen shook his head and said, "No, I'll be at a disadvantage." A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, "Little guy, know where you are. You have no other choice now." Chen thought about it seriously and said, "How about this, I'll give you the other two." As he spoke, two more Saint Law chips appeared in Chen's hand, but their attributes were not compatible with the old man's. "No, now it's 1 for 4. The old man's pupils shrank, and he could no longer suppress the greed in his eyes. On the side, Chen shook his head. When he looked at the old man, there was some disdain and pity in his eyes. Although the old man was old, he could not suppress the changes in his expression. All his emotions were written on his face, and there was no subtlety. However, it was not hard to understand. The old man was doing business here, and he was bullying the existence of the Life Star. Although he would meet many Life Stars, not everyone was an expert. Just like that, he had lost the vigilance that he should have. It should be noted that Chen had said that in the past 100 years, less than 10 people had left the Life Star. Apparently, there were less than 10 true experts, and they might not appear here. Now, the old man's behavior was more aggressive, and the more he spoke, the higher the price he would have to pay. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Chen. Chen began to mourn for the old man. "You're too insincere. I don't want the map. I'll go to another place to exchange." Indeed, Chen put away the Saint Law chip in his hand, turned around, and walked out of the door. Chen had expected this, so he followed him. "You want to leave?" Not so easy. Seeing the thing he was about to get was gone, how could the old man be willing? A cold light flashed in his eyes. He released his aura and shouted, "Stop him." Before the two of them could leave the trading room, 8 Heaven Realm warriors appeared out of nowhere, blocking their way. "Hey, be *starred, you." That fellow by the name of Deluan was standing guard outside. When he saw the two of them come out, he shouted loudly. However, when he saw that scene, the words that he was about to say were immediately cut off. "It's the 8 guards of the Luo family. What did they do? Why are they stopped by the 8 guards? Harumph. Even if they didn't do anything, it's normal to stop them." That's right. The Luo family has done a lot of things like this. When the other Heaven Realm warriors saw this, they also discussed in low voices. At the same time, they all looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. "Kid, you dare to steal my Saint Law chip. If you don't hand it over today, don't even think about leaving this place." An angry voice rang out from within the shop. After which, the old man who was in charge of the transaction walked out and stared coldly at Chen and Chen. When the other Heaven Realm warriors heard this, they all looked surprised. "Oh, it's the Saint Law chip. I didn't expect that these two guys from the Life Star would have such a good thing. These two idiots. They didn't hide it well but took it out. Sigh. Old man Romeo is going to make a huge profit this time. Only, I wonder how many Saint Power Law crystals this guy has on him." Apparently, this kind of thing happened often. As soon as the old man spoke, people understood his purpose. He wanted to steal the treasure. As for whether he would kill them or not, it was hard to say. Damn it. These two bastards. You have such things, but you didn't hide them well. Damn it. These things could have belonged to your grandpa Darren. The brawny man was annoyed. He couldn't wait to kill the two of them. Surrounded by people, Chen was a little flustered. He looked at the old man who chased after him and said, "You're lying. That Saint Law chip is mine. *T. I saw you steal it. You don't want to admit it." The old man's voice became louder. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intentions. The others looked at him with disdain. How could this old man have Saint Law chips in his shop? "You're framing me. I want to keep the evidence. I want an explanation." Chapter 2089. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen looked very wronged. His body was trembling as he said to the old man, "I want to report you. I want to record your crimes." Seeing Chen like this, the old man couldn't help but laugh. The 8 guards beside him also threw their heads back and laughed. This coward, a real coward. Damn it, why didn't Grandpa Darren notice this coward earlier? If he did, wouldn't the Saint Power crystal on them belong to Grandpa Darren? The brawny man, Darren, was very distressed. He wanted to slap himself. If he had been guarding outside earlier, he would have killed these 2 guys long ago. The others around also wanted to laugh, but they couldn't help but feel jealous. It was obvious that the Luo family had encountered 2 cowards. This time, they had profited greatly. On the side, Xing Chen was speechless. However, since Zi Chen wanted to act, he had no choice but to play along. The aura around him surged as he looked around vigilantly, showing a very nervous and scared look. In addition to feeling helpless, he was also a little excited. After all, they were really going to kill and steal. Moreover, it was a shop. He believed that there would be a lot of resources inside. Thinking about how the 2 of them might not even be able to obtain those resources after years of experience in the Star Road, he felt a burst of excitement in his heart. The laughing old man was also happy when he saw Zi Chen's reaction. He immediately glared at him and said, "Boy, you stole this old man's things. You still won't admit it." "I didn't steal it." "What evidence do you have?" Zi Chen said loudly, looking very wronged. "Evidence? Of course, this old man has evidence. The 8 of them are all evidence. Did you see them?" Luo Miao turned around and looked at the 8 people. "I saw it. This is the boy who stole it. I saw it with my own eyes. It's the Saint Power crystal. When he first came in, I noticed that this boy was sneaking around. I didn't expect him to be a thief." The 8 people spoke one after another, seeming to be very serious. "Nonsense, you're all talking nonsense. That Saint Power crystal is mine. How could I steal my own things?" Zi Chen defended himself, feeling wronged. "I said it's mine," Luo Miao said coldly. "That's right, it's his." The 8 guards said in unison. "You're all spouting nonsense. Fine, since you're saying that I stole the Saint Power crystal, then tell me, how many Saint Power crystal did you lose?" Zi Chen asked again. "4 pieces," the old man answered firmly. When the others heard this, they were immediately shocked. Then, they secretly cursed this idiot for revealing 4 pieces of Saint Power crystal. Such a thing, just 1 piece was enough to cause a massacre, let alone 4 pieces. While cursing him as an idiot in their hearts, they were also filled with regret. The people from the other shops who heard the news were also filled with regret. At the same time, they secretly cursed those 2 idiots for not coming to their own shops. When the vexed Darren heard this, he did not hesitate to slap himself twice. He was so regretful that he wanted to die. It was as if the 4 Saint Energy Law crystals on Zi Chen were his. Luo Miao's face was filled with pride. The 8 guards were also excited. 4 pieces of Saint Power crystal. This time, it was obvious that they had earned a lot. However, right at that moment, Zi Chen's loud laughter rang out. His laughter was extremely loud and clear, and he was extremely pleased with himself. His previous wronged expression disappeared, and he was no longer afraid. He faintly raised his head with an arrogant expression. He looked at the old man as if he was looking at an idiot. When the others saw Zi Chen like this, they secretly cursed in their hearts. "Damn it, it can't be." Darren faintly guessed in his heart and raised his hand again. As long as he could get this confirmation, he would give himself another big slap. "Haha, you're lying. I have 5 pieces of Saint Power crystal on me. You said you lost 4. Why do I have 5? Zi Chen said proudly. His expression was arrogant, and he looked at the old man as if he was looking at an idiot. Little did he know that the others around him were looking at Zi Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. Luo Miao's eyes were almost narrowed, and his heart was thumping. He thought to himself that he was really a fat sheep. The other 8 people were also very excited. "I don't believe that you have 5 pieces of Saint Power crystal on you. You must have stolen 4 from me," Luo Miao said in a deep voice, squinting his eyes and trying hard to hold back his laughter. "You don't believe it? Then take a look at what this is." Zi Chen smiled proudly. 5 pieces of Saint Power crystal appeared in his hand. A faint saint aura exuded, and the bright light attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Everyone was looking at the saint power crystal with incomparable fascination. Those were saint power crystal. The pure saint rules extracted from it. Once the attribute matched with one's own, and with some luck, one could definitely become a saint. Become a saint. Become a saint. Darren did not hesitate to slap him again. This time, he slapped him even harder, and there were bloodstains on his face. He was very regretful, very annoyed. If he had foresight, he would have wandered outside in advance and met these two guys. He would have been able to get 5 pieces of saint power crystal. Darren was very regretful. He thought that Zi Chen's things were his, and completely ignored the combat power of these two people. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zi Chen and Xing Chen's performance and neglected the combat power of these two people. Oh, I remembered wrong. I did lose 5 pieces of saint power crystal. Luo Miao slapped his head, and said with a look of annoyance. You're lying. Zi Chen held the saint power crystal in his hand, and the light it emitted attracted everyone's attention. I'm not lying. I'm sure that I lost 5 pieces. Luo Miao said. Are you sure that it's only 5 pieces? Zi Chen stared at him. Luo Miao narrowed his eyes and said, very sure. When the surrounding people heard Zi Chen's tone, they felt their hearts waver again. Meanwhile, De Luan raised his hand high up again. Haha, I have 6 in total. Zi Chen laughed and took out another saint power crystal. At the same time, he said to Luo Miao, now you should admit that this thing is mine. 6 pieces. I have 6 pieces. What else do you have to say? Zi Chen looked at the old man as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think we're all idiots? Everyone saw it. It's mine. Looking at the 6 pieces of saint power crystal in Zi Chen's hand, Luo Miao could not help but laugh out loud. Today was really a day of surprises. His expression gradually became cold. He looked at Zi Chen and said, I can say that I lost 6 pieces. Zi Chen's expression became agitated. Luo Miao waved his hand and said, don't get too excited. I can also say that everything you have was taken by me. Even your life was taken by me. Now, I'm going to take it back. Zi Chen's expression changed instantly. There was a touch of horror in his eyes. He said involuntarily, you want to kill me and steal my treasures. The people around shook their heads in disappointment. They thought that this was really a fool. Only now did he see the situation clearly. Kill me and steal my treasures. Yes, that's what I mean. Luo Miao nodded. Don't forget, this is the Star Road, and there are rules. This memory crystal ball records everything. If you let me leave now, I won't pursue you. If you want to make a move, I will definitely report you. Glancing at the memory crystal ball disdainfully, Luo Miao mocked, *T rules. In this Rakshasa star area, my Luo family is the rule. In this trading area, I, Luo Miao, am the rule. Let me tell you. Today, I want to kill you and steal your treasures. Everybody shook their heads. Apparently, they didn't want to see the result. Darren's face was swollen. He had slapped himself. The managers of the other shops looked regretful and jealous. Everything seemed to be over. No matter how that man from the Lifestar tried to explain, it was useless. However, they didn't hear the other's explanation. All the changes on his face disappeared. He calmed down. He raised his hand to recall the memory crystal ball above his head and said faintly, if you want to kill me and steal my treasures, just do it. You should have said that earlier. Why did you make me think of you as an idiot? What's going on? Everybody was bewildered. They didn't know why the man they thought was an idiot had such a big change. Luo Miao's face changed. He didn't know why, but looking at Zi Chen's calm face, he had a bad feeling. You want to kill me and steal my treasures? Come on. Zi Chen looked at Luo Miao indifferently. Kid, you dare to play tricks in front of me. 8th guard, kill him for me. Luo Miao retreated, leaving the battlefield to the 8th guard. Die. Cold light sparkled in the 8th guard's eyes. Heavenly weapons appeared in their hands, attacking Zi Chen and Xing Chen. As they had 6 saint power crystals, of course, they couldn't leave here alive. Swish. Xing Chen's body flashed, retreating directly. He didn't want to join the battle. He just stared at Luo Miao to prevent him from running away. It had to be known that the true value of this shop did not lie in the items placed on the counter, but in the pitch-black ring in the other party's hand. Xing Chen's speed shocked the people in the distance. They exclaimed inwardly, "How fast!" At this moment, the 8th guard attacked Zi Chen, only to see a cold and fierce sword light headed straight for Zi Chen's glabella. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped aside, dodged the sword light, and pointed a finger at his opponent's forehead. Puff! This finger was sharp and decisive. His opponent had no time to defend, and the golden light pierced through his forehead. One guard was down from the 8th guard. Cold light flashed, and 2 more attacks came from behind Zi Chen, trying to cut Zi Chen's body in half. The heavenly weapons slashed, and Zi Chen's body was cut in half. But before the two could celebrate, the cut Zi Chen disappeared into thin air. It's an afterimage. Their expressions changed, but then they felt a dangerous aura coming from behind them. They didn't have time to turn around. Energy surged around them, forming layers of defense. Puff! Puff! Their defense didn't work at all. 2 rays of light pierced their heads. 2 guards were down from the 8th guard. 3 people died in the blink of an eye. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed drastically, and they displayed extremely powerful attacks. Swish! 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 With a flash of light, Zi Chen pointed out 4 fingers, and another 4 fell down. Their eyes widened, full of disbelief. They didn't even know how they died. The last remaining person had a terrified expression on his face. He looked at Zi Chen as though he had seen a ghost. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that Zi Chen was in front of him. This time, he didn't point a finger, but a palm hit his chest. Hum! The Heaven Realm warrior felt a vibrating force enter his body, and then he lost all consciousness. Chapter 2090. Silence. A deathly silence. The 8 guards of the Luo family were responsible for guarding the Luo family's shops. They had never failed in their missions. Who knew how many unlucky people they had killed and how much resources they had plundered? But today, the 8 guards had been annihilated in a single exchange. Those who had cursed the other party as an idiot now widened their eyes in shock. At this point, if they still couldn't see the problem, then they would be true idiots. Clearly, this was a game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Thinking back to how they had mocked the other party as an idiot, they had a vexed expression on their faces. Little did they know that they were the real idiots. After killing the 8 guards, Zi Chen's expression was still calm as he looked at Luo Miao. The latter's face was pale and his body was trembling. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. Xing Chen's figure flickered as he moved around the 7 corpses and began to collect the spoils of war. Under Zi Chen's calm gaze, Luo Miao felt more and more pressure. He asked in a trembling voice, "You? Who are you?" Zi Chen smiled and said, "Old man, I'm here to make a deal. Didn't you warn us that we weren't qualified to talk to you?" You. Thinking back to his arrogance, Luo Miao's body trembled even more. He felt a deep sense of fear in his heart. "Did you forget that when we exchanged for the sky crystal earlier, one of the sky crystals you gave us had already used up half of its energy?" Zi Chen looked at Luo Miao. The smile on his face did not fade, and he spoke very politely. But this politeness made Luo Miao even more terrified. He said in a trembling voice, I can exchange it for you. I'll exchange it for a new one." Hearing the two's conversation, the surrounding people suddenly understood. So this was what happened. As for Darren, he was completely dumbfounded. His face was swollen like a pig's head. This was all because of him. Previously, he was upset because he thought he had missed a great opportunity. However, after seeing the 8 guards die, he excitedly slapped himself a few times. As the name implied, he was rejoicing that he didn't go out for a stroll and didn't run into this fiend. Zi Chen smiled and said, "Old man, don't you think your willpower isn't strong enough? Have you forgotten that the beast bones my friend obtained were taken away by you at an extremely low price? Earlier, when you gave him 10 rule chips, my friend felt that the price was a little low and asked you politely. In the end, you gave me 8, and I agreed. However, you felt that I wasn't qualified to speak to you, so you gave me 5 rule chips. Do you still remember? Everyone was silent as they looked at Zi Chen, who was speaking. The other party was very polite, but the more polite the other party was, the colder they felt in their hearts. I'll trade. I'll give you 100 rule chips, Luo Miao said with a trembling voice. He was clearly anxious in his heart. After the transaction was completed, I asked the old man if there was a map for sale, but you looked down on me, thinking that I couldn't take out the resources. I took out 2 pieces of holy power crystal, but you wanted to trade 1 for 2. I wasn't willing, but you wanted to force the trade. So, I was prepared to trade 2 for you, but you said that it was 1 for 4. I didn't agree, and was prepared to trade with another shop, but you sent people to stop us, saying that you had lost 4 pieces of holy power crystal. Then, I took out evidence to prove that the holy power crystal was indeed mine, but you told me that the evidence was useless, and that your goal was to kill me and steal my treasure. Zi Chen looked at Luo Miao with a cold gaze for the first time. He said with dissatisfaction, "Just do business. Why don't you have any professional ethics? May I ask, where is your professional ethics?" Facing Zi Chen's question, Luo Miao shivered and couldn't say a word. The people in the distance knew the whole story, and they understood Luo Miao's greed a little bit. However, under normal circumstances, they would do the same thing when they met people from Life Stars. As for the so-called professional ethics, they had been buried in the dust of history. "Young man, what do you want after all?" Luo Miao tried to control his emotions, asking in a low voice. "I want to ask where is your professional ethics, and I want to recover some of my losses," Zi Chen said politely. However, at this moment, after Xing Chen had finished collecting the spoils, he flashed into the shop. Right after that, cracking noises arose from the shop. The corners of Luo Miao's eyes twitched. Apparently, he knew what was going on inside. The people around also changed their faces. Usually, the existences from Life Stars were the ones they bullied. Not killing them was already merciful. They had never met anyone who resisted. However, according to the rumors, the existences from Life Stars were all ruthless. They had never met anyone like that before. However, today, they seemed to have met a ruthless man who was similar to the rumors. After a while, Xing Chen walked out of the shop. No doubt, the shop was smashed, and Xing Chen had taken all the items. "Yeah, don't go too far. Don't destroy this shop," Zi Chen looked at Xing Chen and said. The latter nodded to show that he understood. The pagans around were dumbfounded. They had robbed everything, and now they wanted to destroy the shop. Luo Miao's face darkened. He had controlled his emotions. He looked at Zi Chen coldly and said, "Young man, don't go too far. I'm from the Luo family. My name is Luo Miao. I'm from the Luo family of Luo Shostar area." Zi Chen nodded and said seriously, "Although I've never heard of this family, I think it should be a very dangerous existence. Don't worry, old man. I know what I'm doing. I'll spare your life, but you have to give me your ring." Luo Miao's expression changed greatly. He didn't feel any heartache when he lost the items in the shop, because many of the shop's resources were in his spatial ring. "Young man, I might not have made it clear earlier. In Luo Shostar area, the Luo family is the #1 family. If you offend the Luo family, there will be no place for you in Luo Shostar area." "Then I'd like to ask, old man, if my actions are considered to have offended the Luo family," Zi Chen asked politely. "It's just a small matter now. If you're willing to admit your mistake, I won't pursue the matter. If you're willing to work for my Luo family, I'll even give you those things. However, if you continue to push your luck, don't blame the Luo family for falling out with you. You won't have anywhere to hide in the future." Luo Miao's last words were cold. Luo Miao wasn't lying. In Luo Shostar area, the Luo family was very influential. If he really wanted to kill someone, the other party would have nowhere to hide. The alien races around stared nervously at Zi Chen, waiting to see what choice he would make. Zi Chen took in everyone's expressions. He nodded and said, Thank you for your magnanimity, old man. After such a long time, I believe your reinforcements should have arrived. What do you mean? Luo Miao's expression changed. As a half-step saint, you didn't attack me, a heaven realm expert, and even pretended to be afraid. Now that you've become more confident and brought out the Luo family, I believe your reinforcements have arrived. I guess they should be in the crowd right now. The surrounding people were shocked and looked around. They had guessed Zichen's intention, but he didn't stop or leave. They were surprised to see how confident he was. Good boy, I underestimated you. Since you've guessed it, then die. Murderous intent surged in Luo Miao's eyes, and a saintly aura spread out. This aura wasn't strong. After all, the other party was only a half-step saint. This person dares to behave so atrociously in the Luo family's territory. We can't let him go, Luo Miao said coldly as he released his aura. That's right. We can't let him go, a voice came from the crowd, and then another half-step saint aura appeared. After this aura appeared, the surrounding alien races immediately scattered. Feeling the two auras, Zichen smiled faintly and said, 2 half-step saints. Xing Chen's battle intent surged. 1 for each of us. I'll deal with that guy. Xing Chen's body flashed, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He rushed toward the second half-step saint. Then leave this one to me. Zichen's body flashed, and he rushed toward Luo Miao. Luo Miao stood in his original position, not moving at all. Zichen, who was charging forward, struck his opponent with his palm, causing his opponent's body to explode. I know you're good at close combat, but I won't let you get close. Luo Miao's figure appeared in the sky. What Zichen destroyed just now was only an afterimage. As a half-step saint, he had a strong battle strength and good eyesight. In his opinion, the death of the 8th guard was due to carelessness, and he didn't use the heavenly path technique. Today, I'll show you the remarkable power of the Luo family. Luo Miao released his aura, and the blue clouds in the sky surged. A terrifying pressure appeared from the blue clouds. Zichen stood on the ground, looked up at Luo Miao, and said coldly, I let you live until now because I want to see the battle strength of a half-step saint. Zichen had killed several half-step saints, but they weren't true half-step saints. Now, Zichen wanted to see how powerful a true half-step saint was. The blue clouds in the sky churned, and a terrifying holy aura descended. Luo Miao's figure floated in the blue clouds, and he looked at Zichen coldly. The surrounding foreign races had all retreated. The pressure of a half-step saint made them feel suffocated. Zichen felt the pressure. His body shone with golden light, and the perfect body was revealed. The impure holy aura was directly dispersed. Blue clouds move. A cold voice resounded in the sky. The blue clouds churned, and a giant python occupied the entire sky. The giant python stared coldly at Zichen. With a hiss, the giant python descended from the sky, causing the space to tremble. It opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Zichen. The energy between heaven and earth was completely berserk, and a terrifying aura swept through every corner of the planet. Don't let me down. With a cold light in his eyes, Zichen tapped his foot and soared into the sky. His body shone with golden light, and like a golden meteorite, he rushed towards the giant python. Swallow him for me. Chapter 2091. The power that Zichen displayed was not small. But it did not bring the shock that everyone had imagined. Just like that, he was swallowed by the python's mouth that suddenly grew bigger. The crowd was still somewhat expectant. They could not help but show a disappointed expression on their faces. It seems that no matter how strong the heaven realm is, after all, there is still a level difference between a half-saint. Without the aura of a saint, his battle strength is too weak. Everyone sighed in disappointment. Some felt that Zichen was careless. Others thought that he was careless. In another direction, Xing Chen was still fighting with his opponent. As for Zichen being swallowed by the python, he did not have any reaction. I thought how strong he was. It turns out that he is just. Luo Miao snorted coldly. There was disdain on his face. No matter how strong Zichen was, as long as he entered the python's mouth, He would definitely be killed by the world that destroyed him. But before he could finish his words, his expression immediately changed. He saw that the python's body suddenly began to tremble. There were rays of golden light dissipating from its body. How is this possible? In the python's stomach. It contains a world that can destroy it. How can he still be alive? Luo Miao's face. There was disbelief. He was extremely shocked. The spectators were also stunned. They did not expect such a scene at all. They saw that in the sky. The python that had just swallowed Zichen. It was roaring in its mouth. Its voice was filled with pain. Its body was also rolling in the sky. It carried an extremely strong oppressive aura. Rays of golden light. They came out from the python's body. Like a heavenly sword, they tore apart the python's body. In the end, the python's body exploded. In the explosion of golden light, Zichen's figure appeared. There were no injuries on his body. He looked at Luo Miao. He frowned and said, "This is your attack." This was the strength of a half-saint. It's ridiculously weak. All around. The crowd was in an uproar. The attack of the giant python just now. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Who would dare to say that he was ridiculously weak? Pu. The giant python exploded. The world within was destroyed. Luo Miao forcefully suppressed the energy backlash. After hearing this, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He didn't bother to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He formed another seal with his hands. His figure kept retreating. He shouted again, "Divine flame flame." The sky distorted. The void was torn apart. A blazing aura surged into the world. It was a huge python. He walked out of the broken void. This python occupied half of the sky. It was slightly smaller than the green cloud python. However, his aura was many times stronger. The python appeared. His cold eyes fell on Zichen. In an instant, Zichen actually felt a sense of danger. What kind of python is that? Looking at the giant python in the sky, he saw that there were wings on the python's back. Zichen had a puzzled look on his face. Unfortunately, no one could explain the origin of this winged python to Zichen. At this moment, the python. It opened its mouth wide. But it didn't devour Zichen. Instead, it spat out a flame at him. This flame emitted an unimaginably high temperature. Wherever it passed, the void was constantly distorted and shattered. But it couldn't withstand the roasting of this flame. Die. Divine flame flame. Seeing the fear in Zichen's eyes, Luo Miao's face revealed a smug look. He controlled those flames. He tried to devour Zichen. He seemed to have sensed danger. Zichen's figure flashed. He wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, this flame. It spread down from the sky like a wave. In an instant, it filled all the places where Zichen could dodge. In an instant, his figure was drowned. The flames burned in midair. The surrounding space kept breaking. It kept healing. It kept repeating. Those spectators. Their figures retreated again. They raised their heads to look at the winged python. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Is that the divine ancestor of the Luo family? That's the divine ancestor of the Luo family, Teng Shi. But it's not the main body. It's just an energy body manifested by the supernatural power. It already has such terrifying power. That kid from the Life Star is dead for sure. The flames of this Teng Shi are very terrifying. It's said that it can rival the sacred fire of Rosefinch. It's also that kid's fault for being careless. If he had fought in close combat, maybe he would have had a chance of winning. The power Zichen displayed was not weak. But in front of a semi-saint who used such a supernatural power, everyone didn't think that his chances of survival would be very high. Ah! At this moment, in the flames, there was a scream. What kind of flame is this? Why is it so strong? Haha! This is the divine flame. Kid, you're dead for sure. Hearing Zichen's scream, Luo Miao laughed proudly. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the thick flame again. He shouted, "Burn him to death." In the sky, the Tengshi appeared. It opened its mouth again. It spewed out a large amount of flame. The flame spread up like a wave. It merged with the previous flame. As the two flames merged, the burning flame in the sky became more and more intense. Zichen's scream was heard again. Damn it. Wait for me to rush out of here. I will definitely kill you. Facing the burning flame, Zichen's voice sounded a little anxious. He was a little frightened. Humph. You won't have this chance. Luo Miao snorted coldly. His face was full of pride. Then he pointed at the flame for the third time. Burn him to death. I'm going to burn his body into nothingness. While speaking, Luo Miao formed a seal with both hands. The energy in his body rushed madly toward the Tengshi. Then the Tengshi spewed fire. Another large amount of flame fell. This time, everyone kept shaking their heads. Obviously, the battle was over. A quarter of an hour passed. Previously, they were certain that Zichen would definitely die. They looked up at the flames that did not dissipate. A strange expression appeared on their faces. It had been 15 minutes. During this time, Luo Miao had already made the Tengshi spit out flames more than 10 times. But in the sea of fire, Zichen's voice would still be heard. Although his voice sounded more and more miserable. He even looked like he was about to die. But so much time had passed. He still looked like he was about to die. They thought of the scene where the other party pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Everyone looked at the sky, looking at the flames. Their expressions were very strange. Luo Miao obviously saw some signs. His face was pale. He had consumed a lot of energy. He no longer made the Tengshi spit out flames. Instead, he stood in the sky. He watched quietly. In the distance, the semi-saint who fought with Xing Chen. He also deliberately distanced himself from the two of them. He also wanted to know. The guy who had not died under the divine flames. What was going on? There were no more flames. The flames in the sky gradually became thinner. When everyone saw the scene in the sky, they were all completely dumbfounded. They were almost petrified. They saw that in the air. Zichen's body was shining with golden light. He was unscathed. And in front of him, there was a square seal. It was devouring the flames around it, until the last trace of flames was taken away by the big seal. The flames were swallowed by that square seal. Everyone saw this scene. They were all speechless. They were so stunned that they could not say a word. Zichen waved his hand and took away the square seal. He looked up at Luo Miao, who had a look of disbelief on his face. He said unhappily, "What *T flames? How dare they call themselves divine flames? But they can barely be used. I have to catch this guy back. He has to spit fire for me every day." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed forward. In an instant, he arrived in front of Luo Miao. However, he was not going to find trouble with Luo Miao. Instead, he was going to deal with the Teng snake. We have to catch the Teng snake. It sets fire every day. Those aliens in the distance. Hearing Zichen's words, they were also completely speechless. Kill him for me. They lost one after another. Luo Miao's eyes turned red. He roared angrily. The energy in his body was continuously absorbed by the Teng snake. Swoosh. That thick snake tail. It swept towards Zichen. Wherever it passed, space collapsed. Zichen easily dodged this attack. He charged towards the Teng snake again. The Teng snake opened its huge mouth. It spat out a large amount of divine flames again. Stop spitting. Wait for me to catch you. I promise I'll let you spit as much as you want in the future. Zichen's figure flashed again. He rushed past the edge of the flames. He went straight for the Teng snake's head. The Teng snake had just closed its mouth when it spat out fire. Zichen was already in front of it. He hugged the other party's mouth with both hands. He used his body to block the other party. He did not let the other party open its mouth again. Ha! Zichen shouted. All the power in his body surged. The perfect body was displayed to the extreme. Then, under everyone's shocked expressions, Zi Chen, who was emitting a dazzling golden light, hugged the Ting snake and threw it backwards. The Ting snake's body. It instantly stretched out uncontrollably. Then, it smashed heavily into the space. Boom! The world shook. The void began to shatter in a large area. In the distance, those aliens were completely petrified. Their eyes widened to the limit. Is this guy a monster? He's actually competing with the Ting snake in strength. Luo Miao was also scared silly. Zi Chen actually relied on his own strength. He flipped the Ting snake over. One had to know. The Ting snake occupied more than half of the sky. Its body was comparable to thousands of Zi Chen. However, it was easily flipped over by Zi Chen. Again. Another shout was heard. Zi Chen threw it over his shoulder. The Ting snake hissed. Its body was completely out of control. Zi Chen shouted. Then, he held the Ting snake tightly. He was thrown around in the sky. What a fierce person. A real fierce person. What fierce person? It's a fierce person, okay? Rumor has it that the people who come out of the Life Star are quite fierce. I've never seen it before. Today, I've finally seen it. Is this guy a real monster? How can he be so strong? In the sky, loud bangs continued to sound. A large area of space shattered. The Ting snake was completely out of control. Look. The Ting snake has been blown up. A cry of surprise sounded. The Ting snake that was thrown by Zi Chen for the last time. Its body dissipated in a daze. In the dissipated body, there was a small Ting snake phantom. Hey! What is this? Zi Chen exclaimed. He grabbed the snake phantom that was about to escape. He saw fear in the other party's eyes. It has intelligence. Zi Chen was very curious. He cast layers of seals. He directly sealed the Ting snake phantom. He placed it in his own world. Chapter 2092. PFFF. The soaring serpent had been destroyed, and its carefully cultivated soul shadow had been taken away by Zi Chen. It was no match for Zi Chen, and when it heard Zi Chen's question, Luo Miao was so angry that he coughed up blood again. There was no color on its face. He had to admit that he had met a monster, a real monster. His most powerful divine ability had been easily neutralized by the opponent. He felt real fear in his heart. At the same time, he regretted that he had been blinded by dogshit and provoked such a person. Senior, it seems like you don't have any other methods. Respecting the old and caring for the young is the traditional virtue of our Life Star. I won't kill you today, but of course, you have to give me the interspatial ring. Zi Chen smiled and spoke politely. Seeing Zi Chen's amiable smile, Luo Miao's heart was filled with fear. His expression kept changing. The wealth in the interspatial ring didn't belong to him alone. It belonged to the entire Luo family. If he handed over the interspatial ring, even if Zi Chen didn't kill him, his family might not let him go. Although a half-sage's energy crystal is very coveted, people from the Life Star have rules. As long as you give me the interspatial ring, I will spare your life. I mean what I say. Zi Chen still had a smile on his face, but in the next moment, when he turned his head, the smile on his face was replaced by a frosty expression as he said coldly to Xing Chen, that trash has nothing valuable other than his energy realm. Kill him and take his crystal. A half-sage's energy crystal is indeed a good thing. Xing Chen smiled coldly. His body suddenly emitted a tyrannical aura. This aura soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Xing Chen crystals appeared in the sky and connected to form a sword diagram. As Xing Chen's light surged, a sword image fell from the sky and slashed towards the half-sage with indescribable power. The half-sage's expression changed when the heavenly sword attacked. The energy around his body surged and formed layers of defense. At the same time, he threw a palm towards the sky and poured his half-sage power into it. PFFF. Xing Chen's heavenly sword continued forward, destroying everything in its path. The palm strike of the half-saint was instantly cut apart upon contact with the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword's power did not diminish as it continued forward, piercing through the half-saint's heart. The surging power of Xing Chen in the heavenly sword poured into the half-saint's body, forcibly extinguishing his vitality. His vitality dissipated, and the half-saint's body fell on its back. Xing Chen stepped forward and took the ring and the half-step holy energy crystal. The surroundings became quiet again. Everyone looked at Xing Chen. They hadn't paid much attention to him before, but now, he had killed a semi-saint in an instant. Back then, Xing Chen did not have a physical body in the tripartite slaughtering formation, and he was restricted by the formation, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. However, ever since the Star Ancestor used his saint power to form a physical body for him, coupled with the memories that belonged to the Star Ancestor in his soul, Xing Chen's battle prowess had become even stronger. All the alien races cast looks of shock and awe at Xing Chen. A heaven realm expert who could kill a semi-saint was definitely a powerful existence in the same realm. After taking the spoils of war, Xing Chen smiled innocently and walked to Zi Chen's side. He looked at Luo Miao in front of him with a playful smile. The latter's expression changed and became decisive. He immediately took off the ring on his hand and sent a stream of energy into it. The ring slowly floated towards Zi Chen. "Thank you, Elder." After receiving the ring, Zi Chen smiled at the other party. The perfect spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness surged towards the ring. Luo Miao's soul was forcibly destroyed when it encountered Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense. Luo Miao couldn't help but cry out when his soul was forcibly erased. His face immediately paled and he almost vomited blood again. At this moment, the spatial ring that belonged to him had completely changed owners. It was emitting a faint golden light. Using his spiritual sense to scan the ring, Zi Chen appeared to be very satisfied with the goods inside. To be able to forcibly destroy his spiritual sense, it was obvious that the other party's spiritual sense was much stronger than his. Luo Miao no longer had any hatred in his heart. At least not for the time being. He knew that the other party letting him live was a very benevolent act. Perhaps it was also because of the virtues of the Life Star. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't let someone who offended him live. Playing with the spatial ring in his hand, Zi Chen's gaze swept past Luo Miao. Finally, his gaze locked onto a large trading shop. Zi Chen descended and walked towards the shop. When the shop owner saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with fear, and he even had the urge to take the items and run. The surrounding aliens were also shocked. They all guessed that this fellow had not only robbed the Luo family's shop, but he also wanted to rob other shops as well. When he came to the front of the shop and sensed that there was no one inside, Zi Chen turned to the crowd and asked, "I want to trade something. Is this shop not open?" "It's open, it's open. What do you want to trade?" An old man walked out from the crowd. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he spoke. After looking at the old man, Zi Chen turned to Luo Miao who was about to leave quietly and said, "Old man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'm not familiar with the market here. I hope old man can help me take a look. You might not be familiar with it, but you robbed it." The surrounding people thought so, but they didn't dare to refute. Luo Miao didn't dare to leave either. He could only return and follow Zi Chen into the shop. After that, Xing Chen began to take things from the spatial rings. Naturally, the crystals of other attributes were useless to the two of them. Other than that, there were also the heaven weapons and heaven pills. Zi Chen waved his hand, and the materials that Luo Miao had taken away with the 5 law crystals appeared once again. After that, Zi Chen also took out the heaven crystals of other attributes from Luo Miao's spatial ring and said, "Give me all of these heaven crystals with no attributes. As for these, you can give me an estimate." The shop owner kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead as he looked at the pile of materials. Of course, he couldn't give them the usual price. Otherwise, he would end up like Luo Miao. 100 law crystals. The old man gave a very reasonable price. This price was already very high among the foreign races. It was 20 times more than the 5 law crystals that Luo Miao had given. "Old man, what do you think?" Zi Chen turned and smiled at Luo Miao. 200. Luo Miao said without hesitation. This time, he had lost a lot. When he returned, he would definitely be punished. If he didn't have a good time, others wouldn't have a good time either. This price was naturally a loss. The shop owner really wanted to kill Luo Miao. However, with Zichen beside him, he didn't dare to do anything. He could only nod and laugh dryly. All right, 200 then. 200 rule crystals could be exchanged for 20 attributeless heavenly crystals, or 10 for 1. Zichen nodded. He was very satisfied with this price. There was no need for him to say anything else. Luo Miao took the initiative to pick up a heaven pill and said, "This heaven pill contains 5 types of laws. If you extract all of them, you'll get 5 law crystals. With this heaven crystal, you can exchange it for 1.5 heaven crystals. However, considering the integrity of our business, we usually give you a refund. Therefore, this heaven pill can be exchanged for 2 heaven crystals." Hearing Luo Miao's words, the shop owner was dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, 1 heaven crystal could be exchanged for 4 of these heaven pills. Now, Luo Miao wanted to exchange it for 2. Furthermore, he even said that integrity was important in business. At this moment, the shop owner was very warmly greeting Luo Miao's family. He even sent his greetings to the sacred ancestor Soaring Serpent. If you had even a little bit of integrity, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Now, you're actually talking about integrity in front of me? Can I exchange it? Zichen asked when he saw the shop owner's expression changing. Yes. Seeing Zichen's calm eyes, the shop owner quickly nodded. More cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Don't force yourself. I don't like to force others. Zichen said again. No, I'm not forcing you at all. This price is very reasonable and very honest. The shop owner quickly waved his hand. He forced a smile on his face. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. This damn Luo Miao was a good example. Seeing the shop owner's terrified expression, Luo Miao ridiculed him. He picked up another heaven pill and said, "This one can be exchanged for 3 heaven crystals. This one can also be exchanged for 3 heaven crystals. Oh, and this one is also good stuff. This heaven weapon can also be exchanged for 2 heaven crystals." The shop owner even felt like dying. He inwardly sent a warm greeting to Luo Miao's many generations of relatives. "Sir, this shop only has so many heaven crystals left. Should I exchange for something else?" In the end, the shop owner had a bitter expression. There were no more heaven crystals left. As for how he should exchange for something else, could it be that Luo Miao would exchange 1 heaven pill for 3 of his heaven pills and then continue the exchange? If that was the case, even if he gave all of the shop's items to Luo Miao, it still wouldn't end. Fortunately, Zichen wasn't overly greedy. He carried on the traditional virtues of life stars. After thanking the shop owner, he turned around and headed to the second shop. Of course, Luo Miao had to follow him. For this shop, Luo Miao wasn't courteous either. He skillfully explained the value of each material until there were no more heaven crystals left. However, Zichen still hadn't finished exchanging his resources. Thus, he headed to the third shop. Luo Miao was very clear about how many shops there were. At the same time, he roughly estimated the value of the remaining materials. Under his deliberate exchanging, he also exchanged all the heaven crystals in all the shops. Without a doubt, all the shop owners had bitter expressions. Luo Miao's relatives were also warmly greeted in their hearts again and again. It was clearly Luo Miao's own greed that caused this disaster. Now, it caused them to suffer heavy losses. "Sir, thank you. We will meet again someday." After exiting the last shop, Zichen smiled and turned around to fly out of this world. Xing Chen followed closely behind. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Chapter 2093. Looking at the two of them leaving, Luo Miao finally let out a sigh of relief. He was sure that his life was saved. Everyone in the trading area had seen the previous scene. They knew that Luo Miao had helped an outsider from the Lifestar to cheat the other shop owners. Now, after seeing Zichen leave, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Miao. Many of them were filled with killing intent, causing the temperature in the trading area to drop. Feeling the killing intent in the surroundings, Luo Miao didn't run away. His face even revealed a cold expression. He snorted and shouted, "You are glaring at me. Do you want to attack me?" Let me see which one of you has the guts to attack a member of the Luo family. The shop owners' faces turned ugly when they heard Luo Miao's words. They weren't like Zi Chen. They couldn't ignore the colossus that was the Luo family. At this moment, even though they were angry, they didn't dare to attack Luo Miao. Luo Miao, you old bastard. You were the one who suffered a big loss because of your greed. Why did you cheat us? A shop owner was angry. Yeah, if you didn't purposely give us a high price, would we have suffered such a big loss? You're too evil and greedy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have caused such a big trouble. Another shop owner rebuked. This time, they had suffered a big loss. Although it wasn't much compared to Luo Miao's loss, the attribute-less heaven crystals they had lost added up to a huge amount. That's because you're idiots. You can't blame others for this. Now, you have two choices. First, go back and tell your families that it was you who were greedy and afraid of death that caused the loss of your shop. Second, work with me to announce that your shop was robbed by two people from the Lifestar. We will work together to eliminate them. Now, tell me your choice. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at Luo Miao and said fiercely, "Old bastard, so this is your plan. You created this sin, but you're greedy and afraid of death. Now, you want to drag us down with you. You can think whatever you want. It's your choice." Luo Miao smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with hatred. Today's matter would not pass so easily. He wanted revenge. He wanted to pull in all the forces for revenge. After leaving the trading ground, the excitement and joy on Xing Chen's face did not disappear for a long time. The harvest this time could be said to be huge, almost hundreds of times more than what they had in the past few years. That Luo Miao's unexpected cooperation made Xing Chen very surprised. "Why didn't you kill that Luo Miao?" Xing Chen asked as he looked at Zi Chen flying in front of him. "If we kill him, we won't be able to trade for these things," Zi Chen said. "But..." Xing Chen hesitated. "You want to ask why we didn't kill him after the deal, right? He used those resources to exchange for something that was almost 100 times more than what he would have received under normal circumstances. This can be considered as helping us. Besides, I already said that I would let him go. There's no need to be merciful to foreign races." Xing Chen's eyes flashed with hatred. "This place is ruled by the foreign races. We can't possibly kill all the foreign races we see. This time, our harvest is not small. Let's find a place to recover our energy first." Xing Chen needed to absorb the energy bit by bit to recover his energy. However, Zi Chen did not need to do so. He cultivated the world Tao. He only needed to place the non-elemental sky crystals into his world and let the world's laws absorb them. After leaving the trading planet far away, Xing Chen began to recover his energy. Zi Chen took out a jade slip with a map on it from Luo Miao's ring. He released his spiritual sense to observe it in detail. There were over 100 planets recorded in detail on the map. Most of them were marked with names of places, and some were marked with dangerous icons. For example, the trading planet that Zi Chen was at was called the Luo Chen domain. That region contained 12 planets. One of them was a trading planet. Of the remaining 12, 2 could be used for training. The rest were places like inns. At the center, there was a planet called Luo Chen. It was a gathering place. It was very prosperous. Other than the introductions of the star domains, there was a special path that led to the deepest part of the star domain. That was the core of the Luo Sho star domain, where the Luo family was located. However, that place was too far away. There were also some unmarked planets. Most of them were abandoned planets that had lost their heaven and earthling chi. The map said that these planets would be destroyed with the passage of time. This is the starting point of the star path training. Seems like we have to go deeper from here. Zi Chen retracted his spiritual sense and looked at the endless planets. He muttered, "Don't tell me we have to go deeper into the Luo Sho star domain from here." In the star domain, it was necessary to pass through the planets. At the same time, it was necessary to teleport from one planet to another in order to advance quickly. If they just flew around the planets, it would be too time-consuming. They might not reach the Luo Sho star domain even after thousands of years. That Luo Miao must be unwilling to accept such a big loss. Those shop owners should belong to other factions. They don't dare to do anything to Luo Miao. The latter must have noticed this, which is why he fought for me without any scruples. Maybe they have already formed some kind of alliance. Zi Chen had expected such a scene, but he was not worried. Especially after seeing the map of the star domain, he did not have to worry about running away even if he could not win. The star domain was so big, it was not easy to find a person. The nearest planet in his line of sight was not marked. It should be a defeated planet. Zi Chen planned to go there first to recover the energy he had used. Xing Chen got up and followed Zi Chen. 3 days later, the two finally approached the planet and entered it. This was a defeated planet. It was dead silent, and there were no signs of life. After arriving at a mountain peak, Zi Chen took out the soul shadow that belonged to Luo Miao. After checking with his spiritual sense, he did not find any abnormalities. It was just a pure spiritual body. Zi Chen asked, "Do you know what this is?" Xing Chen turned to look at the little snake in Zi Chen's hand and asked in surprise, "This is the soaring snake. Where did you get it?" "This spiritual body appeared after killing that giant python, so I caught it." "What's the use of this thing?" Zi Chen played with the sealed soaring snake in his hand. "This is just a weak trace of soul power. It is not very useful. It can't even be considered a clone. However, its origin is not small. It is the soaring snake saint, comparable to Saint Rosefinch. Its origin is that big." Zi Chen was shocked. Its origin is naturally big, but this fellow can't even be considered a clone. At most, it is a trace of soul power awakened from a god art. It has no connection to the main body. Now that I think about it, the soaring snake saint's family seems to be surnamed Luo. Luo Miao's soul power also has a trace of atavism. Atavism can be cultivated into a true soaring snake? How is that possible? It is just a bit stronger. If you want to truly atavism, you will have to devour the soaring snake saint's soul. Xing Chen's words were unintentional, but Zi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard them. If that's the case, can I strengthen this strand of soul power and then swallow the flying snake saint? Zi Chen's bold idea scared Xing Chen. He said directly, "How is that possible? That soaring snake is an existence comparable to Saint Rosefinch. It is a true great sage. You don't have the bloodline of the Luo family. You can't strengthen this soul power. What I said before was just a hypothesis. Maybe you can communicate with it and let it continue to spit fire to strengthen the Rosefinch seal." "That's true. It seems to only have this little use." Zi Chen took out the Rosefinch seal. The seal turned into the size of a palm and flashed with golden flames. Zi Chen planned to use the seal to trap the other party and let it spit fire when it sensed danger. However, when he took out the seal, he saw that the little thing's eyes were filled with fear. It was constantly struggling in the seal. What is going on? Looking at this scene, Zi Chen was a little puzzled. Xing Chen looked at this scene with interest. Suddenly, his expression changed. A soul is a soul. Your perfect spiritual sense can evolve everything. This Rosefinch seal already has a trace of Rosefinch's aura. In the past, the two great sages were rivals. Now that both of them have soul aura, they are instinctively hostile. Try to activate the Rosefinch seal. Maybe you can devour the soaring snake's soul power. As the Rosefinch seal got closer, the fear in the soaring snake's eyes became more intense. The Rosefinch seal was also activated. There was a Rosefinch cry and a flame aura was released. This flame instantly spread and enveloped Zi Chen's palm. After it enveloped the soaring snake in Zi Chen's hand, Zi Chen clearly felt a trace of desire from the soul power in the Rosefinch seal. Can it really devour it? Zi Chen's eyes lit up and released his palm. At the same time, he broke the seal on the soaring snake's body. The seal was broken and the soaring snake hissed and turned to escape. The flames on the Rosefinch seal surged and trapped the soaring snake. The soaring snake struggled and hissed to escape. However, it was unable to escape from the flames of the Rosefinch seal. As if it knew its fate, the soaring snake's eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. It then charged towards the Rosefinch seal in the depths of the flames. A battle between souls had officially begun. Because they were both newborn souls and did not have any divine abilities, the two relied on their instincts. During the battle, the soaring snake would occasionally spit fire. Unfortunately, it had lost its huge body and was much less of a threat. Chapter 2094. The battle between Rosefinch and Soaring Serpent was coming to an end. Rosefinch, who had the home advantage, was about to devour Soaring Serpent. Zichen did not understand what this meant and only watched with interest. He did not notice the change in Xing Chen's expression. Xing Chen, whose expression was changing, did not say anything. He was also quietly watching the battle. A mournful hiss rang out and Soaring Serpent's body dissipated under Rosefinch's claws. Rosefinch opened its mouth and devoured Soaring Serpent's dissipated soul. After devouring Soaring Serpent, Rosefinch's soul power had clearly grown a bit stronger. This is interesting. We can catch more of these soaring serpents in the future. I believe the power of Rosefinch's seal will grow stronger and stronger. Zichen smiled as he felt the changes in the soul power of Rosefinch's seal. That's right. If this continues, the future of this treasure will be limitless. It might even reach the saint rank one day. It might even be able to devour Soaring Serpent's soul. Xing Chen nodded. Devouring Soaring Serpent's great saint? Zichen was startled. It's very possible. Xing Chen said solemnly. If Rosefinch's soul power continued to grow, it might really be possible. However, this was an extremely distant matter. Since there was such a possibility, Zichen had to fight for it. He revealed a cold smile. Luo family. Even if you don't come looking for me this time, I will come looking for you. Next, the two of them began to recover their exhausted energy. Zichen also sat cross-legged and continuously controlled the world's laws to devour the energy of the attribute-less heavenly crystals. This time, his harvest was not small. He had almost cleared out all the attribute-less heavenly crystals in the shops. However, compared to Zichen who possessed a world, these heavenly crystals could not last for long. While recovering, Zichen thought about where he should go next to get more heavenly crystals. A few days later, Xing Chen's energy had completely recovered. Zichen's world was still recovering, but it did not affect his battle prowess. When they reached the depths of the world, the two of them got up and prepared to leave. Zichen was curious about this world. Although he didn't have the time to explore it, he could still scan it with his powerful spiritual sense. Zichen released his spiritual sense and spread it into the distance. He didn't expect to find anything when he was about to withdraw his spiritual sense. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, a sneer appeared on his lips. DeLun felt that he was really unlucky. He had casually met two people from a lifestar and provoked them casually, which had brought him a big disaster. Thinking back to his expression and attitude at that time, even he felt that he deserved a beating. At first, he was very regretful, thinking that a big advantage that belonged to him had been taken away by the Luo family, but after seeing the 8 guards die in an instant, he felt panic in his heart. His battle prowess was not bad, barely stronger than one of the 8 guards, but there was no way he could be a match for Zichen. After the 8 guards died, he held on for a while and saw the battle between two half-saints. Luo Miao's 2 divine abilities from the Luo family were useless. The flames of the soaring serpent were devoured by Zichen's magic treasure. When Zichen rushed towards the soaring serpent, he had already begun to retreat. From afar, he saw the shocking scene of Zichen grabbing the soaring serpent. Without saying anything, he activated the teleportation formation of the trading ground and chose to escape. During this time, he had to teleport twice before hiding on this broken Xingchen planet. He believed that he only needed to hide here for a few days and wait for those two to enter the depths of the world. It's been 7 days. Those 2 damn guys must have gone deep. No, I have to stay here for a few more days. What if they haven't left? Although there's no scenery here, I can still see some rocks. Darren muttered to himself. Up until now, he was the only one who knew about this broken planet, so he wasn't worried that someone could come here. After all, he had to teleport twice to get here. That guy is just a Heaven Realm expert, but he can suppress a half-sage. His background must be extraordinary. Damn it, How could your grandpa Darren meet such a guy? Usually, although the guys from the Life Star are arrogant in the beginning, they will be obedient after being taught a lesson. It's very popular to take people from Life Stars as slaves on this star path. If Grandpa Darren can take in such a powerful slave, that would be great. When the nervous Darren thought about the slave issue, he immediately revealed an excited smile. Obviously, he was thinking too much. No, that guy is a smiling tiger. He is obviously powerful, but he wants to trick Luo Miao. Even if I take him in as a slave, he might still scheme against Grandpa Darren. But what's going on with that damn Life Star? Isn't it always trash that comes here? Why is there such a powerful existence here? Darren was still muttering to himself. He seemed to be a little agitated and didn't notice the two people standing behind him. It's very popular to take in slaves from Life Stars. This is actually a very moral thing. At least, after taking them in, they won't be killed. That guy mentioned morality. Who said that we don't have morality here? Darren, who was getting more and more agitated, suddenly felt something in the corner of his eyes. When he subconsciously turned his head, his expression froze and his words stopped. Please continue. Chen looked at Darren with a faint smile on his face and said politely, please continue. When the startled Darren heard Chen's polite tone, his body trembled and he almost peed himself. He didn't hesitate to kneel on the ground and shouted, Grandpa Darren was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended Grandpa Life Star. Darren wasn't stupid. From the other party's expression and casual actions, he immediately guessed that the other party had been here for a long time. Adding on the previous grudge, he decisively admitted his mistake. Grandpa Life Stars, please spare little Darren. I have parents and children. My daily life is also difficult. I hope Grandpa Life Stars can spare my life. As long as Grandpa Life Stars can spare my life, little Darren can do anything. Previously, little Darren was wrong. I apologize to Grandpa Life Stars. While speaking, Darren unceremoniously slapped his own face. This scene startled Chen. Chen couldn't help but look at Chen beside him. He thought to himself that this person was very intimidating. He had only said a few polite words to the other party, and the two of them had become Grandpa Life Stars. However, he had heard Darren's muttering just now. He knew that this fellow loved to call himself Grandpa Life Star. Now, when he called little Darren, it sounded funny. The slapping sounds were still echoing. Darren's face quickly swelled up. Don't be in such a hurry to hurt yourself. Let me ask you a few questions. Chen said indifferently. Grandpa Life Star, may I ask if this is good? Darren didn't stop slapping his own face. I heard you say that it is popular here to take people from Life Stars as slaves. Is this true? Chen's tone had a trace of indifference. Yes, it is absolutely true. In the eyes of those guys, people from Life Stars have no human rights. They are not even considered as human beings. They are equivalent to playthings. If they are female cultivators, they will suffer less, but they will definitely suffer a lot. If they are male cultivators, if they are weak, they will be killed. If they are strong, they will be treated as slaves and live a miserable life. Your little Darren, hates this kind of thing the most. Because he wanted to talk, Darren slapped his own face lightly. When he saw Chen looking at him, he slapped even harder. His entire face swelled up. This reminded Chen of a powerful technique when he was still in the mortal realm. Does no one care? Isn't there a special force in the star path to maintain order? Chen asked. Who cares? This is the Luo family's territory. The Luo family is the secret manager. Although Darren, I don't like this kind of thing, I don't dare to challenge the Luo family. It is said that it is better to go to the Rakshasa star domain. However, those guys from Life Stars are only in the heaven realm. How can they go to the Rakshasa star domain? They kill and capture people. Among them, the Luo family is the most excessive. There is even a slave fight performance in the Raichen star domain. I have been there once. Darren's expression was a little intoxicated. However, he immediately reacted and said with hatred, those damn guys are worse than animals. Do all the forces do this, or is it just the Luo family? Zichen asked. His face was expressionless. The other forces are better, but the Luo family is the most unscrupulous. When they see people from life stars, they are like dogs seeing dog shit. No, it is like a grandson seeing a grandpa. They will immediately pounce on them. Not to mention the people from life stars, even people like us from the Luo family will still be killed. Darren didn't know how much of a disaster his words had brought to the Luo family, and how much of a disaster it had indirectly resolved for the other forces. Zichen nodded and said, "Seeing that you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, you can follow us. I heard that you also want to take in slaves. Then, the two of us will be your slaves." I wouldn't dare. Grandpa life spirits, little Darren wouldn't dare. Darren quickly waved his hand. His body was trembling. He wasn't faking it. He had just sensed a murderous intent in Zichen's eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Just take it as you are now. Follow us. Our next destination is the Luo family's other shops. Zichen said impatiently. Ah! Darren screamed. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face turned pale. However, compared to the death in front of him, although that possibility was crazy, there was still a chance of survival. The Luo family deserves it. You provoked this fiend. You deserve to be unlucky. Chapter 2095. Without coming to the Star Road, one would never know the attitude of the alien races towards the cultivators of the Star Road. Because of the laws of this world, there were no half-saints in the vicinity of the Life Star. They were either at the peak of the Heaven Realm or the Saint Realm. Similarly, there were no false saints. Darren found a barely usable teleportation array in this abandoned world. The three of them stepped onto the teleportation array and began to go deeper into the Star Road. At first, Darren was a little scared, but when he found that Zichen was serious, he immediately understood that Zichen was doing this to cover up the truth. After taking the teleportation array to a small gathering place, Darren asked around. For the time being, he did not hear anything about the Luo family chasing after Zichen. The news has not spread yet. No one should know about it yet. Darren came in front of Zichen and carefully asked, "Where are we going next? Is there a Luo family shop here?" Zichen asked. "Yes, there is a Luo family shop in every trading place." Darren said. "Okay, bring us there." The news had not spread yet, so Zichen did not need to change his appearance. Under Darren's lead, the three of them walked towards the Luo family shop. Darren walked in front, Zichen and Luo Binghe followed behind. In the eyes of others, they were like Darren's servants. Facing the strange gazes from all around, Darren was very nervous. He knew that the two behind him were not servants, but true ancestors. "Be natural, let's go directly to the shop," Zichen transmitted. Taking a deep breath, Darren calmed himself down. He tried to be natural and went straight to the Luo family shop. He knew what Zichen was going to do. While being nervous, he was also a little excited. The Luo family was a true colossus. Normally, he could only look up to them. But today, This was a small shop. There were only 2 workers and a manager. Darren walked into the shop and said loudly, "This shop is not small. It should have something that this young master needs." At this moment, there were several people looking at things in the shop, and one person was trading. When they heard Darren's unrestrained words, they all turned their heads to look at him. Darren had a sturdy body and an unattractive appearance. Everybody's eyes scanned him, falling on Zichen and the other 2 behind him. Looking at the 2 slaves from the Life Star, everybody had strange looks in their eyes. In Rakshasa Star area, it was unknown when it had become popular to bring along slaves from Life Stars. It seemed to have a lot to do with whether one brought a slave or not. It was rare to see someone like Darren who brought 2 servants with him. "What do you need, young master?" a shop assistant asked politely. "Holy power crystals are of the dark attribute. I can exchange them 1 for 1, or 2 for 1. Little Violet, take them out and show them," Darren said proudly. Zichen did not answer, but with a flip of his hand, 8 Saint Power crystal chips appeared in his hand, and a faint Saint aura spread out from the chips. Saint Energy Crystal Chip. 8. There are actually 8 Saint Energy Crystal Chip. Seeing this, The other people in the shop immediately changed their expressions. Their eyes fell on Darren again, and strange lights flashed in their eyes again. Naturally, there was greed in their eyes. A Heaven Realm expert bringing 2 Heaven Realm slaves from a lifestar to such a remote place to show off such precious things, it was no doubt courting death. The shopkeeper at the counter saw this and nodded to the 2 shop assistants. "Sorry, we're closed today. I'm really sorry, come back tomorrow. The shop is closing." The 2 shop assistants whispered to the cultivators who were trading. These people naturally understood what the shopkeeper meant. They did not want to leave, but they did not dare to offend the Luo family. "What do you mean? This young master has just arrived, and you're closing?" Darren frowned and raised his voice. "How can we close when a big customer has arrived? Please follow me." The shopkeeper stood up and signaled Darren to go to the back to trade. "Let's go," Darren said indifferently. He knew what these people were planning, but with Zi Chen and Xing Chen around, he was not afraid at all. The shopkeeper also did not care too much about Zi Chen and Xing Chen, the 2 slaves from a lifestar. They did not care about them at all. The shop soon closed, and there were a few customers who had just left but were unwilling to leave. This was the Star Road, there were no rules, everything was based on profit. In front of enough profit, a kind merchant could turn into a ferocious bandit at any time. What's going on? Why is the Luo family's shop closed? Yeah, it was still open just now. Some of the surrounding cultivators were puzzled when they saw this scene. The Luo family was the ruler of this star field, and their business was usually fair, so their business was good. At this moment, many cultivators were blocked outside the shop. "We met an idiot who has a lot of Saint Energy crystal chips." "What? There's such a thing? Could it be that guy who brought 2 slaves with him just now?" The foreign race that was forced out unwillingly told them what had just happened. Everyone was moved when they heard that. 8 Saint Energy crystal chips was definitely a huge amount of wealth. It was not as simple as wealth. If they were lucky enough, they might be able to refine the Saint Energy law and become a saint. Even if they could not become a real saint, becoming a fake saint or a half-saint was not bad either. Just like before, no one thought that those 3 fellows could still be alive. Maybe the 2 slaves could survive, and their memories would be forcibly erased and thrown into some arena until they died. Everyone was regretful, but they were not in a hurry to leave, so they all waited outside. Inside the shop, there was a space specially used for transactions. This space was a bit too big for transactions, but it was perfect for battles. "What do you want?" Seeing the sudden appearance of several Heaven Realm experts, Darren's expression changed. A memory crystal immediately appeared in his hand, and he activated its energy, causing the memory crystal to float in the air. "Let me tell you, I am here to make a deal. If you want to scheme, then everything in the memory crystal will be the most important evidence for you to be punished in the future." Feeling the undisguised greed and murderous intent in these people's eyes, Darren shouted, "Hee hee." The manager laughed coldly and began to close in on him. "I know, you want to kill me and steal my treasures." Darren suddenly realized. "That's right. Unfortunately, your reaction is too slow." The manager sneered. "You really want to kill me and steal my treasures? This is the Star Road, there are rules here." Darren revealed an expression of disbelief. "Idiot. Our Luo family has the final say here. On this Star Road, our Luo family is the rule." Hearing the other party's words, Darren revealed a mocking smile. He waved his hand and the memory crystal fell. "I was waiting for you to say that." The manager sensed that something was wrong, and he immediately gestured for the Luo family experts to attack. Waves of energy surged in this space, and powerful auras were released. These Heaven Realm experts charged towards Darren. Darren did not move, but he was actually very nervous. These people's strength was about the same as his, and if they attacked together, if the 2 behind him did not attack, he would definitely die. However, he could not move, nor did he dare to move. At this moment, Zi Chen stepped forward and shielded Darren behind him. This guy did well, so he couldn't die for the time being. Zi Chen, whose body glowed with golden light, began to attack, and the sound of explosions resounded throughout the entire space. These Luo family Heavenly Realm experts were all sent flying, but they did not die. So it's a tough one. Use the heavenly Tao arts. The steward narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There's no need for other spells. Just summon the soaring serpent. Your Luo family's most powerful spell is this, Zi Chen coldly snorted. Boasting shamelessly with divine flames. Under the command of the manager of the Luo family, these heavenly realms displayed their powerful abilities one after another. Soaring serpents appeared one after another. Zi Chen carefully observed the soaring serpents with his spiritual sense and found that they all had a trace of soul power, but it was much weaker than Luo Miao's soul power. Divine flame. As the cold voice fell, the soaring serpents that filled the entire space opened their mouths and spat out large flames at Zi Chen and the other two. This is the power of the divine flame. Zi Chen's cold voice rang out from within the flames. The steward's expression changed, and he shouted, "Increase the power of your attack." As if he felt that this wasn't enough, he released the powerful aura of a half-sage and used the divine flame as well. These divine flames can be fused. After fusing, their power will greatly increase, and they can directly threaten the life of a half-sage. Even false sages have to be careful. What can you few heavenly realms amount to? Looking at the churning flames, the Luo family's steward coldly said. The power is still too weak. Zi Chen's cold voice rang out from within the divine flames. What? Their expressions greatly changed, and they all gritted their teeth and spat out essence blood, greatly increasing the power of the divine flames. But it was useless. By the time they stopped, they saw the flames continuously shrink until the three of them appeared. When they saw all the divine flames being swallowed by a large seal, they all revealed shocked expressions. These flames are indeed not bad. I believe that you won't be stingy in the future. I will kindly accept these soaring serpents' soul power. After putting away the rosefinch seal, Zi Chen's figure flashed and rushed towards the soaring serpents in the sky. Xing Chen continued to stay in place to protect Darren, who was almost scared to death. There were several soaring serpents in the surroundings. If he was too slow, the other party might put them away. Therefore, Zi Chen decisively attacked. Boom! His figure appeared in midair, and a fist shining with golden light directly exploded a soaring serpent. When the soaring serpent's soul was about to escape, Zi Chen grabbed it and forcefully sealed it. His figure flashed, and loud explosions rang out continuously. One after another, the soaring serpents were blown apart, and their souls were collected by Zi Chen. Chapter 2096. These Luo family cultivators looked at Zi Chen hovering in the sky in fright. Their most powerful divine flaming flame couldn't defeat him alone. They all looked at Darren in fright, guessing who he was to have such a powerful slave. Sir, we admit defeat. It's our fault. What do you need? The half-saint shopkeeper clasped his fists at Darren, showing an attitude of admitting his mistake. Until now, he still thought that Darren was their master. Kill them all. Darren knew Zi Chen's attitude towards the Luo family. He didn't wait for the shopkeeper to finish, waving his hand and shouting coldly. Swoosh! Xing Chen, who had been protecting Darren, immediately dashed forward as soon as he heard his order. It seemed that he was following Darren's order. On the other side, Zi Chen had begun his slaughter. Watching the battle, Darren's eyes sparkled brightly. Although he didn't join the battle, because of his words, these people had to die. The two powerful existences from the Life Star had become his slaves. Darren was imagining that in the future, they would do whatever he asked them to do and kill whoever he asked them to kill. He was proud. He was a little absent-minded and then laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Zi Chen's voice arose in Darren's ears. His body shivered. The image of Zi Chen kneeling on the ground in his mind disappeared. He immediately answered, Nothing. Nothing. Oh, the battle is over. At this moment, Darren found that the Heaven Realm experts of the Luo family who were still alive had all fallen. Xing Chen was cleaning the battlefield. Good harvest, Xing Chen smiled after a while. Take the ones outside too, said Zi Chen. After walking out of this space, there was no one in sight. After taking away everything in the shop, Xing Chen opened the door and Darren walked out first. A lot of cultivators had already gathered outside. Apparently, they all knew that the Luo family was about to engage in a robbery. As the door opened, everyone became alert. Although they felt that it was impossible for it to be those three fellows, there was still a faint trace of anticipation in their hearts. After that, his expectations came true. They're out. Oh my God, they actually came out. Could it be that the Luo family is really making a deal? It's impossible for the Luo family to not be moved by such a good thing. Now that they're still alive, could it be that this person is a member of the Luo family? To be able to bring 2 servants with him, how could he dare to show off? He must be someone from the Luo family. The fact that the 3 of them were able to come out alive seemed to be the only explanation. Everyone stared at the 3 of them as they left. Some of them even had greedy looks in their eyes. So what if he was a member of the Luo family? As long as he dared to leave this world, he would still die in the void. Some of the cultivators quietly followed them. Some of them felt that something was not right and stepped into the Luo family's shop. When they saw the scene in the shop, they were all dumbfounded. They saw that everything that had been placed on the counter in the shop had disappeared. There was also no sign of the Luo family's receptionist. Could it be that they exchanged for everything? If they exchanged for everything, then where are they? Looking at the empty shop, everyone's faces were filled with confusion. No one thought about whether these people had been killed or whether the things here had been robbed. Puzzled, the crowd entered the depths of the shop. In that unique battle space, they saw corpses one after another. Their faces instantly turned pale. In the Rakshasa starfield, there were actually people who dared to make a move on the Luo family. They felt that it was extremely inconceivable and were extremely shocked. Thus, they quietly retreated, not daring to make a single word of it public. The 3 of them sensed that someone was following them. They deliberately sped up and stepped into the teleportation formation to leave, pretending to be weak. No matter how small a fly is, it's still meat. Darren said and thought so. He deliberately teleported the 2 of them to a panicked planet. After a while, many cultivators caught up with them. As for the result, one could tell from the excited Darren. This time, they had gained a lot. Although he did not put in much effort, Chen still generously rewarded him with 10 attribute-less sky crystals. Darren had obviously tasted the sweetness. Without needing Chen's instructions, he directly said, after another 5 teleportations, we can find another Luo family shop. It's not small. Let's go. Their whereabouts had not been exposed yet. Naturally, they would rob as many shops as they could. Chen decisively agreed. Thus, under Darren's lead, the 3 of them began to wander around the Reichen star domain, targeting the Luo family's shop and looting. From the beginning, when they entered the shop and took out the Saint Power crystal chip, the shop's people showed greedy faces. They were thinking about how to rob it. None of them had the heart to make a normal transaction. Fortunately, Chen didn't hold back and took their lives along the way. After Rosefinch's Fang seal absorbed the soaring serpent's flame, its power continued to increase. Rosefinch's soul slowly grew in the process of constantly devouring the soaring serpent's soul shadow. After repeated looting, the news finally spread. Now, almost all the forces in the Reichen star domain knew that there was a powerful existence targeting the Luo family. So far, 15 Luo family shops in the Reichen star domain had been looted. Except for the Luo family's shop, the other shops were intact. The strongest person in the Reichen star domain was called Luo Chen. He was a real false saint. He was the well-deserved number 1 person in this area and also the ruler here. At this moment, Luo Miao was kneeling in front of Luo Chen. He did not say a word. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead onto the floor. In front of him, there were 3 portraits. Do you know the 3 of them? Luo Chen asked coldly. Yes, yes. Luo Miao nodded. His body was trembling uncontrollably because of fear. Among the 3, Chen and Xing Chen. Of course, he would not forget. It was these 2 guys who made him suffer a great loss. And the 3rd one, Darren, was someone he was familiar with. He was just a country bumpkin. Usually, when Darren saw him, he would nod and bow like a dog. Luo Miao would not even look at him. The 3 of them robbed our 15 shops. None of the people in those shops survived. Luo Chen looked at Luo Miao and said coldly. Luo Miao's body trembled even harder. It's all because of you. If you hadn't been greedy, you wouldn't have provoked such existences. Now, tell me what to do. Luo Chen's words weren't cold, but Luo Miao's eyes were filled with fear. Before this, he had another idea. He wanted to unite many forces to attack those two from the Life Star. He wanted to make them have no way to escape to heaven and no door to hell. However, he had never thought that they would be bold enough to rob 15 shops. Of course, he couldn't deceive Luo Chen when he tried to shirk the responsibility. To be exact, the Luo family had 16 shops robbed. The only survivor was Luo Miao. Sir, please give Luo Miao one more chance, said Luo Miao. We need people now. I'll give you one chance. Go and find them. Even if you have to turn the entire star area upside down, you must find those 3 for me. Luo Chen said coldly. Yes, sir. Luo Miao nodded as he had a close brush with death one more time. He turned around and left. The Saint Power Crystal is extremely rare even in the Rakshasa star area. You deliberately took it out here. Obviously, you're targeting the Luo family. Harumph, you're just a Heaven Realm expert. You're courting death. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with a cold light. He had inquired about the whole story. Although it was Luo Miao's fault for being greedy, Luo Chen thought that the other had done that on purpose. At the same time, the families of the other shops knew that all the neutral crystals in their shops had been exchanged at a low price. Although the loss wasn't small, compared to the loss of the Luo family's 16 shops, it was just a drop in the ocean. Let's ignore this for now. The Luo family has provoked the ruthless people from the Life Star. Let them fight. We just need to watch. It's okay that we lost the neutral crystals. As long as they're still alive, it's okay. Don't mention this again. Of course, the other forces knew what had happened. Thus, they chose to keep silent as they didn't want to be enemies with the ruthless people from the Life Star. Because they could vaguely guess where this ruthless person came from. Moreover, if they wanted to investigate, they would investigate Luo Miao. The news had spread out. People in the other shops of the Luo family in the Reichen star domain were anxious. Not only did they send a large number of experts to guard their shops, but they would also check every warrior who entered the Luo family's shop. Outside the Luo family's shop, there were many warriors guarding it every day. Some of them were the Luo family's secret guards, and some were just curious passers-by. Although the Luo family had prepared for everything, they still hadn't met the robber yet. Master, the Luo family's experts have gathered in every shop. If we act rashly, it will be disadvantageous to us. The atmosphere inside and outside the Luo family's shop became tense. Darren, who also had a big harvest, suggested that they shouldn't take risks. It's boring to kill them one by one. We should go to Luo Chen's star directly, said Zi Chen. Okay. On the way, Zi Chen and Darren had changed their appearances. Xing Chen was nowhere to be found. On the way to the teleport formation, they passed by a shop belonging to the Luo family. The atmosphere there was tense. Everyone who went there had to be checked. Stepping on the teleport formation, they arrived at a place called Tamio Star, which was the only way to Luo Chen's star. Master, are we going to Luo Chen's star directly? Darren sent his voice to Shi Yang. Zi Chen nodded. Master, please follow me. Darren walked in the front as if he was the owner. Chapter 2097. Seeing Zi Chen stop, Darren turned around, looking at Zi Chen suspiciously. Let's go to the trading area over there, said Zi Chen. At this moment, the two of them were still master and servant. If they talked, they would be exposed. Master, there. Are you going to? Hearing Zi Chen's message, Darren changed his face. Don't go to the Luo family's shop. Let's go to that trading area. Darren exhaled in relief. As long as they didn't trouble the Luo family, it was fine. While moving forward, Darren was suspicious of why Zi Chen had stopped. He instinctively released his spiritual consciousness, which spread to the trading area. Immediately, a strong spiritual consciousness swept over. The spiritual consciousness counterattacked. Darren groaned, his face pale. He then remembered that there were several half-step sacred realm experts guarding this trading area. He quietly glanced at Zichen. The latter must have found something. That was why he suddenly changed his plan. However, he could get through the half-step sacred realm expert's spiritual consciousness protection. Just as De Lun's thoughts were running wild, a voice sounded from the side. Servant. Friend, can you allow my servant to spar with you? Darren, who was walking forward, heard that and cursed inwardly. Is it great to have a servant? Is it great to have a servant? Grandpa also has a servant. Moreover, that servant is terrifyingly strong. Soon, Darren reacted. He knew that the person was talking to him. In other people's eyes, he was just a young master with a servant. Darren turned around and saw a young man walking toward him. Darren halted as he didn't know what to say. Zichen also stopped. His eyes skimmed over that young man, looking at a man wearing a green robe behind him. That man was following the young man with an emotionless face. His eyes were empty. Zichen could feel the same aura from that man. Zichen was sure that the man was from the Life Star. He was the slave that Darren had said didn't die after being tortured. Just as Zichen was sizing up the other party also glanced at him. His eyes were still empty, and he seemed to be in a daze. This was the first time Zichen had seen a so-called slave. He felt that the slave was like a walking corpse. How about it? Let's have a fight between two slaves. The wager is 50 attributeless heavenly crystals. The young man discussed with Darren. Of course, Darren wanted to agree. He even wanted to bet 100 attributeless heaven crystals. However, he couldn't make the decision for Zichen. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he transmitted his voice. Sir, you must not transmit your voice to him. Since he is a servant, his soul is controlled by his master. It had to be said that Darren's reminder was very timely. Zichen looked away with an indifferent expression. He gave up on the idea of sending a sound transmission. This man was exhausted both physically and mentally. There was no desire to live in his eyes. He was just like a walking corpse. To the captured cultivators on the Life Star, if they didn't die in the first wave of torture and were treated as slaves, their lives would become extremely gloomy. They would never see the light again until they died one day. No. As Zichen hadn't transmitted his voice to him, Darren dismissed the greed in his heart. He rejected decisively. The young man shook his head regretfully. What a pity. Anyway, your servant is a little cold. He seems to have a better temperament than you. Perhaps you haven't beaten him enough. Let me tell you something. You don't need to be polite to your slaves. As long as you don't kill him, his fighting competence will be stronger. Pointing at the slave behind him, the young man continued, although this man looks like a dead man, he doesn't care about his life when he fights. Haha. To be honest, he has a record of 9 consecutive victories. Darren knew Zichen's identity well. He also knew what Zichen hated. Thus, he laughed and said, I have something to do. I can't chat with you. Looking at Darren leaving hurriedly, the young man didn't give up. He chased after him and said, You should also hurry to see that little girl. Although she's not bad, I have to remind you. You can go and see her, but you shouldn't make a deal with her. Someone has been eyeing her for a long time. I didn't know that. Darren was startled. The two of them walked in the front while Zichen and the slave followed them. They didn't talk to each other. When they arrived at the trading area, the place was already bustling with activity. Almost all the cultivators were surrounding a high platform. On the high platform, there was a large iron cage. The surface of the iron cage was flashing with runes. It was a powerful restriction, and a woman was trapped inside. This was a young woman. Her skin was like jade, and her appearance could be said to be extremely beautiful. She wore a purple cheongsam, and half of her bright and clean legs were exposed, emitting an enchanting light. At this moment, she was half lying in the iron cage, and the waves in front of her chest were about to burst out. Her pitilessly beautiful face revealed a miserable expression. She looked all the more lovely and moving, causing others to have the urge to hold her in their arms and fiercely protect her. The high platform was already surrounded by foreign races. Their masculinity was aroused by the woman in the cage. They roared loudly and spoke in a dirty language. When Darren and the young man saw the woman in the cage, their expressions became dull as if they had been petrified. When the slave, who was like a walking corpse, saw the woman's face, light flashed in his eyes. However, this light dimmed down shortly, turning into pity and sorrow. He could feel the aura of the life star on her. If such a person was caught, she would definitely become a plaything. Although Zichen didn't dare to say that he had seen countless women, he had seen a lot of beauties, such as Su Mengyao, Shangguan Yue, Jin Qing Cheng, and Wang Xian. They were all top-grade beauties. However, when he saw the woman in the cage, his eyes sparkled as he was touched. Gosh, she's a fairy. She's the best. After being petrified for a long time, Darren pulled himself together. He gulped down his saliva, looking at the woman in the cage with infatuation. She's really beautiful. She's not someone our small place can have. Once we get such a woman, we'll want to live or die. Too bad, we can only watch, sighed the young man regretfully. Watch? How can it be? I have to buy her. Grandpa has so many regulation chips, said Darren. Of course, he didn't have the guts to do that. He had just heard Zichen's message. The young man looked at Darren and said, "Don't think too much. A big character has his eyes on her." In the crowd around the high platform, there were some other people with slaves. No doubt these slaves were from the life stars. Moreover, their eyes were hollow. Using his spiritual consciousness to scan them, Zichen saw that their eyes were hollow and their faces were dull. Their hearts were dead. While Zichen was looking around, some people were also looking at him curiously. Zichen was a servant, but his eyes were bright and spirited. Of course, they were also cold and aloof. His lively temperament, coupled with his handsome face, attracted the attention of quite a few outsiders who had special hobbies. The woman in the cage helplessly scanned through the crowd. Every time she looked at a place, the non-human beings there would roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They would curse as much as they could. Zichen and the woman's gazes inadvertently met. Zichen saw a flash of light in the woman's eyes. The moment the light appeared, the woman's entire body seemed to emit a bright light. That light was actually somewhat dazzling. However, it was like an illusion. When Zichen looked at her carefully, everything returned to normal. At the same time, the woman looked away as if she was asking for help. After a while, a man from the alien tribe walked on the platform and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, our hunter troops transaction this time has come to an end. This woman comes from the Life Star. Although she has only the false heaven realm, her fighting competence isn't weak. To capture her, we've lost some heaven realm warriors. This time, we don't want to set a price for the transaction. We want to auction her off." The alien man paused for a while. After the discussions around stopped, he continued, "I can guarantee that we didn't do anything to her on the way here. No one has touched her. She's still whole. With my many years of experience, I can tell that she comes from some special place on the Life Star. She could even come from some big force. She's the heaven's proud daughter. She's a real treasure. I believe that the young masters who take her back won't be disappointed. The transaction must be done with neutral crystals. The starting price is 500. As soon as the price was announced, the crowd burst into an uproar. Although the price wasn't high, it was definitely more than what most people could afford to pay. However, compared to the people who were upset, to the young masters with their servants, this price wasn't high. 501. 505. 508. 600. Amidst the irreconciled curses, the voice of someone raising the price rang out. This was not a formal auction to begin with, so anyone could come. Therefore, the surroundings were very noisy. "Master, what should we do now?" asked Darren. "Don't rush." The young man standing next to Darren didn't raise the price. Zichen was also curious about the big man the other had mentioned. Releasing his spiritual consciousness, Shi Yang could feel flows of half-step sacred aura around. 601. 602. 603. The bidding continued, but it wasn't fast. Because those who had enough money knew that even if they had enough crystals, they couldn't touch the other party. Thus, they didn't raise the price. Zi Chen's spiritual consciousness fell on a young man who closed his eyes. He was followed by 2 servants and 3 half-step sacred realm warriors. Moreover, no one dared to approach him within several meters of him. Is it him? Zi Chen was moved. At this moment, the price had increased to 700 crystals. The young man opened his eyes, glancing at the woman in the cage. Greed and desire sparkled in his eyes. Then, he said faintly, "Okay, the game is over. 1,000 neutral crystals." Chapter 2098. After bidding, the young man's expression was calm. He crossed his arms and smiled confidently. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man. After seeing his face, many people's expressions changed. Then, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Since he was here, it was obvious that everyone had no chance. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Darren looked at the young man and murmured, "You don't know him. He is the only son of Saint Luo Chen." Luo Xiao. The young man looked at Darren in surprise. He is Luo Xiao. Darren was stunned. His face showed surprise. Of course, he had heard of Luo Xiao's name before. Before he met Zi Chen, De Luan was just a small fry. Back then, Luo Xiao was a high and mighty figure in his heart, a godlike existence. Once upon a time, he had fantasized that it would be great if he could know such an existence. Fate made fools of people. Now, he was almost at the same height as Luo Xiao, or even much higher than him. Thinking of Zi Chen's power, Darren narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "So it's him. He should be the big shot you were talking about. In this Reichen star domain, only Saint Luo Chen is bigger than young Master Luo Chen." When the young man mentioned Saint Luo Chen, his expression was very respectful. "What saint? He's just a fake saint," Darren said lightly. Darren's words shocked the young man. In this Reichen star domain, no one dared to talk about Luo Chen like that. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get him down." Seeing everyone in a daze, Luo Xiao frowned with dissatisfaction. Luo Xiao shouted a price. Naturally, no one dared to bid again. On the high platform, the servant hunting team member's face turned ugly. This price was not his ideal price. But it seemed that he had no choice but to make a deal. 2,000. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and saw Darren. The latter raised his head slightly, and there was an indescribable arrogance on his face. "You want to buy such a beauty for just 1,000 crystals? TSK, you must be really inexperienced. Arrogant. Arrogant." He was courting death. This was the thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw Darren. In this starfield, Luo Chen was the heavens, and Luo Xiao was an existence second only to the heavens. On the high platform, that person rejoiced in his heart. This price was very reasonable. A strange light flashed through the eyes of the woman in the cage, which seemed to be asking for help. The young man who had a good chat with Darren just now subconsciously took a few steps back and put some distance between them to show that they were not familiar with each other. Interesting. Luo Xiao looked at the arrogant Darren and smiled faintly. "You are right. 2,500. Darren looked at this person who was once like a god in his eyes. Disdain appeared on his face as he said indifferently, 5,000. 5,000 attributeless heavenly crystals were equivalent to 20,000 ordinary heavenly crystals. If one used the heavenly crystals in a heaven realm cultivator's body to calculate, one would have to kill 20,000 heaven realm cultivators. Without a doubt, this was a huge number. When Luo Xiao heard this price, his lips twitched slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What's wrong? You can't afford a higher price." Seeing the cold light in the other party's eyes, Darren said in disdain, "Since you are poor, don't come here to embarrass yourself." As Darren spoke, he looked at the beautiful woman in the cage and smiled warmly. For such a beauty, not to mention 5,000, even 50,000 would be worth it. The surroundings fell silent. Xiao Chen brought a servant, yet he dared to challenge Luo Xiao. He did not hold back in his words, mocking Luo Xiao with every sentence. Was this seeking death or being confident? 6,000. Luo Xiao clenched his teeth, and his voice turned cold. Are you messing with me? Only adding 1,000? Are you looking down on this young master or a beauty? 10,000. Darren looked at Luo Xiao in disdain. He had less than 200 heavenly crystals on him, which was not even enough for the low price. As for how many heavenly crystals Zichen had, Xiao Chen did not know and did not care. As long as he could anger Luo Xiao, it was fine. It was for no other reason than the fact that Luo Xiao was once a high and mighty existence, the target of Xiao Chen's fantasies. Luo Xiao could no longer suppress the anger on his face. He glared coldly at Darren and said coldly, "Are you here to pick a fight? Do you know who I am? Are you humiliating your grandfather? If you can't afford it, then scram. Stop grumbling here." Darren's aura changed, and he replied rudely, "You are just a poor bastard. How dare you be so arrogant before your grandfather? Do you believe that your grandfather will smash you to death with attributeless heavenly crystals?" Darren did not know how many attributeless heavenly crystals Zichen had, but he guessed that Zichen would definitely not buy them. If things went wrong, all the foreign races here would die except for him. With such a great expert here, of course, he had to be more aggressive. The surrounding people were completely petrified, and they all looked at Darren in a daze. He dared to call Luo Xiao a poor bastard and called himself grandfather in front of Luo Xiao. He was probably the only one in the entire Reichen star domain. This guy either had water in his brain and did not want to live anymore, or he was extremely confident. However, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like water had entered his brain. "You dare to insult me? You are courting death." Luo Xiao's eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. "What? You still want to fight? Kid, don't say that your grandfather looks down on you. With your current appearance, you are not even fit to carry my shoes." Darren smiled coldly. He could not help but admit that this guy could be considered the first person to act so pretentiously without any strength. If Zichen was not behind him, he would have knelt in front of Luo Xiao and kowtowed to admit his mistake. Beside Luo Xiao, the three half-saints released their auras, and a strong sense of oppression appeared. The three of them looked cold and fierce. As for the two slaves, their eyes were still empty. "I don't care if you are confident or arrogant. You will die today." Luo Xiao could not bear it anymore. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he shouted, "Open the formation. Don't let him escape." Buzz. As soon as Luo Xiao spoke, the restrictive spells of the trading area were fully activated. A light curtain like an inverted bowl enveloped the trading area. Among the three half-saints guarding the trading area, one of them happened to be a member of the Luo family. He had been paying attention to the trading area for a long time. Darren's attitude towards Luo Xiao made him very angry. Looking up at the restrictive light curtain, Darren's eyes flashed, and his heart trembled. However, he forced a confident smile on his face and looked back at Zichen. The latter's expression did not change much, and Delon heaved a huge sigh of relief. "Boy, don't say that I bullied you. Now, I will give the three half-saints in front of you a chance. Use your strongest moves, or you will die," Darren shouted. "Reckless fool. I will see how you die later." Luo Xiao took a few steps back and motioned for the three half-saints to attack. The other outsiders had already dispersed and were waiting to see what would happen. On the high platform, the person from the hunting team had a bitter expression on his face. He did not expect that an auction would turn into a battle. The beautiful eyes of the woman in the cage flashed, and she looked very confused. Darren looked really ordinary, and the slave behind him was only in the heaven realm. She could not figure out where his confidence came from. Powerful auras surged, and the three soaring snakes appeared in the sky, staring coldly at Darren. Darren's face turned pale instantly. Facing the pressure of the three soaring snakes, he found it difficult to breathe. Zichen took a step forward and stood in front of Darren, and the aura around him began to surge. Golden light shone in the sky. This was the aura of the heaven realm, but under the pressure of the three half-saints, it did not weaken at all. The others were surprised that his aura could compete with the three half-saints. Zichen turned his hand, and a big seal with golden flames appeared. In the seal, there was a rosefinch with wings spread. With a slight shake of his hand, the seal flew into the sky, and a bird's cry came from it. Terrifying heat was released from the sky, and the palm-sized seal instantly expanded to the size of a house. In the sky, the 3 soaring snakes sensed great danger, and their cold eyes fell on the square seal of Rosefinch. Boom! The square seal shook, and flames surged, and went straight to the 3 soaring snakes. The 3 soaring snakes hissed, opened their huge mouths, and spat out divine flames. In an instant, the sky was covered in flames. The 3 half-saints stared at the sky, and from the aura surging from the square seal of Rosefinch, they felt a great danger of death. Who is this guy? How can such a servant have such a treasure? The expressions of the people around changed. Is this what that guy is counting on? Luo Xiao's expression became gloomy, but he did not think that these 2 guys could do anything to him in his territory. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he saw the servant shining with golden light in front of him suddenly become illusory. Did he run away? Luo Xiao had just thought of this when he heard a scream in the distance. Then he saw Zichen turn into a golden light and fly from the distance. No one knew what the other party was up to when he suddenly disappeared. Only Darren could vaguely guess something. In front of him, a light flashed, and Xingchen appeared. Zichen said coldly, "Kill them all. Don't let any of them go." Xingchen looked around and grinned fiendishly. The Xingchen spear appeared in his hand, and he dashed toward the pagans around. Damn it! Kill him! Kill him! One of the outsiders, who had a servant, pointed at the star in front of him with a face full of terror. The servant looked at the star in front of him, and a conflicted expression appeared on his face. "If you don't kill him, you have to." Before the last word could be uttered, a blurry ray of light pierced through the forehead of this foreign race being. The soul in his mind was instantly destroyed. The servants from the life star were bewildered when they felt the soul shackles disappear. "You're free now. Kill as much as you want." Zichen's voice echoed in their sea of consciousness. Boom. Chapter 2099. While Zichen had been ransacking the Luo family's shop, all the soaring serpent soul shadows cultivated by the Luo family had been devoured by the Rosefinch soul imprint. The constantly growing Rosefinch soul imprint had already developed its own intelligence and could devour the soaring serpents. The entire soul imprint had disappeared completely and was replaced by a huge Rosefinch. Its body was burning with golden flames. After devouring one soaring serpent soul shadow, it rushed towards a second soaring serpent. Golden heavenly fire surged and engulfed the soaring serpent's body in an instant. The soaring serpent hissed in pain as its huge body tumbled in the sky. The entire trading ground was in chaos. Some of the alien races took out their weapons and roared as they charged toward the star. Some of them took the opportunity to flee into the distance. After Zichen had used the lightning blade manipulation, he had killed most of the foreign races with slaves. After a brief moment of confusion, the slaves, who had long been numb, had bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. Their souls had been controlled, so they couldn't even commit suicide. All they could do was suffer inhumane torture. Now that the enslavement of their souls had been dispelled, the flames of fury in their hearts erupted. Being adept at fighting to begin with, they took out their celestial weapons and charged toward the nearby outsiders. How could this be? The young man who had been chatting with Darren earlier was so shocked that he didn't know what to say when he saw this chaotic scene. Even if this was a battle, it should have been a battle between the foreign races. Why didn't they kill the slaves first? Why did they kill the masters of the slaves instead? He felt a chill in his heart as he watched the frenzied slaves. The consequences would be unimaginable if the hatred that had been simmering for so many years were to erupt. In his line of sight, he clearly saw a slave bite off the neck of a foreign race slave even though his weapon had been sent flying. Under normal circumstances, when they saw this scene, they would roar excitedly and throw in lordships continuously. This sort of battle between slaves was really enjoyable. However, on this day, the slaves were no longer killing each other. Instead, they were attacking their former masters. The vicious fighting style that had been honed over the years was on full display. The scene was no longer enjoyable. Instead, it was bloody and brutal. The moment the battle started, those foreign races who weren't used to such fighting styles were at a huge disadvantage. If all of them are this scary, what about my slave? The moment he thought about how this slave of his had already won 9 consecutive battles and killed 9 other slaves, the young man could not imagine what sort of chaos he would bring to the battlefield if he were to lose control. Behind the young man, the slave who had won 9 consecutive battles with a blank look on his face. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Swish. At this moment, Xing Chen charged over with his spear. His target was none other than the young man. Stop him! The young shouted instinctively. Swish. 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 Is. Swish. Swish. Under such circumstances, swish. Is. In. But, was that really the case? Swish. 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 Xing Chen turned into a streak of starlight and flashed past the eyes of the other party. Then, the stars appeared behind the young man. Just as the corners of the young man's mouth curled up into a smile, the spear of stars pierced through the young man's forehead. Ooh! The young man's body jerked as the spear pierced right through his forehead. The slave before him turned around and grinned malevolently at him. You. The young man's eyes were filled with disbelief. To think that this slave would dare to scheme against him, he was determined to destroy the other party's soul before it dissipated. Too late. Swish. The young man's head left his body and flew up into the sky. His eyes that were about to lose focus caught sight of his slave, who had won 9 consecutive battles, charging right into the chaotic battlefield with his saber. Before his soul dissipated, he caught sight of the heads of the foreign race beings flying up into the sky one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. Swish. 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 The second half-saint flying snake was killed. Its soul shadow was swallowed by Rosefinch's soul shadow. It's time for you to die. As the flying snake disappeared, cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The saber spirit appeared and pierced through the half-saint's sea of consciousness. 2 of the 3 half-saints who had been guarding Luo Xiao had died. The last one was struggling to hold on. Luo Xiao's face was filled with fear. He had never thought that the slave he had never seen before could have such a terrifying skill. After killing the second half-saint, Zichen stared at Luo Xiao with murderous intent in his eyes. Do you know who I am? If you dare to kill me, my father will kill your whole family. Seeing Zichen walking toward him, Luo Xiao was terrified. He retreated step by step. My home is on the Life Star. Go there if you dare. His voice was cold. Zichen dashed forward like a beam of golden light. Protect the young master. Cold shouts came from all directions. It was the Luo family practitioners who had finally arrived in time and rushed towards Zichen. Bang! 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 No matter how these cultivators flew in, they would fly out in the same way as they did under the vibration of the energy. It did not affect Zichen at all. You are the one who robbed the 16 shops of the Luo family. A half-saint old man who had just arrived stared coldly at Zichen as he looked at the figures that were sent flying backwards. What? It's them. Luo Xiao's face turned deathly pale when he heard the voice of the semisage old man. Of course, he had also heard about this matter. His father was very concerned about this matter and had personally gone to investigate. However, he hadn't expected that these 3 daring guys would come here. It should be noted that this place was Luo Chen's star, which was only 2 teleportations away. With a hiss, the 3rd flying snake was killed. Rosefinch swallowed the soul shadow of the flying snake. He flapped his wings and rushed toward the half-saint. Boom! The energy vibration sent the half-saint flying. Zichen only had one goal in mind, and that was to kill Luo Xiao. Stop him. Behind Luo Xiao were 2 servants. Their eyes were shining brightly, and their expressions were filled with unprecedented excitement. After hearing Luo Xiao's words, they rushed toward Zichen without hesitation, showing a fearless attitude. Still too naive. Seeing the bloodthirsty killing intent in their eyes, Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. Although these slaves were already numb and were like zombies, as long as they felt hope, they would be able to pull themselves together. Without a doubt, they would become the most dangerous existences. At this moment, under his seemingly fearless expression, there was a dark and cold killing intent hidden. This killing intent was not directed at Zichen, but at Luo Xiao and all the alien races. Zi Chen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. On his shoulder, the sword spirit turned into a blurry light and swept past the two servants, flying toward Luo Xiao. The sudden scene caused Luo Xiao's expression to change drastically. Facing the sword spirit, even a half-saint could not react in time, let alone a heavenly realm cultivator like him who only knew how to enjoy life. Bang! The sword spirit went straight for Luo Xiao's temple, but the moment it arrived, a jade pendant on Luo Xiao's chest suddenly exploded. A pure saint power emerged from it, and the saint power turned into a light shield, protecting him in the middle. The sword spirit landed on the light shield and immediately felt a strong resistance. The moment they clashed, it was sent flying. This attack failed to accomplish anything. However, cracks appeared on the saint power light shield because of this. Haha, it's useless. This is a protective talisman my father gave me. As long as you can't break it in one blow, it will quickly heal itself. Luo Xiao, who was almost scared out of his wits, saw that the light shield had blocked his attack, and a cold smile appeared on his face again. As long as the light shield did not break, it would heal itself. However, before he finished speaking, he saw the two servants, who were rushing toward Luo Xiao, suddenly turn around and stare at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Both of them held heavenly swords in their hands. At this moment, the heavenly swords, one on the left and one on the right, carried a sharp aura as they slashed toward his neck. This scene changed so quickly that Luo Xiao had no time to react. It could be said that just as Zi Chen was about to attack, the two servants had already thought of counterattacking. As Zi Chen's attack fell, the two servants had already turned around and attacked. In such a fast movement, Luo Xiao had no time to give the order to destroy the soul. Bang! The sword spirit fell, and the saint power light shield, which could not heal in time, instantly shattered. Puff! Immediately after, another sword spirit swept across Luo Xiao's neck. Luo Xiao's expression was completely frozen. His widened eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never thought that one day, he would die at the hands of his own servants. After killing Luo Xiao, the two servants turned around and looked at Zi Chen gratefully. Then, they rushed toward the other foreign races. Zi Chen nodded at the two servants. Previously, he had expected the two to counterattack decisively, but he did not expect Luo Xiao to have such a strong defense. Fortunately, his attack was not weak, and it had shattered the light shield. If it had been slightly weaker, the two servants who had counterattacked decisively would have died before Luo Xiao. Through this scene, Zi Chen also saw the other party's ruthlessness and decisiveness. To be able to survive in human torture, they were obviously extraordinary. Young master! A shrill cry sounded. The old man who had just been sent flying rushed up. He was a half-saint, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He wanted to kill the two servants who had betrayed their master. Your opponent is me. Zi Chen flashed forward. Get lost. The old man roared, and a huge flying snake appeared in front of him. The flying snake spat out its tongue and stared coldly at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's figure soared into the air and landed a punch on soaring serpent's head. Boom! The flying snake exploded. His figure flashed again, and another punch landed on the half-saint old man. The latter's body exploded. Two punches had destroyed an attack and a half-saint. This was Zi Chen's true combat strength. Why hasn't the restriction been activated? Chapter 2100. At the beginning of the battle, Zi Chen had disappeared once. He had gone to kill the three controllers of the restriction. By the time he returned, the three were already dead, and the restriction had been completely sealed. Crazy. Everyone here has gone crazy. Hurry up and open the restriction. Hurry up and open the restriction. Where are they? Where did they all die? Save me. The slaves are attacking their masters. Shouts could be heard coming from the edge of the restriction. The controller of the restriction was already dead. Such screams would only attract more bloodthirsty slaves. Don't kill me. I'm on your side. Don't come over. I'm on your side. I'm a spy. I'm a spy. That person is my master. We're on the same side. The killing continued without end. Blood splattered everywhere. Darren, who hadn't participated in the battle, was already dyed red with blood. This was the blood that had splashed onto him when he was running away. Fortunately, he had been shouting non-stop as he was running away. That was how he had managed to survive. Although the slaves had ignored everything around them, they had still heard the exchange of words between Darren and Luo Xiao. Their eyes had almost turned red from the killing, but when they saw Darren and heard what he said, they turned around and left, sparing him. Too scary. Too scary. After running to a corner with great difficulty, Darren leaned against the wall and watched the slaughter. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Although the slaves that had been released didn't have any rules to speak of, they were still extremely terrifying. Because when they attacked, they would directly kill people. They had survived in the most difficult environment, then experienced battle after battle. And every battle was a battle of life and death. When their souls were controlled, they were the aliens' entertainment, tools to earn crystals. But once their souls were released, they would undoubtedly become bloodthirsty demons. The bloody slaughter that the aliens loved to watch the most and excited the most now fell upon them. No one laughed or cheered excitedly. Everyone was so frightened that they fled in all directions like stray dogs. Clang! 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 The saber spirit flickered 3 times on the iron cage. The first time it flickered, the runes on the surface of the iron cage began to flicker. The second time it flickered, the runes dimmed, and the third time it completely exploded. The woman in the cage was now free. Damn it, that's our wealth. One of the members of the hunter squad was infuriated after seeing this. With a flicker, he immediately dashed toward the platform, intending to seal his opponent again. At this moment, the woman's lily-white hand had already landed on the iron door. She was about to push open the door and leave. Go in, or else you will die, the other party shouted. He controlled the woman's soul, and could kill her with a single thought. The game is over. I won't play with you guys anymore. The woman revealed a smile. It was as if hundreds of flowers were blooming, releasing dazzling brilliance. Her body emitted a dazzling and scorching light, which melted the iron cage. The iron cage melted, and the woman walked out. Her bare feet stepped on the high platform. Her straight and slender jade legs emitted a bewitching light. She gently extended her hand and patted the chest of the man who was close to her. The man's eyes were filled with fear because he realized that his soul control was not working. Facing this woman who was only at the pseudo-heaven realm, his body could not move at all. It was as if his body was fixed. He could only watch as the woman gently pressed her hand on his chest. Following that, a blazing energy surged into his body. After that, he watched in horror as his body melted. How can this be? His soul was imprisoned in his body, and he could not escape. He could only watch this horrifying scene. Although this woman's combat strength was not weak, and made the hunter squad suffer quite a bit, it was definitely not this scary. His body melted under the blazing energy. Intense pain spread throughout his body. His body trembled uncontrollably. His soul let out a roar, but not a single sound was transmitted to the outside world. It's over. The woman's red lips opened slightly, but her words were extremely cold. The body of the hunter squad melted completely, and even the heaven crystal melted together. Zi Chen, who was fighting, suddenly turned his head and stared at the woman. His eyes flashed with a strange light. At the same time, Xing Chen, who was fighting, seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked at the woman whose body was glowing. The light around her was resplendent and bright, as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, in this restriction, she was the most dazzling person. Melted. A person actually melted just like that. Even the heaven core melted. Who is she? Darren, who also saw this scene, trembled uncontrollably. Thinking about how he had just smiled at such a person and acted cool in front of her, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, he was with Zi Chen. This terrifying existence might not do anything to him. The light around the woman was even more resplendent than Zi Chen's. At this moment, she was undoubtedly the brightest and most eye-catching. She was only at the pseudo-heaven realm, but those alien heaven realm experts could not stop her. Wherever she passed, those alien heaven realm experts' bodies melted. This was an instant kill. How did such an existence get caught? Darren did not dare to imagine. Screams rang out continuously. With this dazzling existence joining the battle, the efficiency of the battle was undoubtedly faster. The hunting team that personally captured the woman was completely annihilated in the hands of the woman. Even their heaven core melted in the process. Keep the heaven core and ring. Seeing the other party's battle, Chen frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Handsome. Want money, not women." Hearing Chen's words, Darren's eyes suddenly lit up. He clenched his fist and said, "This is what a real man is. What's the use of beautiful women? Can they be used as resources?" The woman turned her head and looked at Chen. There seemed to be a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. Unfortunately, Chen did not pay attention to her. He was still killing. "Chimph, you don't know how to flirt." With a snort, the killing continued. But this time, wherever the woman went, the heaven core and ring would undoubtedly remain. At this moment, there were not battles everywhere, and not all the alien races came out to kill in the trading ground. All of the shops in the trading grounds had their own restrictive spells activated. After the battle began, they had hidden themselves within those restrictive spells. As for the Luo family's shop, the experts inside had already rushed out because Luo Xiao was in danger. Now, almost all of them were killed. Amidst the continuous killing, the battle also came to an end. Except for the cultivators in the shops that had their restrictions activated, all the alien races outside were killed. Only Darren was carefully collecting the spoils of war at this moment. As the battle ended, Chen also joined in collecting the spoils of war. As for the previous slaves, they were in a daze again. Among them, some were seriously injured, but they did not heal their wounds. Their eyes were still filled with confusion. Obviously, they were in a daze because they could not see the future. There were also some who stared fiercely at the opened restrictions. They knew that there were other alien races inside. After so many years of hatred, they did not want to let any of them go. Those who are injured, heal your wounds first. Those who are not injured, start cleaning the battlefield. Chen's words echoed in everyone's sea of consciousness. After a moment of silence, the confused slaves returned to the high platform and began to heal their wounds. There was almost a river of blood here. Fortunately, there was no need to deal with the corpses, so the battlefield was relatively easy to clean. As for Chen, he personally went to the Luo family's shop. After killing a few alien races hiding inside, he took away all the resources in the shop. "Master, we have no intention of becoming enemies." When Chen passed by a shop with restrictions, a voice came from inside. "We did not participate in the battle from the beginning to the end. We have no intention of becoming enemies with Master. We do not have any slaves here." This world was under the control of the alien races. Chen had already said that it was impossible to kill all of them. He did not want to break the restrictions and kill those who did not come out. Now that the battlefield had been cleaned up, these slaves didn't know where to go. Chen was also a bit conflicted about this. He had suddenly released his spiritual sense and seen the woman in the cage. Thinking of her tragic fate, he had decided to help her. Who would have thought that things would develop to this point? Furthermore, these slaves' combat power was so great that it surprised him. They had the power to slaughter any alien on the same level as them. From the start of the battle to the end, other than a few heavily injured ones, not a single one of them had died. Chen didn't know how difficult it had been for these slaves to survive until now. Survival and slaughter had become their instincts. People who survived in such an environment were all bloodthirsty people. Standing on the high platform, Chen said, "I come from the Martial Heaven continent. My name is Chen. I came to the Star Path to gain experience. Today's matter was unintentional. If you have a place to go, you can leave. If you have nowhere to go, you can follow me to gain experience." Many of the slaves raised their heads and looked at Chen. Hope shone in their eyes. They had also seen the battle just now. Chen's power was unquestionable. After being slaves for so many years, how could they have a place to go? They could only choose to stay. Even that mysterious woman was silent. I have a treasure that can store you. You can heal your injuries inside and think about what to do next. A medicinal cauldron appeared in Zichen's hand. As he poured his energy into it, a ray of light shone from it. Wherever that light passed, the slaves vanished. Everyone had been taken away, even Xingchen had entered the cauldron. Next, Zichen wanted to calm these people down, but the woman refused to enter the cauldron. Zichen looked at her in confusion. I've been trapped for too long. I don't want to go in again. She shook her head. Zichen slightly frowned but didn't say anything. This woman wasn't weak. She could slaughter Heaven Realm experts at the False Heaven Realm. She was almost as strong as he used to be. She had killed all the members of the hunting squad alone. However, she was captured by those people. Apparently, there was a secret behind this. She was too mysterious. If he hadn't sensed the aura of her lifestar, he wouldn't have cared about her. As you wish. Let's go. Chapter 2101. Zichen and Darren walked into the distance. That slightly mysterious woman. She followed barefoot. Her body emitted a faint light. Her skin was as smooth as jade. This was a figure who would be the center of attention wherever she went. She was the source of all men's impulses. But the two people in front of her, faced with such a great beauty following them. But there was no reaction. Darren had seen how powerful the other party was earlier. It was purely out of fear. Compared to a beauty, he cherished his life more. The scene of the heavenly realms melting one after another. It was almost a nightmare in his heart. Zichen, on the other hand, felt that the other party was too mysterious. In addition, he was very emotional. Although the other party's appearance was comparable to his confidence. But it could only attract a few glances from Zichen. Most importantly, it was the other party's indifference. That was a kind of indifference that came from the bones. They came to the edge of the restriction. Zichen stretched out his palm. The heaven-defying energy was poured into the restriction. Bang! The energy spread on the restriction. It stopped when one person could pass through. The stopped energy began to condense. With a loud bang, it shattered. A passage that could be walked out appeared. Amazing. Darren's eyes lit up. He was the first to step out. Zichen followed closely behind. To be able to break the formation so easily. In the eyes of the mysterious woman, there was also a flash of surprise. Then, she followed. The three of them had just walked out of the light shield. Ripples flashed on the light shield. It closed again. What happened? Why did the restriction of this trading ground open? Only the three of them came out. What are the others doing? Outside the restriction. There were also some foreign races looking around curiously. They didn't know what was happening inside the restriction. "Milord, are we still going to Luo Chen's planet?" Darren asked. "Let's go to an abandoned planet first." Those people had just been freed. His emotions had not calmed down yet. Some of them were injured. Wait until they get their emotions under control. Let's talk about it after you've recovered. Darren nodded. He began to take out the map that he had obtained previously. He looked for the nearest abandoned planet. After several teleportations, the three of them reached their destination. Zichen waved his hand. The slaves from the life star that Shi Yang had collected all appeared. After they appeared, his eyes were no longer at a loss. It was fanaticism. This fanaticism was obviously targeted at Zichen. "Are you really a heaven defier of the martial heaven continent?" asked a servant. He was the servant who had won 9 consecutive victories. "Absolutely." Zichen smiled faintly. "My name is Huan Kai. I am willing to follow by your side. I hope you can fulfill my wish." This servant named Huan Kai said. He said excitedly, "In our world, there had always been rumors about the heaven-defying ones. I didn't expect to see a real heaven-defying one with my own eyes. I am Xin Yu. I am also willing to follow you into the Star Road." Another servant said respectfully. This person was once one of Luo Xiao's 2 great servants. Dan Yen is also willing to follow Master. The second servant that once belonged to Luo Xiao said. In the universe origin cauldron, Xing Chen had already introduced Zi Chen's situation to everyone. This made them confused. Hope rekindled in their hearts. Zi Chen's battle prowess. They had seen it for themselves. In this star road, coming from the life star, they could hardly move. With such a powerful existence like Zi Chen accompanying them, everyone was naturally willing to follow. Except for that mysterious woman. The other servants all expressed their opinions. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "Don't rush to make a conclusion. I want to ask you all. Where did you all come from? And why did you come to the Star Road?" Everyone's answers were varied. Very few people came from the same place. It was also the first time that Zi Chen knew. There were actually so many places on the Life Star. There were only two reasons why people came to the Star Road. One was that they had spent enough time in their own world. Their realms had stopped increasing. They didn't want to accept the status quo. Thus, they came to the Star Road to find new opportunities. And some. They were facing the pursuit of their enemies. They had to step on the Star Road. However, when they came to the Star Road, this place was totally different from what they had imagined. There were dangers everywhere. They couldn't move. Listening to what these people had said, Zi Chen also deeply understood the difficulties of the Star Road. Pondering for a while, Zi Chen looked at them and said, "What do you think of Luo Chen's star?" Luo Chen's star. Hearing that, people started to talk. They were all bewildered. They didn't understand what Zi Chen meant. Luo Chen's star is the most prosperous place here. It is also the biggest slave trading center. It is also the foundation of the Reichen star domain. If we go to the Reichen star domain, we should be able to save more of our fellows, Zi Chen said again. What? Everyone's countenance. There was an immediate change. Obviously, they didn't expect it. Zi Chen was so bold. He actually had designs on Luo Chen's star. Everyone looked back. This place was full of calculations. There were only 23 slaves. Including Zi Chen's 4 people, there were only 27 people. 27 people. Yet they dared to attack a planet. Sir, we are not afraid of death. But we are the ones who went forward. The odds are not good. And there is the strongest person there, Luo Chen. He is a saint. Huan Kai, who had won 9 consecutive victories, said. He is just a fake saint. He is still thousands of miles away from being a saint. Don't worry. If he appears, I will stop him. As for you, the target is those people from the Luo family. There was a struggle everywhere. Zi Chen believed. Once they showed their strength to deal with the Luo family, the other forces would definitely watch the show from the sidelines. Perhaps in their hearts. They couldn't wait for something to happen to Luo Chen. This was undoubtedly a crazy move. Even the woman who had been silent. There was also a strange light in her eyes. We will talk about this later. Now, let's count the gains this time. Those who are injured, quickly heal. It is time to recover your own consumption. Recover immediately. There is no attribute less sky crystal on you. Go and ask for it for him. Oh, by the way, let me introduce. My name is Zi Chen. You can call me by my name in the future. His name is Darren. In the future, he will be the butler of our team. If you need any resources, ask him for them. Darren nodded at everyone. But being watched by so many people. And each of them was an existence that killed without batting an eyelid. He was still very nervous. Xing Chen. You should all know each other. From the Star Clan. After that, Zi Chen looked at the woman again. My name is Guang Yarrow. The woman said lightly. Guang Yarrow was just a fake saint. She hadn't entered the heaven realm yet. But her terrifying battle power. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Therefore, he nodded kindly at the other party. Strong person. She would be respected everywhere. Outside the trading ground, the cultivators of the Luo family had completely surrounded this place. The fake Saint Luo Chen, standing in front of the team. Beside him, Luo Miao appeared to be very careful. One array master after another. They were working together to break the array. Luo Chen had been silent the whole time. His face was gloomy. Beside him, Luo Miao. He felt extremely pressured. He kept praying in his heart. Nothing must happen to the young master. Behind the Luo family, the higher-ups of the other forces were also there. They had all heard the news and came here. Their expressions were also not very good. Boom. There was a loud sound. The restriction was broken. There was a strong smell of blood. It scattered in all directions. Looking at everything in the trading ground. Immediately, there were exclamations all around. On the ground, blood flowed like a river. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Xiao. An angry and sorrowful cry sounded. A strong wind blew. Luo Chen rushed to the high platform of the trading ground. In the crowd, he saw a human head. On the other party's face, his expression of disbelief had frozen. Whistling sounds kept sounding. A murderous aura surged. The members of the Luo family rushed into the trading ground one after another. After seeing Luo Xiao's head, their hearts trembled. Young Master Luo Xiao. He was actually beheaded. The heaven pill in his body and the spirit ring in his hand. They were all taken away. The other forces, followed by coming in. Seeing this bloody scene, they were also shocked. Anger appeared on their faces. But when they saw the shop that belonged to their family, after the restriction light shield still existed, their expressions became slightly better. But the anger on their faces, it did not weaken in the slightest. It even became stronger. Their expressions were angry. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, it still needed to be verified. This incident. The members of the Luo family were all dead. The Luo family's shop was looted again. Obviously, it was still the same people. But the difference was, except for those 3 people, this time, there were some more servants. Beside the high platform, sorrowful roars kept sounding. This roar came from Luo Chen. Lord, we have investigated clearly. It was done by the 3 people who destroyed the Luo family's shop. They killed young Master Luo Xiao. They also took away the other servants. A semi-saint came to Luo Chen's side and said. Luo Chen turned around. He looked at Luo Miao. His eyes were already red. Luo Miao's heart trembled. He saw it in Luo Chen's eyes. He saw madness. He saw slaughter. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you greedy old thing. If you didn't provoke them, how could they deal with the Luo family? If it wasn't you, how could they kill my son? Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said. His voice gradually became resentful. Lord. Luo Miao was extremely frightened. You're the one who killed my son. Why are you still alive? Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Luo Chen hit Luo Miao with his palm. A surge of saint power surged. Luo Miao didn't have time to react. His body exploded. Semi-saint and false saint. The difference was one word. But the difference in combat power was like heaven and earth. False saint was already a real saint. It was just that the energy didn't match the body. It belonged to the weakest saint. Luo Miao died. The others around were indifferent. The murderous intent in Luo Chen's eyes was still cold. Xiao, don't worry. Those who killed you won't live. Go and find out. Find out where those guys are. I'm going to kill them myself. Yes. The semi-saint of the Luo family left. The rest of the people began to deal with the bodies. Those family members who had almost no losses. They also came to Luo Chen. They persuaded, Lord Luo Chen, I'm sorry for your loss. These guys were really too arrogant. We have sent people to find them. Once there are clues, we will definitely inform you. Luo Chen stood up. Looking at these family heads with grief and anger, he shouted, Get out. The family heads' hearts trembled. But they didn't dare to say a word. They quickly left. They came this time, just to show their attitude. They didn't dare to offend the huge Luo family. But they could still be a little proud in their hearts. Maybe after they went back, they would have a drink. They would celebrate in secret. Then they would look forward to an even bigger event. There have always been rumors. The experiences from the Life Star. All of them are ruthless. They are truly ruthless people. I really hope you can do it this time. Be more ruthless. Chapter 2102. Because of Luo Xiao's death, Luo Chen had lost his last bit of patience. At this moment, he only wanted to take revenge. The members of the Luo family had mobilized in full force. Their targets were the abandoned planets. Just like what Luo Miao had said when he threatened Zi Chen, if the Luo family wanted to deal with someone, they would make sure that person had no place to hide. During the search, Zi Chen's whereabouts were exposed twice. A group of Luo family's experts had besieged him. Zi Chen started to run away. The continuous pursuit had pushed Zi Chen further and further away from Luo Chen's star. After receiving the news, Luo Chen was also on his way. The news that a ruthless warrior from a life star wanted to deal with the Luo family had spread out in the entire Reichen star domain. The Luo family had mobilized on a large scale to hunt down the ruthless warriors. This news had spread everywhere. However, Luo Chen star was still operating as usual. The slaughter in the outside world didn't affect this place. As the most prosperous place in Reichen star domain, this place had many experts guarding it. No one thought that the three ruthless warriors would come here or even dare to come here. On Luo Chen star, the decennial slave battle wasn't delayed because of this. When the time was up, it would start in full force. This time, it was a large-scale slave battle. More than 100 slaves would participate in it. It wasn't something a small private battle could compare to. The Luo family had set up an open-air viewing platform here. The pagans from the nearby star areas also came. Some of them brought their slaves to join the battle, while others just came to watch the fun and excitement. The starting price of the ticket for the slave battle was 50 rule crystals. The entire viewing platform had more than 10,000 seats. "Master, are we going to the viewing platform?" asked Darren, who had changed his appearance. He saw many people bringing their slaves to the viewing platform. "No, we're going to the competition." Zi Chen, who had also changed his appearance, replied Darren. The two of them walked towards the entrance. There was a registration area at the bottom. Darren brought Zi Chen to register. It's divided into two segments. The first is a battle royal. 80 slaves will fight against each other. 10 of them will be divided into one group. The final group that wins will be rewarded. There will be 2 battles in the battle royal. The second is an ultimate duel, one-on-one. The registrar glanced at Darren and said, "I choose the Great Melee and will participate in the first round." Darren said without hesitation, "Take this with you. This is a serial number that represents your current location." After Darren expressed his gratitude, he took the number and followed the service staff to where he was. The 10th of the 8th group, this is your position. The battle is about to begin, so don't run around. When the time comes, the servant will participate in the battle, while the master will wait here. When the time comes, take the number and receive the reward. After walking through the underground passageway and arriving at a certain room, the attendant pointed to the front and said faintly, "In this ultimate battle royal, no matter if they lived or died, the master of the servant would receive a considerable reward. Of course, if they won, the reward would be even greater." Darren and Zi Chen walked into the room. Immediately, several gazes fell on them. When they saw the servants Darren had brought along, their eyes flashed with surprise. It seems that everyone is here. The battle is about to begin." One of the bald men sneered. "I hope we can win." Another person laughed. After Zi Chen entered, he sized up these slaves. There were a total of 7 of them. Some of them were still injured, as if they had just fought. Their auras were unstable, their eyes were dull, and their expressions were dull. They had been slaves for many years. Their souls were controlled and they had long since lost the will to resist. Even if they were about to face a life and death battle, their emotions still didn't fluctuate too much. Perhaps for them, dying early in battle wasn't a bad thing. "Hey, what's your name?" After Darren entered, the bald man from before asked. Everyone calls me Grandpa Darren, said Darren coldly. Grandpa Darren, what an interesting name. Damn it, you dare to trick me? The bald man's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Darren. What? You want to fight? Darren coldly said. He looked at the bald man as if he was looking at a dead man. Kill him. A cold glint flashed in the bald man's eyes as he coldly said. There were no rules here. Furthermore, he, who had servants, didn't come here for the rewards. He purely came here to play and seek excitement. Darren's words had infuriated him. He didn't mind letting his servants kill him. Darren very unrighteously took 2 steps back, letting Zichen pass. His meaning was clear. He wanted Zichen to participate in the battle. We'll fight later. Zichen glanced at them and frowned in dissatisfaction. Ah! When the masters of the servants heard Zichen's words and saw Zichen's expression, they were stunned. Servants had no rights here. They were even worse than pets. How could they have the right to speak? A piece of trash who can't even discipline his servant. The bald man snorted disdainfully at Deluan. The servant who was walking towards Zichen seemed to have sensed something and stopped in his tracks. Zichen waved his hand, and a ray of light appeared. The brilliant light appeared in front of him. She was still dressed as before. Her feet were bare, and her body was emitting a faint light. When she appeared, a blazing aura filled the room. When the 7 masters saw this scene, their eyes widened as if they were petrified. They stared at the brilliant light in a daze. They had never seen such a beauty. Even the eyes of the 7 servants flickered with astonishment. You really have a way to control them. Ignoring the other races, Zichen looked at the brilliant light and said, It's just a small trick. I can control them for a while. The brilliant light who was standing beside Zichen said coldly, Hey, kid, how much are you selling this slave for? I didn't expect you to have such a thing. Now that you're releasing it, are you expecting us to share it? Hey, such a woman is simply a masterpiece. I haven't played with such a masterpiece yet. The faces of the aliens revealed perverted smiles. Zichen frowned. Let's do it. The brilliant light nodded. Her body shone brightly as she waved her hand. 7 drops of liquid-like energy flew towards the 7 aliens. The 7 of them were attracted by the brilliant light. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The liquid had entered their sea of consciousness. Damn bitch, what are you doing? You dare to sneak attack us? Courting death. Kill her. No, catch her. Yes, catch her. We should enjoy such a masterpiece. The strange energy entered their bodies. The 7 of them were enraged and started cursing. But in the next moment, they realized that there was nothing wrong with their bodies. At the same time, they realized that their slaves didn't move. What are you waiting for? Go catch her. The bald man from before shouted coldly. At the same time, he reached out to hit his slave. Slap. Before his hand landed, it was caught by the slave. The slave stared at him coldly. Damn it, you dare to resist. See if I don't destroy you. Why can't I sense your soul? The bald man's face changed. Right at this moment, the others also reacted and began to shout loudly. Similarly, they couldn't sense the existence of their slaves' souls. It was as if the mark had been removed. Because of this, their slaves had lost control. As expected, the slaves' lifeless eyes were now filled with killing intent. Damn it, why is this happening? Why did the slaves lose control? It's that bitch. It's her. It must be her. The foreign races were filled with fear and hatred. Once the slaves lost control, they would be in danger. The game hasn't started yet. Don't kill them yet. Furthermore, the mark on your souls hasn't been removed. Zichen's words echoed in the minds of the 7 slaves, causing them to stop what they were doing. Now, don't resist. I'll bring you to a place. Zichen sent out his spiritual thoughts again. He raised his hand and shot out beams of energy. When the beams of energy landed on the servants, they disappeared. They didn't care about their lives anymore. Even though Zichen's appearance had made them suspicious, they didn't have much doubt in their hearts. It didn't matter who took them away. The moment the 7 slaves disappeared, Zi Chen made his move. With extreme speed, he split into 7 and shot out 7 beams of energy. They landed in the abdomen of the 7 slaves. Your energy has been sealed. If you want to live, then go and fight in the slave battle. As long as you win, you can live. Smiling coldly at these 7 ashen-faced fellows, Zi Chen's hand once again emitted a ray of light, and Huan Kai appeared beside Zi Chen. Lord. Huan Kai bowed respectfully to Zi Chen. Their strength has been sealed. Look after them. When the battle starts, let them enter from here and participate in the battle. Zi Chen said. No problem. Huan Kai's gaze landed on the few of them. A sinister smile appeared on his face. These fellows usually like to watch battles. I believe they'd like to participate in it. Zi Chen and the other 2 turned and left the room, heading to the second room. Like a room, Zi Chen trapped the 8 foreign races and kept the 8 slaves in his pill cauldron. They walked out of 8 rooms in a row. After finishing everything, Zi Chen and the other 2 walked back to the first room, where Huan Kai was still there. Darren, the event should be starting soon. You stay here and act according to the plan. I'll go out with Dazzling first. Don't worry, Lord. I'll take care of this matter properly. Hee, didn't they want to watch the battle? Then let them watch until they're satisfied. Darren smiled coldly. There were many rooms underground. In these rooms, there were servants who were preparing for the second round of the melee. There were also servants who were waiting for the second round of the one-on-one battle. Zi Chen's target was them. Chapter 2103. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Luo Chen's planet to witness the once-in-a-decade slave battle of the Luo family. As the host in the center of the arena spoke, the noise in the stands gradually disappeared. In the whole fighting arena, in addition to the thrill-seeking alien races, in a small area, there were some alien races with their slaves. They didn't choose to enter the arena directly, but watched from the sidelines. Their faces were filled with anticipation. The slaves standing behind them were expressionless, their eyes empty. However, unlike the other slaves, they naturally emitted a murderous aura. This was a phenomenon that would appear when they killed too many of the same level as them. It was a baleful aura. At this moment, their masters didn't enter the arena because they hadn't found an opponent that could excite them. Once they found a suitable opponent, their masters would deliberately arrange for them to fight to the death. This battle is a little different from the previous ones. This time, there will be relatively fewer one-on-one battles, but there will be 2 large-scale battles. 80 slaves will fight together. I believe the scene will be very spectacular. As soon as the host's voice fell, the stands burst into cheers. In the first battle, there would be 8 groups. The alien races in the stands would place heavy bets on these 8 groups of slaves. After a simple introduction of the rules, there was some time for the audience to place their bets. The battle would start soon. With the loud sound of a gong, the first round of the competition began. In the fighting arena, the 8 gates with restrictions opened, and 80 slaves walked out from those gates. However, to the audience's surprise, the gates were already opened, but no slaves appeared. Just as there was some noise in the crowd, a figure finally walked out slowly from one of the passageways. It wasn't a slave, but an alien race. What's going on? Not only were the audience puzzled, but even the host was dumbfounded. Ladies and gentlemen, the once-in-a-decade slave battle is grand and carefully arranged. How can it be so sloppy? Next, there will be a good show personally arranged by Lord Luo Chen. It's also a different kind of battle. The one who walked out was naturally Darren. When he mentioned Lord Luo Chen, he cupped his fists towards the void with a respectful expression. Oh, this is really an unexpected start. As expected of Sir Luo Chen. I'm afraid that no one knew about this suspense. Haha, in that case, let's see what kind of show Sir Luo Chen has arranged. The host didn't know what was going on, but he immediately followed up, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. However, this sudden situation caused some of the internal members to frown slightly. They felt that something was not quite right. Let's not waste any more time. Now, please enjoy the battle and place your bets. Darren's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Following which, He waved his hand and numerous figures rushed out from the 8 tunnels. Darren stood in the middle of the field, looking at the foreign races whose strength was sealed. He coldly transmitted his voice, "Kill the others and you'll have a chance to live. If you don't, you'll only die. Don't count on the Luo family to save you. With your strength sealed, I can destroy your souls in an instant." The foreign races who rushed out had faces full of fear. According to their plan, they should first rush to the edge of the battlefield to avoid the battle, and then wait for the Luo family to come to their rescue. However, Darren had seen through their plan. At this moment, after hearing Darren's transmission, the fear on their faces became even more intense. However, in addition to the fear, their desire for survival had also reached the limit. Amidst the fear, there was a hint of madness. Kill. Along with the cold shout, some of the ferocious people rushed towards the escaping existences. The heavenly weapons in their hands flickered with cold light. It's actually a battle like this. Haha, I usually watch battles between slaves. I didn't expect Lord Luo Chen to arrange a free-for-all battle today. Although everyone's strength has been sealed, such a battle seems to have a different flavor. That's right. It's just that the bloody scene isn't exciting enough. However, it should be just to set off the fierce melee that's coming. In the stands, voices rang out one after another, followed by excited roars. Some people began to throw rule crystals onto the battlefield in large quantities to express their excitement. After the rule chips touched the light shield on the battle stage, the light shield stretched out like flowing water, and the rule chips fell onto the battlefield. On the viewing platform, there were many servants in that small area. As they watched the chaotic battle, they could not help but frown because there were quite a few people who looked familiar to them. After thinking about it carefully, their expressions changed abruptly. They recognized that these were all people who had servants. Logically speaking, they should be existences who allowed their servants to participate in the battle. Is this the surprise arranged by Lord Luo Chen? Their strength has been sealed. Arranging such a battle can be considered a novel idea. The host in the air looked down and said, "Of course." Darren smiled proudly. After seeing the people whose strength had been sealed, the insiders' expressions changed greatly. They finally realized that something was wrong. If Saint Luo Chen had arranged something, he would definitely tell them in advance. Even if he didn't say that it was an unexpected arrangement, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a move on the participants. This would affect the Luo family's reputation. Let's go and see what's going on. On the spectator stand, an old man frowned and said. Many Luo family cultivators began to run underground. At this moment, Zi Chen and Brilliant Light found all the participants at the fastest speed. Zi Chen was responsible for sealing their strength, and Brilliant Light was responsible for disrupting the foreign race's soul control. After that, they led them to the battlefield. In the noisy atmosphere, the 8 tightly shut doors opened again. Then, a new batch of foreign race cultivators who had been sealed ran out. They were all holding weapons in their hands, and their expressions were crazed and fearful. After rushing in, they held their heavenly weapons and slashed wildly. Such a scene caused the exclamations on the spectator stand to be even louder. A large number of rule chips scattered. The host, who was chatting well with Darren, finally noticed the abnormality. He looked at Darren and said, "This is not arranged by Lord Luo Chen. Who are you? Take a guess." Darren smiled coldly at the host. At this moment, Zi Chen and Brilliant Light walked into the battlefield. The two of them did not suppress their auras. Anyone who could see them could feel the aura from the life star. Slaves. Why are there 2 slaves there? Isn't this the battle arranged by Saint Luo Chen? What's going on with those 2 slaves? Why aren't their strengths sealed? The man is handsome, and the woman is stunning. Are they the exclusive property of Saint Luo Chen? On the spectator stand, some people noticed this scene, and their faces changed. They didn't know what was going on, but they felt that something was wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, this battle is going to be exciting. Walking to the center of the battlefield, Zi Chen glanced at the spectator stand and said indifferently, "Damn slave, get out. Do you have the right to speak here? Get out. Don't disturb me." The moment Zi Chen's voice rang out, A series of curses rang out. Following that, a large number of rule chips flew into the battlefield, representing their anger. Could it be them? It can't be. They're really here. If it's really them, then this is going to be interesting. Naturally, there were also people from other clans on the viewing platform. They knew what had happened during this period of time. When they saw Zichen below, their expressions changed. Without saying anything, they immediately left the viewing platform and prepared to inform their clans as soon as possible. They were extremely agitated. Their prayers might come true, and Vicious was going to do something ruthless. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not satisfied, I'll give you something else. With the same smile on his face, Zichen opened his palm. A ball of light appeared in his palm. Within that ball of light, there were figures of souls. These were the souls of the outsider cultivators, who had been forcibly restrained before their deaths. Now that Zichen had released them, they scattered in all directions, whistling through the air. If everything that had happened earlier was just a show, everyone could see it as nothing more than a performance. But after Zichen had released more than 100 souls, everything changed. The hundreds of souls let out mournful cries as they stared at Zichen. Their gazes were filled with hatred, as well as intense fear. I'm Luo Jun. He's the one who had ransacked our Luo family's shop. Everyone, kill him. From one of the souls, a shrill and venomous voice rang out. Luo Jun? Is that the half-saint of the Luo family? That's him. I've seen him once. He asked what this man meant by ransacking the Luo family's shop. In the stands, not everyone knew about the recent ransacking of the Luo family. Many people were puzzled. But those who knew the whole story were shocked. They had not expected that after they had ransacked the Luo family's shop and killed Luo Xiao, Luo Chen had been looking for them all over the world. Yet, they still dared to come here. Regardless of whether they were puzzled or shocked, the noisy stands fell into a temporary silence. Just as the crowd quieted down, a shrill cry rang out, Luo family, save us. This voice caused an uproar. Clearly, this was not a deliberate arrangement. Someone had forced them to do it. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Darren. Everyone was guessing whether this incident was caused by Darren. As for Zichen, he was ignored by too many people. Boom. The tightly shut doors of the 8 passages were blasted open by a powerful impact. Groups of cultivators of the Luo family walked out of the passages, their powerful auras surging. The game is over. You still haven't won. I'm sorry, but all of you are disqualified. Chapter 2104. His soul roared, filled with pain and resentment. Saber light and sword shadows flashed, and mournful screams rose and fell. While the stands were quiet, the battlefield was still chaotic, especially after Zichen appeared. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, they would never forget Zichen, an existence that could destroy them with a wave of his hand. The cultivators of the Luo family came to the rescue in time. Terrifying killing intent continued to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Heavenly Realm cultivators formed teams and arrived. At that moment, Zichen announced that the game was over. Everyone was eliminated, and the price of elimination was death. Swoosh. After leaving Zichen's palm, the cute little fairy transformed into a small heavenly blade and flew forward at a speed that the naked eye could not follow. Bringing with it a misty light, the little heaven saber danced about, streaking across the field. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spurted out. The terrified and crazed looks on the faces of those outsiders, who had their powers sealed, froze one after another as their bodies fell backward. In the blink of an eye, apart from Darren and the host, all of the outsiders were dead. Such a crazy massacre caused the originally quiet surroundings to become even more silent. It was as if even the sound of breathing had stopped. This level of massacre was something they had never seen before. They were completely stunned. However, no one left the venue. Instead, they sat in their seats in a daze. Their focus finally shifted from Darren to Zichen. You dare to behave atrociously in the Luo family's arena? You're courting death. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Die. Kill him. Angry shouts could be heard as the group of Luo family cultivators who had rushed in from the passageway charged towards Zichen. Looking at the aggressive opponent, Darren's heart skipped a beat. He took a few steps back and stood very close to Zi Chen. He knew what he was capable of. He might be able to intimidate others, but when it came to a real life and death battle, he was still far from it. Since this is a place to watch a show, let's let everyone watch a good show. A cold smile appeared in Zi Chen's eyes. He waved his hands forward and a large expanse of light sprinkled down, forming one figure after another. These figures were the slaves that Zi Chen had put away earlier, and were now being released. Having sensed that their souls had been completely liberated, the anger that they had suppressed for far too long completely erupted. They roared and bellowed. Like peerless beasts that had lost control, they charged towards the incoming Luo family cultivators. This, the host stood there in a daze. When he saw so many servants appear and lose control of themselves, he was scared silly. Just then, one of the servants noticed the other party. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he charged towards the other party. Damn it! Although this host was also in Heaven Realm, he had not participated in many battles. Compared to those who walked the line of death all day long, he was far inferior. The saber light flashed, and the other party blocked it. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. At the 5th slash, the host could no longer block it. With a flash of saber light, his head flew high into the air. In the field, more than 90% of the servants used sabers. It was not that they all mastered powerful saber techniques, but that sabers were convenient and faster to kill people. Among them, perhaps they did not know profound techniques, but they all knew how to kill people. Everyone, what you are seeing now is a struggle between the servants. After the host died, Darren, who felt that he could not help much, directly jumped onto the high platform and played the role of host. This is the battlefield of the Luo family, the place where the big battle is held once every 10 years. In these 10 years, there were also some small battles. They were once slaves who had their souls controlled and suffered inhumane torture. Today, their souls are freed and they have regained their freedom. At the same time, they launched a war of revenge against the oppressors. Darren's voice spread to every corner of the field. Everyone, what you are seeing today will be a battle between good and evil. Whether the righteous servants or the evil Luo family cultivators will win, we will wait and see. However, looking at the scene in front of us, the righteous servants should be stronger. Because of years of oppression and constant life and death battles, they have developed a set of extraordinary skills. This skill may not be advantageous in a battle, but in a life and death battle, it will be the most effective way to kill people. Blood splattered in the field. On the high platform, Darren was also impassioned. The cultivators from the other families and forces who had left earlier came back one after another, but this time they came back with their family heads. This was a battle that might change the history of the Reichen star domain. Of course, they could not miss it. Right now, the entire star region is in a state of chaos. Even more cultivators from the Luo family are rushing over. With just these slaves, they will likely not be able to hold on, an old man mumbled as he observed the ongoing battle. The disadvantage in numbers is not the key. The key is Luo Chen. I heard that he is already on his way back. The fate of the Luo family will depend on the battle between Luo Chen and this young man. Next to the old man, another family head said. This planet did not belong to the Rakshasa star domain. It was just a relatively remote star domain. Although there were not many resources here, it was enough for these small forces to use. However, since a saint named Luo Chen came to this star domain, this star domain was divided under the name of the Rakshasa star domain and renamed to the Reichen star domain. After that, Luo Chen represented the Luo family and began to recruit the experts here, making the Luo family stronger and stronger. In the end, they became the strongest force. In their hearts, of course, they hoped that the fierce man from the Life Star could win. In this way, the star domain that originally belonged to them would naturally return. They did not believe that this young man would take root here like Luo Chen and become another powerful force. Although there are many experts in the Luo clan, not everyone has the surname Luo. When there is no hope, they will not throw away their lives in vain. A voice rang out from not far away as a middle-aged man walked over. Even you are here, Wei Xiong. The old man looked at him and smiled faintly. This battle is related to our fate. Of course, I have to watch it in person. The middle-aged man said, according to the current scale of the Luo family, they should have gathered a second group of experts. However, they have not appeared yet. It seems that they were affected by the looting of 16 shops, the massacre of one trading place, and Luo Xiao's death. With Zi Chen guarding the battlefield, the situation was almost one-sided. Whenever a servant was in danger, there would always be a misty light that would appear to save the other party. Coupled with the fact that these servants were vicious and decisive, the first batch of Luo family cultivators that rushed in was almost completely slaughtered. However, at this moment, Zi Chen turned around, his eyes gazing at the stands. His cold voice arose. That was the first battle. Everybody, are you satisfied? Now, the second battle will begin. Everybody, please look over there. As he spoke, Zi Chen raised his hand and pointed at a small area. That area was filled with outsiders who had brought along their servants. Behind them, the servants all exuded an oppressive aura. It could be seen that each of them was a ferocious person. What's wrong? Do you want to attack us? Come and try. As Zi Chen pointed at them, the pagans who hadn't brought their slaves with them smiled coldly. Among them, most of them were from other star fields. The slaves behind them were all experienced warriors. Previously, Zi Chen's killing method did not deter them. Because those people's strength had been sealed, they could be killed by anyone. It was just a matter of how fast they could kill them. Facing Zi Chen, they were very confident because the servants behind them were also very fierce and had terrifying battle prowess. Haha, you want to attack us? Come on then. There are less than 200 slaves. Let's see how much strength you can exert after your souls are released. One of them jumped up and said proudly to Zi Chen. The others roared with laughter. At this moment, the number of slaves behind them added up to more than 100. Moreover, their slaves were all undefeated. Of course, they were not afraid at this moment. Everyone's gazes landed on the group of unique servants. After sensing the extraordinariness of those servants, their faces lit up with excitement once more. Although this battle was unexpected and they couldn't bet on it, it was definitely going to be very exciting. Smiling coldly at those people, Zi Chen turned to Brilliant and asked, "What do you think? This seal only blocks the energy of laws. It doesn't affect the passage of soul energy," said Brilliant. "Then let's begin." Brilliant nodded at Zi Chen's words. She formed a seal with both hands and sat down cross-legged beside Zi Chen. A blazing golden energy appeared in her knowledge sea. Then, the energy split in midair and turned into light arrows. Like a rain of arrows, they pierced through the seal above the battlefield and flew forward. It's just a soul attack. Seeing Brilliant's attack, the pagans in the crowd snorted disdainfully. They didn't even need to put up any defenses. The instant the soul arrows were shot at them, the servants behind them took a step forward and effortlessly shattered the soul arrows. Then, the slaves stepped back in unison and returned to their previous state. So this is your second good show. How dare you show off such a weak attack? The outsider who had jumped to his feet sat back down and looked coldly at Zi Chen. This is your second good show. How dare you show off such a weak attack? The attack from before was truly too simple and too weak. This caused doubt to emerge in the hearts of the others. Zi Chen's cold smile didn't fade. He said indifferently, "The good show has only just begun." Now, those pagans were disdainful. They weren't afraid at all. However, in the next moment, everyone's faces changed. Their faces were filled with fear. Chapter 2105. After Zi Chen finished speaking, the second good show began. All the slaves, in an orderly manner, raised the heavenly weapons in their hands and chopped at the neck of their confident and unperturbed alien master. Poof! 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 There were clearly many weapons, but only a few sounds rang out. From this, it could be seen how orderly their movements were. One after another, human heads flew up from that area, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The expressions on those human heads all froze. When they froze, their faces were filled with ridicule, disdain, ridicule, and so on. Slaves devouring their masters. In the distant stands, the alien cultivators who saw this scene wanted to shout out to warn their masters. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Under such an unforeseen event, they didn't have time to make a sound, and the masters of the slaves didn't have time to react. This was like two people who trusted each other the most suddenly making a move. They simply didn't expect the other to make a move. For example, Zi Chen and Zhao Kun were the best examples. Another example was Zi Chen and Evil Good Monk. If the latter suddenly made a move to kill, of course, perhaps Zi Chen would be able to react, because the latter wasn't very trustworthy in the first place. Slaves and masters were connected through their souls. The masters could sense all the thoughts of the slaves, and with a single thought, they could obliterate the other party's soul. This was a type of rule, the most stable relationship in the world. As long as they were under the rule of the heavenly Tao, they didn't need to fear the slaves who controlled their souls. However, Brilliant's previous move had undoubtedly broken this rule. Or rather, it could be said that he had deceived and blinded this rule for an instant, causing the slaves to succeed in devouring their masters. This was the second scene that Zi Chen had mentioned. The uniform postures, the heads that flew high into the air, and the blood that gushed out brought a great shock to everyone's hearts. After devouring their masters, the slaves all turned to look at the surrounding stands. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. The faces of these aliens changed greatly, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. Some of them were so frightened that they turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, after killing their masters, these slaves didn't chase after them. Instead, they all flew toward the battlefield. The restrictions on the battlefield only targeted the battlefield and did not prevent people from entering. After entering, the servants looked at Zi Chen. They could see that Zi Chen was the mastermind behind all of this. They nodded to Zi Chen, and at the same time, looked at Brilliant with gratitude. As their shattered souls entered their bodies, Brilliant's voice rang out, informing them of the next step of the plan. If you want to leave this place alive, you'll have to kill the Luo family until they lose their courage. Are you all ready? Zi Chen looked at the servants who were filled with murderous intent. We are always prepared. The auras of these slaves soared, and a frenzied killing intent swept across the battlefield. As slaves, they could fight at any time and die at any time, so they were always prepared to fight to the death. They did not fear death. Kill. A roar reverberated through heaven and earth. A group of slaves rushed up. Blades flashed, heads flew, and blood spurted. These slaves had cold expressions. All of their moves were made for killing, and they paid the smallest price in exchange for the greatest results. Pu. One of the servant's shoulder was instantly cut open by the alien. But then, the long blade in the servant's hand pierced through the servant's heart, while the servant's face was filled with shock. Such a scene played out almost everywhere. Naturally, there were people who used the move that Zi Chen was good at in the past, exchanging lives for lives. These are all warriors. On the stands, watching the one-sided slaughter below, the family heads couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yeah, I didn't expect so many slaves to gather together to produce such a terrifying killing power. At first, it was just a form of entertainment. I didn't expect it to become so terrifying once it matured. Yeah, with these crazy bastards, the Luo family is really in trouble this time. The original slaves, in their eyes, were just tools for their daily entertainment. They could kill them with just a thought. In history, there had never been a slave who lost control, so no one had ever seen a slave with such destructive power after losing the restraint of their souls. After a long pause, the second wave of Luo family cultivators charged into the battlefield. When they saw so many slaves who had lost control, their expressions changed drastically. Kill. The group of slaves roared and charged forward. Within the battle arena, the scene was chaotic. Outside the battle arena, all of the Luo family cultivators were on the move. The entire servant battle arena was surrounded. Wei Yao, what are you doing here? Why aren't you leading people in? A group of Luo family cultivators asked with a frown when they saw one of the half-saint leaders. Some people have already killed their way in. The battlefield is only so big. It's useless for too many people to go in. I'm guarding the outside and surrounding them, cutting off their escape route. The alien called Wei Yarrow said indifferently. Mph, I think you don't dare to go in. The half-saint Luo family cultivator said coldly. Luo Dui, what do you mean by that? I, Wei Yarrow, am not someone who is afraid of death. I just want to cut off their escape route. I know that Lord Luo Chen is already halfway. If there is no one guarding here, what if that guy escapes? Letting the tiger return to the mountain will cause endless trouble in the future. Wei Yarrow said righteously. Mph, everyone, follow me in to kill the enemies. While Lord Luo Chen hasn't returned yet, let's kill these bastards in advance. When the time comes, Lord Luo Chen will definitely reward us handsomely. Luo Dui turned around and said to the Heaven Realm cultivators behind him, as cultivators of the Luo family, of course we aren't afraid of death. Follow me in to kill the enemies. Kill. With a loud shout, a group of cultivators followed Luo Dui into the slave battle arena. Seeing this, Wei Yarrow showed a disdainful sneer on his face. Luo Dui's last sentence was obviously targeted at him, but he didn't mind. He knew very well what Luo Dui was planning. Idiot, don't think that I don't know that you're after the Saint Power Crystal. But think about it. He's not afraid that Luo Chen will kill Luo Xiao, and he dares to come to planet Luo Chen and kill in the slave battle arena. He must be very confident. You're just a half-saint, how can you dream of obtaining the Saint Power Crystal? Wei Yarrow's eyes flashed as he said, during this time, more than a dozen half-saints have died. Moreover, I'm not a member of the Luo family. At this time, why should I risk my life for the Luo family and die for the Luo family? There were many cultivators like Wei Yarrow who had such thoughts. These people deliberately slowed down on Zichen's matter, so that the already ferocious slaves could have some effective breathing space. The battle was still going on. Groups of Luo family cultivators rushed into the battlefield dauntlessly, but the battlefield was only so big. There were only 8 entrances in total. Facing the killing of more than 300 frenzied slaves, it was almost impossible for them to rush in. As for the aliens who wanted to rush in from the stands, not only did they have to face the attacks of the brilliant light, but they also had to be on guard against Zichen's elusive sword spirit. The death toll was still increasing. Just as Zichen said before, if they wanted to leave alive, they had to kill the Luo family cultivators until they were truly scared out of their wits. Death was relative. Although the slaves were strong and could fight against many, under the constant siege and killing, even with Zichen's indirect help, there were still deaths. But even if they died, they would drag more enemies down with them. Boom. A violent aura surged. The slave knew that he couldn't survive, but the moment he sensed danger, he decisively self-destructed his heavenly core. This decisiveness made others blush with shame, and it made Zichen's expression change. Just now, he was able to lend a helping hand, and Skyblade was able to save the slave in time. But even after he helped, the slave still couldn't escape the fate of death. It was because he saw this point that the slave gave up on helping him and decisively self-destructed. Boom. Another sound of self-destruction rang out. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc. One of the passages in the middle showed signs of collapsing. Another slave died, but there were at least 5 alien corpses beside him. Kill your way into the passage. Zichen's cold voice rang out as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. The passage was relatively narrow, and it was more suitable for the slaves to fight in that kind of place. Terrifying, truly terrifying. In the stands, the family heads were moved. In the midst of the continuous killing, the group of Luo family cultivators were finally scared out of their wits. They gave up attacking and began to defend themselves, then retreated step by step. Seeing this scene, Zichen's expression didn't ease up. Although the Luo family cultivators were no longer a concern, there was still Luo Chen, a false saint. He was an existence that couldn't be ignored. Almost all the cultivators in the entire Luo Chen planet knew what was going on here. The Luo family cultivators were all in a state of alert. The news of the Luo family's continuous retreat also spread through various channels, causing an uproar. The higher-ups of the Luo family had no choice but to retreat. If the fight continued like this, the Luo family would suffer heavy losses. The most important thing now was to wait for Saint Luo Chen to return and turn the tide. Beside the teleportation array, the Luo family cultivators had long been guarding it. On one hand, they were guarding the return of the saint, and on the other hand, they were preventing Zi Chen and the others from leaving. A pressure appeared out of thin air. When the Luo family cultivators around the teleportation array sensed this pressure, their expressions changed at first, but then their faces showed ecstasy. In the teleportation array, Luo Chen's figure appeared, surrounded by saint power. "Are they still here?" As soon as he appeared, Luo Chen asked coldly. "They are still in the arena. Now the entire arena has been surrounded, waiting for Sir to return." A half-saint old man immediately said, "You all guard the outside. How dare they come to Luo Chen planet and behave atrociously? None of them can escape alive." A terrifying saint power spread, announcing the return of Luo Chen. A cold murderous intent filled the entire Luo Chen planet. Turning into a stream of light, Luo Chen flew straight to the center of the slave arena. Wherever he passed, all the Luo family cultivators knelt down and saluted him, calling him Sir. Zi Chen raised his head and stared at the sky. Chapter 2106. Luo Chen's saint aura had shrouded the entire Reichen star domain. Most of the practitioners in the arena could clearly feel this terrifying pressure. This was the pure pressure of a saint, which was much stronger than that of a half-saint. The Luo family practitioners, who were retreating, shouted in unison after sensing this saint aura. They looked extremely excited. Their fighting spirit was high, and they were ready to fight back. On the other hand, the people from the life stars changed their expressions. But after that, the killing intent in their eyes became more intense, and their expressions became more ferocious and crazy. When a saint came, they might die. In the face of the possibility of death at any time, the more they killed, the more they could earn. For a moment, the Luo family practitioners, who were high in fighting spirit, were suppressed again. A large number of practitioners were killed, and the remaining practitioners could not resist and immediately retreated. The beings from the life stars did not chase after them. Instead, they returned to the arena, adjusted their aura, and prepared for the final battle of life and death. Although a saint was terrifying, Luo Chen was only a false saint. There were more than 300 Heaven Realm practitioners here who were not afraid of death. Once they went crazy, even a false saint would be affected. Luo Chen has come, but the Luo family members have been scared out of their wits. Now, as long as we join forces to kill Luo Chen, the Luo family force represented by the Reichen star domain will be completely destroyed, said a patriarch on the stand. That young man is very confident. I believe his battle strength is not weak. But in the current situation, we should let the slaves participate in the battle and exhaust Luo Chen first, said another patriarch. His words were obviously for the sake of the overall situation, and the other patriarchs nodded repeatedly. If they wanted to win the battle against Luo Chen, they could not care about death and exhaustion. They believed that the slaves would not refuse at all in this situation. Because they were going to die, and they could lose their lives at any time. It was the same no matter who they fought. If they could fight a saint, they would die a heroic death. Looking at the expressions of the slaves, they were already prepared to join forces to fight a saint. All of you, step back. A spiritual thought rang out in the sea of consciousness of the slaves, causing them to be startled while they were meditating. Your freedom was not easy to come by. Everyone must live well. Leave the next battle to me. Hearing Zi Chen's voice transmission again, the expressions of the servants changed. Indescribable emotions appeared on their faces. It seemed that it had been a long time since someone had told them to live well. They were moved, but they didn't back down. They knew that this freedom was hard to come by, and they didn't want to lose it again. At the same time, they could see that Zi Chen was the leader here, and nothing could happen to him. Once something happened to Zi Chen, they would lose their hard-won freedom again. Most importantly, they were not afraid of battle or death, even if their opponent was a saint. Back off. I can handle this battle. Trust me. As he spoke, Zi Chen took a step forward. His whole body glowed with golden light as he fully released his heaven-defying aura. Everyone, back off. He shouted loudly, his voice resounding like thunder. Boom! At this moment, a loud tremor came from the sky. Energy surged in the sky, and the world spirit chi gathered to form a huge vortex. In the middle of the vortex, a palm print appeared out of thin air and ruthlessly slammed down. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying pressure surged out from the palm. Everyone who sensed this pressure had a great change in expression. A saint's aura. This is a saint's attack. Amidst the exclamations, the palm print fell from the sky onto the battlefield below. Under the terrifying pressure, the one-way restriction began to distort, and finally exploded with a loud boom. Just the aftermath of the pressure was enough to destroy the restriction. Although they had already decided to fight to the death, after seeing the palm above their heads, the expressions of the slaves changed. At that moment, Chen turned into a beam of golden light and rushed into the sky, punching out at the palm print. Boom! The two attacks collided with a loud explosion. With Chen as the center, terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Wherever the energy passed, all the surrounding buildings were destroyed, and many of the spectator stands were shattered. Many of the cultivators were sent flying by the impact of the energy. Chen's punch shattered the palm print, but his body also fell to the ground. After his body landed, Chen continued to retreat. With every step he took, a huge force poured into the ground through his feet. On the ground, there was a rumbling sound, and cracks appeared. After retreating 5 steps, Chen neutralized the power of the palm print. In this confrontation, he blocked a saint's attack. With the strength of the heaven realm, he blocked a saint's attack. Such a scene shocked everyone in the spectator stands. His combat strength is indeed not weak. Next, if we use those slaves as cannon fodder, we might really be able to kill Luo Chen. A family head looked at Chen, who had retreated 5 steps and was unscathed, and said in a low voice. The energy swept out, and the spectator stands were also in chaos. At that moment, the saint's aura descended, and a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. Luo Chen. In this starfield, only Luo Chen could be called a saint. Chen recognized him at a glance. At that moment, Luo Chen's face was also gloomy. He stared at Chen with cold murderous intent in his eyes. You're the one who robbed my Luo family's shop and killed my son. That's right. Chen stepped forward as if he was climbing stairs, and his body slowly rose. As for the servants, they all retreated. Asking the slaves to retreat. Is he going to fight a saint alone? How stupid. A family head in the spectator stands said angrily. Very well, since you have the guts to admit it, I won't kill you today. I will destroy your cultivation and make you live a life worse than death. Luo Chen's voice was full of resentment. Hearing this, Chen smiled and said, Don't boast shamelessly here. You're just a false saint. Do you really think you're a saint? Speaking of which, you're almost 1,000 miles away from the saints I've seen. I believe that a real saint can kill a false saint like you with one finger. Chen learned from Xing Chen what a false saint was. After Luo Chen appeared, he did not suppress his aura, and was very proud of being a false saint. However, Chen knew very well that this level of saint energy was the weakest saint energy. Compared to the auras of the vermilion bird saint and the green dragon saint that he had sensed at a close distance, the difference was too great. Chen's words silenced the audience. Even if what he said was true, in this world, except for a real saint, no one dared to make fun of a false saint like this. As for the heaven realm, he was still one level away from the semisage realm. Compared with the false sage realm, he was almost 2 levels away. There was an insurmountable gap between the two. Under normal circumstances, if a heaven realm expert met a false sage realm expert, he could also solve the problem with one finger. What a boastful brat. Then, let me see exactly what kind of strength you have. With a cold glint in his eyes, Luo Chen rushed towards Chen. Under the influence of saint power, his speed was very fast. Like a beam of light, he approached Chen in an instant and punched towards Chen. Swoosh. Chen tapped his foot, and a mysterious power spread out. Luo Chen's attack paused, and Chen took a step back. The punch brushed past his face. After his attack missed, Luo Chen rushed forward again, and then another attack appeared. During this attack, Zi Chen's body kept flashing, and mysterious energy kept emerging. Every time Luo Chen's attack reached Zi Chen, there would be a momentary pause, which allowed Zi Chen to easily block it. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you have some tricks up your sleeve. Then I'll show you my true strength and speed. As his voice fell, Luo Chen's aura became stronger, and his speed doubled. In an instant, he was in front of Zi Chen, and then he punched toward Zi Chen's face. Boom! Surging energy surged, and Zi Chen's body retreated. Exclamations were heard all around. In their eyes, Zi Chen's head had been hit by the punch. Zi Chen's retreating figure stopped. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Is this your fastest speed? It seems like it's nothing more than that. It's fine as long as I'm faster than you. I'd like to see how many times you can block me." Luo Chen responded with a sneer, and his body rushed forward again. Surging energy sounded again, and then a burst of energy exploded. Luo Chen's body turned into a ray of light, surrounding Zi Chen and attacking him. Zi Chen's body kept retreating, and he looked very embarrassed. Seeing this scene, everyone's face was full of worry. Darren, who quietly ran to Xing Chen's side to hide, looked even more miserable. Guang Yao's expression was also very nervous. It can be said that at this moment, on the battlefield, except for the members of the Luo family, everyone else's face was full of worry. "Don't worry, Zi Chen's speed hasn't been revealed yet." Xing Chen, who had seen Zi Chen's real speed, said indifferently. Boom! Another violent energy shockwave rang out, and Zi Chen's figure was sent flying. Luo Chen looked at Zi Chen, who was sent flying, and said with disdain, "This is your confidence." Stopping in midair, Zi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "Your strength is nothing more than this, and your speed is even worse. But you've been fighting for so long, and now it's my turn." "You?" Luo Chen's face was full of disdain. "Of course." With a sneer, Zi Chen's back flashed with silver light, and the six-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared. Lightning surged on the surface of the wings. "I have a general understanding of your speed, and now it's my turn to attack." After saying that, Zi Chen's body disappeared, and as if he had teleported, he appeared behind Luo Chen in an instant. Such speed made Luo Chen's expression change slightly, but soon a mocking expression appeared on his face. He turned around in an instant and punched behind him. There, Zi Chen's figure appeared. "This is your..." Before Luo Chen could finish his words, Zi Chen's voice came from behind him, "Here." A fist shining with golden light, carrying a powerful force, landed on Luo Chen's back. Feeling the energy fluctuation behind him, Luo Chen's expression changed, and he immediately formed a Saint Power Light Shield to protect his back. Boom! Chapter 2107. Zi Chen's punch was full of power. After it landed on Luo Chen's back, the surging energy directly caused the Saint Power Light Shield on Luo Chen's back to distort, and it could explode at any time. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly turned around, and a fist came whistling from the side, aiming for Zi Chen's head. The fist light swept past, and Zi Chen's figure dissipated. It was an afterimage. "This way." A voice sounded from behind Luo Chen, and another brilliant fist light fell, hitting Luo Chen's back. Just like before, Luo Chen's powerful attack came before the power of this punch fully erupted, and Zi Chen had to withdraw his attack in advance. Swoosh! 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 This way! Still this way! Zi Chen's figure changed, and he constantly appeared beside or behind Luo Chen, and powerful attacks came one after another. Golden light shone in the sky, and the sound of energy vibrations kept coming out. At the scene, all the cultivators' eyes were fixed on the battle in the sky, and their faces were full of shock. Saint Luo Chen is being suppressed. The speed of a saint is no match for a Heaven Realm expert, and is being suppressed, and can only passively fight back. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that guy? He's just a Heaven Realm expert, but his speed is faster than a saint. In the eyes of the crowd, Zi Chen was on the offensive side, and Saint Luo Chen was in a passive state of defense. Every time he was hit by the golden fist, and the saint's counterattacks could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. The cultivators of the Luo family who walked up to the spectator stand were pale when they saw the suppressed saint. Saint Luo Chen was their last resort. If the saint could not defeat the opponent, then the Luo family that had ruled this place for tens of thousands of years would be completely destroyed. This speed is really shocking. No wonder he's a ruthless man from the Life Star. Almost no one at the same level can match his speed. Perhaps only some of the secrets of the big families can match him. His speed is indeed good, and his attack power is not weak either. It's no wonder those half-saints died in his hands, but his opponent is a saint. Although his attack is gorgeous, it doesn't really threaten his opponent. Saint Luo Chen seems to be in a mess, but he hasn't used any heavenly Dao techniques. To put it bluntly, this is still a test battle. The family heads on the high platform were also shocked by Zi Chen's speed, but they were more objective in their evaluation of the battle. They also knew that Zi Chen did not have the upper hand at the moment. PH, this is what yours backing. A's powers attack power was very of powers attack of the attack power of the attack power of the Luo family power of the attack was a powerful attack was visible ripple power S attack powers power was formed. The attack power of this ripple was very strong. Zi Chen's fast-moving figure was forced to retreat, and he had no choice but to retreat. Zi Chen, who was retreating, still looked calm. Of course, he didn't think that he could deal with a false saint with such means. The real battle had just begun. The energy of heaven and earth rushed toward Luo Chen from all directions. A huge energy vortex appeared behind Luo Chen. Boy, today I'll show you the real gap between the heaven realm and the saint realm. Luo Chen stood under the vortex and stared at Zi Chen coldly. A fierce and hot aura emerged from the vortex behind Luo Chen. Then, a huge python head appeared from the vortex. The gap between the heaven realm and the saint realm is huge, but it's not that big compared to you, a heaven realm expert who has taken the wrong path. Zi Chen responded indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and a palm-sized square seal burning with golden flames appeared. Zi Chen, who had fought with the Luo family many times, obviously knew what kind of move Luo Chen was using. His response was also very simple. He let Rosefinch fight the flying serpent. After the head was the body. The flying serpent summoned by Luo Chen almost occupied half of the sky. Like Luo Chen's realm, the strength of the flying serpent would increase with the increase of realm. But there was no doubt that both of them had taken the same path. The false saint realm was already the peak. In Zi Chen's hand, the square seal of Rosefinch slowly flew into the sky. When it was in the air, the square seal of Rosefinch burst out with a bright golden light. A loud cry of a sparrow sounded. When the golden light faded a little, the square seal had disappeared and a rosefinch burning with golden flames appeared in the sky. Kill him! Luo Chen shouted coldly. The flying serpent, which occupied half of the sky, opened its mouth and spat out flames. The flames swept through the sky and went straight for Rosefinch. Rosefinch rushed into the flames without fear, and the loud cry of a sparrow resounded through the sky. This is the holy fire. You're just a heaven realm Rosefinch. You can only be smelted by the holy fire. Looking at Rosefinch, who had rushed into the flames, Luo Chen's eyes flashed with disdain. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Zi Chen said indifferently. This flame might be very powerful, but the essence of the vermilion bird was the heavenly flame. It was a flame that came from beyond the heavens and was a very rare existence. It was definitely not easy for other flames to refine it. On the stands and around the battlefield, everyone held their breath and watched the battle between the sparrow and the serpent. Especially those in the stands. Although they couldn't place their bets this time, they were able to watch a fierce battle. Now, they were able to watch the battle between the strongest experts of the Reichen star domain. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for them. Compared to those nervous slaves, they were excited. They were just enjoying the battle. Rosefinch cried out as the flames burned. Compared to the previous loud cry, Rosefinch's voice was more mournful. It seemed that he couldn't bear the power of the flames. Humph! Listening to Rosefinch's mournful cry, Luo Chen snorted coldly. He didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he signaled the flying serpent to attack again. Another flame rushed into the sky. Zi Chen's expression was a little nervous. In his soul perception, Rosefinch, who was in the middle of the flying serpent's flames, was obviously weakened, as if he was seriously injured. Rosefinch's soul seal was still growing. Zichen was worried about him and was about to step forward. But at this moment, Luo Chen's figure flashed and blocked in front of Zichen. He said, "Aren't you very confident in your Rosefinch? Stay and watch the show." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was about to use his speed. Luo Chen's body surged with terrifying saint power. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, Rosefinch's soul aura was getting weaker and weaker. More mournful cries came out from it. This was not an act. He was really being threatened. Zichen was ready to rescue him at all costs. But at this moment, a soul thought belonging to Rosefinch was transmitted to Zichen's sea of consciousness. After feeling this thought, Zichen's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. His expression changed slightly. But in the end, he glanced at the flames burning in the sky and no longer prepared to rescue. "What, you've given up?" Luo Chen looked at Zichen and sneered. "I believe in him," Zichen said seriously. "Ha ha." Luo Chen laughed out loud. He said, "You believe that his soul will be destroyed in an instant and dissipate into the sky, right?" Zichen did not pay attention to Luo Chen. Instead, he carefully sensed the situation of Rosefinch's soul seal by relying on the spiritual perception between him and Rosefinch's soul seal. Just now, Rosefinch had transmitted that this time he needed to use the flames of this pseudo-saint to transform. Zichen did not need to do anything. But Zichen had already made up his mind. Once the other party failed, he would protect the last trace of his soul. In Zichen's perception, Rosefinch's soul seal was burning under the flames of the soaring serpent. This was the burning of the soul. In the process of the soul burning, the volume of the soul became smaller and smaller. During this period of time, Rosefinch's soul seal had swallowed many other soaring serpent souls. But at this moment, under the burning of the flames, this soul was shrinking and was being destroyed. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of Rosefinch's soul had disappeared. The burning of the soul caused Rosefinch's soul seal to emit a shrill cry. "Is it going to melt?" Listening to the shrill cry, Xing Chen's expression became somewhat complicated. If the other party was given enough time, perhaps he could grow to the point where he could threaten the body of the soaring serpent. Unfortunately, the time was too short. At this moment, facing such a powerful existence, it seemed to be beyond the range of Rosefinch's resistance. Rosefinch's soul was burning rapidly, and its volume was getting smaller and smaller. Zichen's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was on high alert, ready to take action at any time. Luo Chen could more or less perceive the situation in the flames. He knew that Rosefinch's soul seal was getting smaller and smaller, and could dissipate at any time. "It seems that the soul of your magic weapon is about to dissipate. Your magic weapon is also about to be destroyed." Luo Chen glanced at Zichen and said faintly. Zichen didn't say anything. He could feel that although the soul had shrunk, it was more condensed than before. Rosefinch definitely wouldn't be so weak when facing the fake sacred fire. At this moment, it was because the other party was using the fake sacred fire to condense the soul. This was really playing with fire. If it wasn't done properly, it would ignite the fire. Rosefinch's soul power was left with the last trace, and it let out a shrill cry. Luo Chen laughed complacently, and sighs came from all around. Obviously, when they saw Zichen's nervous expression, everyone thought that this was one of Zichen's powerful methods. They didn't expect that not only was it not a match for the other party, but this powerful magic weapon was also showing signs of being destroyed. The thunder wings on Zichen's back shook. He wanted to save Rosefinch's last bit of soul. But just as his body moved, Zichen stopped again. There was a hint of astonishment on his nervous face. After the astonishment, his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. A strong vitality suddenly emerged from the spot of light that had shrunk to the point where it could disappear at any time. In that vitality, a loud and sonorous cry of a sparrow resounded. The soaring serpent's flames burning in the sky were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Rosefinch's soul seal was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soaring serpent's flames were all swallowed by Rosefinch. He actually swallowed the sacred fire. Chapter 2108. Standing in front of Luo Chen and blocking his way, Zichen said faintly, "Let's wait a moment." "Get lost." Luo Chen shouted, his face showing anger, and punched at Zichen. He naturally saw that Rosefinch had used the flames to refine his soul. Although he was lucky enough to successfully transform, he was still weak at the moment, and killing him would be relatively easy. Facing Luo Chen's punch, Zichen did not dodge. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned forward. Waves of golden energy formed a defense, and he was going to take the blow head-on. Boom! The fist light fell, and a terrifying energy surged. The energy shield formed around Zichen instantly shattered, and the terrifying power contained in the fist light rushed toward Zichen's arms. Zichen's body trembled, and the huge force made him involuntarily take 3 steps back. During these 3 steps, the terrifying energy entered his body and raged, but it was dissolved by his body that was comparable to a heaven-defying weapon. After 3 steps, he stabilized his body. He blocked it. He actually blocked the blow of a saint. Not only did he block the blow, but he also did not suffer any injuries. Even his arms were not shattered. How strong does his body need to be? Seeing this scene, the others exclaimed. "Back off." Luo Chen shouted angrily, and struck again. The fist light hit Zichen, and the powerful force turned into ripples and dispersed. Zichen once again took 3 steps back. His powerful physical body once again neutralized the attack. On the other side, after devouring the soaring serpent's flames, Rosefinch's soul seal obviously grew stronger, and a terrifying aura burst out from Rosefinch's body. The cry of a sparrow resounded through the world, and Rosefinch, who had reappeared, rushed towards the soaring serpent. The soaring serpent spat out even more flames like a sea of fire, but these flames didn't affect the transformed Rosefinch at all. All the flames that approached Rosefinch's body were devoured by Rosefinch. In the stands, the non-humans were also staring at Rosefinch, who had successfully transformed using the soaring serpent's flames. The latter passed through the sea of flames and headed straight for the soaring serpent. Just like that, the 2 behemoths began to fight. After being reborn from the flames, Rosefinch was not at a disadvantage against the fake holy soaring serpent. At this moment, energy vibrated as Luo Chen's 3rd punch landed on Zichen. This time, Zichen was forced to take 5 steps back as more blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The group of servants, Star, and Brilliant all looked worriedly at Zichen, who was only defending and not attacking. A cold light flashed in his eyes as Luo Chen's 4th punch arrived. However, this time, Zichen didn't defend, but took the initiative to attack. A powerful punch landed, and a dazzling golden light illuminated the world. When the 2 fist lights collided, destructive energy fluctuations erupted. This time, both of them were sent flying. In this head-on clash, Zichen once again displayed strength that wasn't inferior to Luo Chen's. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. However, he couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, a half-saint would definitely win against a heavenly realm cultivator. Although a false saint was an existence that had taken a fork in the road, he could easily win against a half-saint. In this way, the gap between a false saint and a heavenly realm cultivator was like the gap between a sovereign and a heavenly realm cultivator. The gap between them was insurmountable. However, the young man in front of him had brought him too many surprises. Not only had he blocked his attacks again and again, but he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position in the head-on clash. Luo Chen had never been to a Lifestar, so he didn't know much about it. What he knew was that the existences on Lifestars were very weak. Their status on the Star Road was even lower than pets. They were recognized as servants on the Star Road. The only legend he had heard was that the existences from Lifestars were all ruthless. However, in his eyes, this legend was just a legend, an extravagant hope. However, today, he finally met a tough existence. A heavenly realm cultivator could resist a false saint. Luo Chen dashed forward again. The energy in his body was mobilized, and the formidable holy aura spread out. Under normal circumstances, after this pressure appeared, a heavenly realm expert couldn't move, and a half-saint's power would be greatly suppressed. However, the other didn't care about his pressure. The golden light also shone dazzlingly. Zichen punched out in the same way. The two fist lights collided, shaking the void. Then, energy exploded. An energy fluctuation started to diffuse from the two of them. After many clashes, the space of this battlefield had collapsed completely. 1/3 of the massive stand was destroyed. The rest of the pagans were squeezed in the remaining 2/3, watching this battle in fright. In this battle, Zichen and false Saint Luo Chen were neck and neck. He was the legendary ruthless warrior from the Life Star. All pagans were shaken. The servants on the ground looked at this battle, their faces stirred up. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy collided unceasingly. Explosions echoed along with the energy fluctuations. The two of them fought and retreated again and again. More blood trickled down the corner of Zichen's mouth. Although he had disdained Luo Chen, the other was a false saint. He could be considered a real saint, and his fighting competence was undoubtedly strong. With his current energy and the tenacity of his body, although he could resist the false saint, it wasn't realistic to win. Moreover, as the battle continued, the gap between them would become bigger and bigger. As their energy collided, the two of them were blown away again. Luo Chen looked at Zichen and said coldly, "You're only at the heaven realm, but you have such fighting competence. I've underestimated you. Now, I've lost my patience. It's time to end this." Spiritual chi in heaven and earth began to surge. Pure saint power gushed out crazily from Luo Chen's body. Shortly, the pressure in this area increased several times. In the sky, the battle between the soaring snake and rosefinch was still neck and neck. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zichen said faintly, "It's meaningless to continue fighting like this. I have the same thought. We should finish this battle quickly." Everybody on the stand held their breaths. Apparently, the final battle was about to begin. Golden light flashed around Zichen's body as a scorching and violent energy aura was released from his body. He stood in the air. His body was shining like a golden sun, dazzling and eye-catching. After sensing the change in Zichen's aura, Brilliant's beautiful face showed a hint of surprise. There was a touch of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Although this aura was different from her aura, there were some similarities between them. Zichen's expression was cold. His hands hovered in front of his chest, and he began to form the seal of extreme yang. "Is that the radiant slash?" Brilliant's red lips opened slightly. She was very surprised. "You have some skills. Then, I'll show you the second most powerful spell of my Luo family." Sensing the change in Zichen's aura, Luo Chen smiled coldly. The saint power that surged around him suddenly burned with a raging flame. This flame also carried a sense of violence. Holy Flame World Extinguishing Fist. With a low shout, the flame on Luo Chen's body left his body and turned into a huge fist in front of his chest. The fist exuded a black and red light. There were runes flashing on the surface of the fist, releasing a terrifying aura. On the high platform, everybody was shocked. They recognized that it was one of the two most powerful spells of the Luo family. Luo Chen did not hide his strength at this moment. Extreme Yang. Just as the fist exuding the power of World Extinguishing Fist appeared, the seal of Extreme Yang in front of Zichen also appeared. On the surface of the seal of Extreme Yang, golden lightning wandered, exuding an aura that was not weaker than the fist of World Extinguishing Fist. The aura is similar, but it's not the radiant slash. Looking at the seal of Extreme Yang in the sky, Brilliant murmured. The real battle of life and death had come. Boom. The fist of World Extinguishing Fist shattered the space and rushed towards Zichen with a huge black hole. A powerful aura locked onto Zichen, causing Zichen to be unable to move. In other words, at this moment, Zichen could not retreat or evade this attack. He could only defend or face it head-on. Extreme Yang. Of course, Zichen would not evade or defend. He wanted to defeat the false saint attack head-on. Wherever the Extreme Yang passed, lightning surged, causing the space to distort, but it did not cause the space to shatter. This did not mean that the power of this attack was not strong, but that the attack was in a restrained state. After several years of experience, Zi Chen had a deeper understanding of extreme yang. Before the two attacks collided, there was already a dangerous aura spreading in all directions. Perceiving the dangerous aura, Xing Chen's face suddenly changed. He shouted at the servants around him, "Get out of here quickly." At the same time, the people in the stands also sensed the danger. At this moment, they also flew out of the stands with their fastest speed. The two attacks collided in the sky. The two energies were in a stalemate, and the surrounding space began to shatter on a large scale. Boom! A belated explosion of energy spread throughout the whole planet Luo Chen, and the whole planet trembled. The fist of world-extinguishing fist exploded, and the extreme yang energy exploded. The two energies each occupied half of the sky, and continued to be in a stalemate, annihilated, and spread. Wherever the energy passed, everything was destroyed. The space turned into a black hole, and the stands turned into nothingness. The huge battlefield disappeared under the sweep of the energy, and the entire huge battlefield turned into nothingness. Those cultivators who were slow to escape were seriously injured after being affected by the energy, and their bodies turned into nothingness. Swish! Swish! Brilliant and Xing Chen turned into two streams of light and quickly took away the 4 injured servants. They were good at fighting and were not seriously injured before. It was just that they were too slow to escape. At this moment, they were affected by the energy and were seriously injured, almost dying. After surviving the disaster, the 4 of them were frightened. Farther away, the cultivators who had escaped were bewildered, looking at the battlefield that had turned into a massive hole in the void. As the energy was still sweeping, people couldn't see the situation clearly. However, they thought that after this kind of attack, the winner would be decided. At the same time, they had a deeper understanding of the ruthless people from the Life Star. As the energy dispersed, people gazed at the sky, their faces nervous and expectant. Eventually, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Luo Chen. Chapter 2109. Seeing Luo Chen standing in the sky with a smug smile on his face, the crowd burst into an uproar. It's Saint Luo Chen. Did Saint Luo Chen win the final battle? Judging from his expression, Saint Luo Chen has won. Moreover, that guy is in the heaven realm. How could he be a match for a saint? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you challenge the dignity of a saint? Everyone was praising Saint Luo Chen. As for the cultivators of the Luo family, they were all excited. Saint Luo Chen. Saint Luo Chen is invincible. They were cheering loudly to express the excitement in their hearts. At the same time, when they looked at the slaves, their eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Did he lose? Brilliant raised his head to look at the sky with a complicated expression. The faces of the heads of the families in the distance became unsightly. They thought that the other party could kill Luo Chen, but they didn't expect that he would be killed instead. While their faces were ugly, they were also enraged. If it wasn't for Luo Chen trying to be brave and using those slaves as cannon fodder, he could have killed Luo Chen with the combat strength he displayed. It's impossible for him to lose and die. Xing Chen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness, but he couldn't sense Zi Chen's aura. He had been with Zi Chen for many years, so he naturally knew how strong Zi Chen was. As a heaven-defying expert from a Life Star, as the most likely existence to defy the heavens, even if he couldn't defeat a false saint, he wouldn't die so easily, let alone without a corpse. Luo Chen's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone's face was filled with awe. Finally, his gaze landed on the servants. Those slaves still looked cold. Zi Chen had died, but they were still alive. The battle wasn't over yet. If you pledge allegiance to me, I can give you a way out, Luo Chen said coldly, looking at those slaves. When he came to the battlefield and saw the corpses on the ground, he had a certain understanding of the battle strength of these slaves. Once he subdued them, it was equivalent to having a strong battle team. Stop dreaming. We will only die in battle, Huan Kai, who had won 9 consecutive battles, said coldly. That's right, we will only die in battle. We will no longer be your servants. Xin Yu stared at Luo Chen as he spoke. Previously, he was Luo Xiao's servant. He was once Luo Chen's servant. The others didn't speak, But the murderous intent shoring around them showed their attitude. Very well, since you all want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Men, kill him for me. Luo Chen's voice was cold, but before he finished speaking, a faint voice said, I say, aren't you a little too anxious? The battle here isn't over. Hearing this voice, everyone was startled. Then, disbelief appeared on their faces. As for those slaves who were prepared to fight to the death, when they heard this familiar voice, excitement appeared on their faces. The void split open and Zi Chen walked out. His body was also riddled with wounds, but his aura and condition were not bad. Luo Chen's attack was indeed powerful, but as Xing Chen had said, wanting to kill him with such an attack wasn't realistic. You. Seeing Zi Chen appear, Luo Chen's expression changed. That violent energy just now, even he felt a strong sense of danger. Only by relying on some unique methods did he manage to avoid it. He originally thought that his opponent was already dead. He didn't expect that not only was he alive, but he also didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. The expression of the family head, who was extremely disappointed and angry, became excited once again. As for the cheering cultivators of the Luo family, their voices came to an abrupt halt. Their faces were full of disbelief. Zi Chen looked at Luo Chen in front of him and said indifferently, Is this your strongest battle strength? It's really nothing more than this. Among the Heaven Realm experts I know, there are no less than 10 who can block that move. False saints are nothing more than this. No less than 10. Zi Chen's voice sounded out. Everyone was astonished and shocked. In this star road, false saints were powerful existences above semi-saints. They could kill Heaven Realm experts in seconds. Just now, Luo Chen used his strongest attack, but Zi Chen said that among the people he knew, at least 10 Heaven Realm experts could block that move. Don't boast shamelessly here. Don't think that I can't see that you're seriously injured, Luo Chen said coldly. Shaking his head, Zi Chen said sarcastically, I haven't finished speaking. There are more than 10 people who can block your attack. There should be 10 people who can kill you. You let me see the strength of false saints on the Star Road. Instead of saying that you are the weakest saint, it's better to say that you are a Heaven Realm expert who has taken a fork in the road. Too weak, too weak. Now, the battle is over. Once a person entered the false saint realm, all living beings had no hope of reaching the saint realm. This was the truth recognized by the whole Star Road. But in the face of the temptation of false saints, who could resist? A scabbard appeared in Zi Chen's hand. Since he returned to the Tianwu continent, the broken saber in the scabbard had not really been unsheathed once. But today, in the face of a false saint, the broken saber was about to be unsheathed. Humph, shameless boasting. There is an insurmountable gap between the Heaven Realm and the false saint realm. Luo Chen's aura was released again. The flame of saint power burned, forming a world-destroying fist in front of him. Zi Chen held the scabbard in his left hand and looked at his opponent quietly. Go to hell. The world-destroying fist destroyed the space and went straight for Zi Chen. Wherever it passed, the space exploded. It seemed that because of Zi Chen's provocation, Luo Chen's potential was stimulated. This attack was much stronger than before. Looking at the incoming radiance of the fist, Zi Chen held the scabbard in his left hand and slightly exerted force. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the saber. Seeing that Zi Chen did not dodge, everyone was nervous to the extreme. The scene was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The fist radiance arrived and was about to fall on Zi Chen. Some people even saw the scene of Zi Chen being swallowed by the fist radiance. Swoosh. At this moment, Zi Chen pulled out his saber, and a bright saber light flashed. Just like before, the saber light was very bright, but it was not dazzling. It even had a sense of gentleness. The bright saber light did not contain a destructive aura, nor did it have any special power. It was just pure brightness. But it was such a bright saber light that after it appeared, it split the world-destroying fist in front of it into two. At the same time, the saber light did not decrease in brightness. It flew straight forward until it was in front of Luo Chen. Swoosh. The saber light swept past Luo Chen's body and then disappeared in a flash. When the light disappeared, Zi Chen was still standing in the same place. He did not move a single step. In front of him, the terrifying world-destroying fist dissipated into thin air. The space that had collapsed because of the fist radiance was restored. All the strange phenomena disappeared between heaven and earth, and everything returned to normal. The two stood facing each other in the air. Zichen's expression was still calm, while Luo Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. In the distance, the others did not know what had happened. They looked at the scene in a daze with a stunned expression. In their line of sight, they had only seen a beam of light. They had not even seen the body of the broken saber. Luo Chen slowly raised his right hand. It looked like he was struggling. He pointed at Zichen and said, "You." A blood mark appeared between his eyebrows, extending all the way to his abdomen. He only had time to say one word before all the power in his body disappeared. His soul perished, and his body fell to the ground. In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen's vitality disappeared. After 3 breaths of silence, the entire world burst out with earth-shaking screams. Luo Chen's vitality is gone. He was killed by a Heaven Realm expert. It's unbelievable. He's worthy of being a ruthless warrior from the Life Star. He could even kill Luo Chen. No wonder he dared to challenge Luo Chen's star. It turns out he has such a formidable power. Luo Chen deserved to die. The Luo family had bullied people too much. In the midst of the cheering, it was one-sided. Everybody looked at Zichen in the sky, their eyes filled with awe and respect. After being bewildered for a while, the slaves also cheered. Luo Chen was dead. They were free now. Cheering arose everywhere. Many of the cultivators who had killed the aliens without blinking their eyes couldn't help but cry. Freedom. They were finally free. Awesome. Really awesome. A head of the family couldn't help but exclaim. Awesome. It's really awesome. Haha. Without Luo Chen, we don't need to be afraid of the Luo family anymore. It's time to return our planet to its rightful owner. The excitement on the faces of all the patriarchs could not be concealed. Everyone, the show is over. As spectators, shouldn't you all pay the spectator fee? Amidst the exclamations, Zichen's voice suddenly resounded through the air. Ah! Hearing Zichen's voice, the cheering stopped abruptly. Everyone turned around and looked at Zichen in a daze. The great expert who had just killed Luo Chen wanted them to pay the fee to watch the battle. You're responsible for collecting the fee. Zichen looked at the slaves below and said. Obviously, Zichen wasn't joking. He was serious. On this star passage, it was very difficult to recover energy. No one would complain about having too many resources. This battle was wonderful. It's only right to pay the fee. On behalf of the Wei family, I'm willing to pay 50,000 attribute-less crystal stones. A burly man walked out from the crowd and looked at Zichen as he spoke. Glancing at the other party, Zichen said, "Take it." With the first person, there was soon a second person. Of course, they were all existences at the level of the family head. Their so-called 50,000 attributeless crystals were not simply tickets to watch the battle. It was more of an expression of goodwill. Zichen was very clear about the thoughts of these family heads. Therefore, he didn't refuse and directly accepted it. Such a big Luo family was indeed not something he could eat with these 300 slaves. With a wave of his hand, the rosefinch seal appeared in the thick sand below and fell into Zichen's hand.